प्रारंभ में हम हमारे मान्यवर अतिथि प्रोफेसर एस.आर. भट्ट, प्रोफेसर रामजी सिंह, प्रोफेसर गोदावरी मिश्रा, प्रोफेसर जनक भाई दवे बाहर परम पूज्य प्रातः स्मरणीय दादा भगवान को माल्यार्पण करेंगे।
एक स्वभाव है प्रकाश का, चाहे किसी भी दीप में हो। पश्चिम पूरब सूरज हो, निष्पक्षी है किरणात्मा। ये विश्व में सुख और शांति हो। निसंशयों महेश्वरा, प्रफुल्लित स्वानंद उदय करा। शुद्ध अंतःस्थल की जगमग ज्योत, केवल ज्ञान में सिर करना। ये विश्व में सुख और शांति हो। भव भय भंजक मूल शरण, आपस से कटते जन्म मरण। जब आयु अंतिम आ जाए, त्वं सुचरणों में ले लेना। ये विश्व में सुख और शांति हो। ऐसी करुणा कर देना, ऐसी करुणा कर देना। तारण तारण परमात्मा नीरा।
धन्यवाद हमारे मान्यवर अतिथि महोदय, कृपया अपना स्थान यहाँ पर ग्रहण करें। अभी कुछ ही सेकंड्स में हम इंटरनेट पर लाइव हो जाएंगे, इसलिए कृपया अपने मोबाइल फोन स्विच ऑफ कर देंगे। जो जहाँ भी बैठा है वो अपनी सीट पर ही बैठेगा और हमारे इस व्यवस्था में हमें सहयोग करने की कृपा करेंगे।
An architect, when he sheds his own ego sense, when he becomes one with his creation and expression, then and then only he becomes a true architect. These words of Dada Bhagwan to us, Harish and Jyoti, many years ago, resonate in our hearts and mind again and again. The architect and his creation are one, inseparable, especially since Kanu Dadaji showered his blessings on us and appointed us as architects of this building. We reside in California, USA, but have come on the silver screen to welcome you all. The vision and mission it embodies are dancing with joy in your presence. Move around the building and experience the expression of the architect and artist, and rejoice in the vision and mission of Holistic Science Research Center. Once again, our welcome to all of you.
છોડી એના પોતાનો કરવાપણાનો અહંકાર જ્યારે કળા લે છે એની કળામાં આકાર ત્યારે અને ત્યારે જ એ બને છે એની કળાનો ખરેખરો કળાકાર ગુંજે છે દાદા ભગવાનના શબ્દો હરીશ જ્યોતિના હૃદયે આજે પણ વારંવાર તે વાતને થયા વર્ષો બાદ જ્યારે કનુ દાદાએ આપી આશીર્વાદ આ મકાનની કળાકૃતિના કરનારમાંથી કલાકાર થવા માટે જોઈશે અમને વર્ષો બીજા બાદ વસ્યા છે વર્ષોથી કેલિફોર્નિયા યુએસએ માં પરંતુ આવ્યા છે આજે સોનેરી પડદા ઉપર આપવા આપ સૌને આવકાર નાચી રહી છે ડોલી રહી છે આ મકાનની કળાકૃતિ આપ સૌની હાજરીમાં આનંદથી વારંવાર હરજો ફરજો મહાલજો અને સાંભળજો આ મકાનની કળાકૃતિના પાયલનો છમ 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 ઝણકાર આપ સૌને અમારો પ્રેમ ભર્યો આવકાર.
Jyoti and Shah was addressing from USA. Thank you, Harish Bhai and Jyoti Ben. Many thanks from India. Jai Sachidanand, Suprabhatam, good morning once again. You all our designated guests seated on the dais as well as in front of me in this auditorium. I welcome you all in the inaugural function of second international seminar on holistic science of life and living. The first organized at University on 5th and 6th March 2016. I mean just 9 months back. This is a precious moment for me and also for HSRC that we are again assembled here to discuss on the very difficult issues of life, global unrest, war, poverty, terrorism, non-tolerance, everywhere, here and there. I believe that the dignitaries and scholars seated here will show the real path of peace for mankind and present their own ways of definition of life and living, and the truth acceptable to all would come out from all of you. I am thankful to Professor Bhatt Sahib, Professor Arkanath Chaudhary, Professor J.M. Dave, Professor Godavrish Mishra, Professor Dipti Tripathi, Brigadier Chitranjan Sawant, VSM, Dr. K.K. Chakravarti, and all my seniors and juniors who wish to change the world with their efforts and wanted to spread the holistic way of life and living. I greet all of you, sir. I to talk more on this occasion and invite Dr. Baldevanand Sagar, who is well-known Sanskritist and news editor and head of the Sanskrit department in Akashvani and Doordarshan. Perhaps, I hope you all have heard his sweet and wonderful voice as Yam Akashvani Samprativartaha Shuyantam. He is the generator of this announcing system in Sanskrit language. I hand over this mic to him with a great pleasure to encourage this occasion. Thank you, and we welcome Dr. Baldevanand Sagar.
Trimantra jap. Okay. Karomi स्वागतम् अत्र भवतां सर्वेषां विदुषाम् अत्र सभागारे उपस्थितानां सर्वेषाम् आध्यात्मिक विद्यायाः पिपासुनां जिज्ञासुनां च अहमस्मि बलदेवानंद सागरः। मम सौभाग्यं यदवसरे अस्मिन् अहमत्र एतत् कार्यार्थम् आदिष्टोऽस्मि डॉक्टर बालाजी गणोरकर वर्येण। साम्प्रतं त्रिमन्त्र विधिः अत्र उपस्थाप्यते, तदर्थम् अहम् आकारयामि इलाबेन पटेल, गीताबेन देसाई पटेल आगच्छन्तु।
जय सच्चिदानंद। नमो अरिहन्ताणं नमो सीताणं नमो आयरियाणं नमो वसायाणं नमो लोये सवसाहुणं एसो पंचनमुकारो सव पावपणासनो मंगलाणं च सव्वेसिं परमं वै मंगलम्। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमः शिवाय। जय सच्चिदानंद।
धन्यवाद इलाबेन पटेल, गीताबेन देसाई और शिल्पा पटेल। धन्यवाद। जिन्होंने सुना होगा यम शैवा समुपासते शिवयति ब्रह्मेति वेदांतिनो बौद्धा बुद्धयति प्रमाण पटवहिकाः अर्हन् नित्यथ जैन शासनरताः कर्तेति मीमांसकाः सोयम नो विदधातु वांछित फलम त्रैलोक्यनाथो हरि। और इसी को के आधार पर एकम सद्विप्राह बहुधा वदंती, वह तत्व एक है, उसको विभिन्न नामों से पुकारा जाता है, अनुभव किया जाता है। तो दादा भगवान जी की जो प्रेरणा और उनका दर्शन है, तो संप्रदायों पंथों ने समाहित करीने पूर्णतावादी विज्ञान ना आधारे केवी रीते आध्यात्मिक विद्यानो अनुभव थाय, ये एमનું દર્શન છે। जो मारी अल्पमतीना प्रमाणे मैं જેટલું એમનું અધ્યયન કર્યું છે, હું અનુભવ કરું છું આપની સામે। એ વાત રાખીને હવે હું આ ગોષ્ઠી 3 દિવસની જે સંગોષ્ઠી છે એના ઉદ્ઘાટન સત્ર માટે वेदिका पर विराजमान अंतरराष्ट्रीय ख्याति प्राप्त प्रोफेसर एस.आर. भट्ट साहब, इंडियन काउंसिल ऑफ फिलोसॉफिकल रिसर्च ना अध्यक्ष छे। वयोवृद्ध सम्माननीय ख्याति प्राप्त प्रोफेसर रामजी सिंह जी विराजमान छे। श्री सोमनाथ संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय ना कुलपति और मेरे अग्रज और मुझे बहुत स्नेह करते हैं प्रोफेसर अर्कनाथ चौधरी साहब। अभी 2-3 दिन पहले मुझे व्हाट्सएप पर एक संस्कृतज्ञ ने जिज्ञासा प्रकट की कि चौधरी शब्द की व्युत्पत्ति क्या होगी। चौधरी साहब, मैंने कहा संस्कृत के हिसाब से। तो मैंने कहा चौधरी शब्द को, फिर मैंने ढूंढा, थोड़ा विचार किया कि यह शब्द कभी सुधी शब्द रहा होगा। संस्कृत में सुधी माने जो सम्यक धी वाला बुद्धिमान, और फिर सुधीर शब्द से चौधरी शब्द अपभ्रंश होकर बना होगा। प्रोफेसर अर्कनाथ चौधरी जी, उनके लिए आप सब ताली बजाएंगे क्योंकि करतल ध्वनि ब्रह्मनाद है। और इसी तरह से हमारे साथ आचार्य वडिल श्री जनक भाई दवे, जे.एम. दवे साहब है, अक्षरधाम अनुसंधान केंद्र ना अध्यक्ष, અને સાથે मद्रास दर्शन विभाग अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर गोदावरीश मिश्र जी बैठे हैं। ये सब राष्ट्रीय अंतरराष्ट्रीय ख्याति प्राप्त विद्वान है। और सभागार में साथ ही में डॉक्टर दीप्ति त्रिपाठी जी बैठी है और बाद में मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट मिशन की आप निदेशिका रही है। डॉक्टर के चक्रवर्ती जी, डॉक्टर अनिंदाती अनिंदिता जी बैठी हुई हैं, ब्रिगेडियर चित्रंजन सावंत साहब सपत्नीक बैठे हुए हैं, प्रोफेसर धर्म सिंह जी बैठे हुए हैं, अमीन साहब, और आप सब वडील और सब विद्वान लोगों को मैं प्रणाम करता हूं। और इस विधि को आगे चलाने के लिए आप सबकी अनुमति के साथ मैं अब दीपक प्रज्वालन के लिए मैं जो ऑनरेबल गेस्ट है सबसे निवेदन करता हूं कि वे आए और दीपक ज्योति नमोस्तुते दीपक प्रज्वालन करें, मंगल कार्य।
ये विश्व में सुख और शांति
वसंत भाई पटेल
ऐसी करुणा कर दे
અને શૈલેષભાઈ પટેલને હું આમંત્રિત કરું છું।
दिल भीतर की सब तिमिर हरो तरण तारण परमात्मा
वसंत भाई पटेल અને યોગેશ ભાઈ શુક્લ।
ज्ञानांजन है प्रगट पुरुष सिद्धेश्वर शिल्पी सन्मोह सब जीव को आत्म प्राप्ति दो निरावरणी व्यक्तात्मा एक स्वभाव है प्रकाश का चाहे किसी भी दीप में हो पश्चिम पूरब सूरज हो निशी है किरणात्मा
दीपक प्रज्वालन विधि પછી હવે હું પટેલને આમંત્રિત કરું છું કે વે સ્વાગત ભાષણ દ્વારા અતિથિઓ અને પ્રતિનિધિઓનું અભિનંદન કરે। શ્રી વસંતભાઈ પટેલ।
Jai Sachidanand. I'm glad to invite you all on this August gathering in this national way of living. Dr. Mishra, Professor Janakbhai Dave, Professor Ramaji Singh, Brigadier Chitranjan Sawant, Professor Chakravarti Sahib, Dr. J.P. Amin Sahib, Tripathi, and all other scholars who have honored our invitation. On this, remember the word of our enlightened Master Siddhartha Bhagavan, who had a great desire to pass on to the thinkers natural revelations of science of holistic way of life and living in the modern times. I hope HSRC shall serve the purpose of pulling up the knowledge from during the presentations of different reputed scholars and thinkers representing different faculties of studies and humanities. This will surely add to peace, harmony, which are in a great need to everyone in these turbulent times in the world. Thank you and Jai Sachidanand.
વેદિકા ઉપર વિરાજમાન વિદ્વાન મંડળીનું સ્વાગત માટે આમંત્રિત કરું છું વસંતભાઈ અને યોગેશ શુક્લજીને કે આદરણીય પ્રોફેસર આદરણીય શ્રી SR ભટ્ટ સાહેબ ને શોલ અને મોમેન્ટો દ્વારા સ્મૃતિ ચિહ્ન દ્વારા એમનું સ્વાગત કરે। સત્રના અધ્યક્ષ પ્રોફેસર SR ભટ્ટ સાહેબ, જેઓ ચેરમેન છે ઇન્ડિયન કાઉન્સિલ ઓફ ફિલોસોફિકલ રિસર્ચ ન્યૂ દિલ્હીના. એમના પછી પ્રોફેસર રામજી સિંહજી સ્વાગત કરશે ડોક્ટર બાલાજી ઓફ હોલિસ્ટિક रिसर्च सेंटर. बालाजी शॉल और स्मृति चिन्ह द्वारा. साथ में श्री LD पटेल साहब भी आए और स्वागत करें प्रोफेसर रामजी सिंह जी का. सोमनाथ संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति प्रोफेसर अर्कनाथ चौधरी जी का स्वागत करेंगे डॉक्टर बालाजी और योगेश शुक्ल जी. मद्रास विश्वविद्यालय के दर्शन विभागाध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर गोदावरी मिश्र जी का स्वागत शॉल और स्मृति चिन्ह से बालाजी और LD पटेल साहब. प्रोफेसर अक्षरधाम रिसर्च संस्थान के निदेशक, उनका स्वागत करेंगे शैलेश पटेल, S पटेल. शैलेश पटेल, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ होलिस्टिक साइंस रिसर्च सेंटर USA. भवतां सर्वेषां विदुषां महाभागानां वचने शीघ्रता कार्यान्वयने किंचित विलंबः एतदर्थमेव कारणम् भवतु. इस सम्मान और अभिनंदन विधि के बाद अब मैं जो उद्घाटन सत्र में राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय ख्याति प्राप्त विद्वज्जन है उनको सुनने के लिए हम लोग, तो सबसे पहले मैं आमंत्रित करूं विद्वान को. उससे पहले एक छोटी सी और विधि है, वो हम पूरी कर लें आप अध्यक्ष महोदय की अनुमति से. सोवेनियर का रिलीज है, लोकार्पण, और एक CD का लोकार्पण है और 2 पुस्तकों का है. तो आप सब विद्वज्जनों के करकमलों द्वारा सबसे पहले CD, जो कि संघवी जी, जो दादा भगवान जी के प्रिय और आप्त शिष्यजन रहे हैं, इसमें नवनीत संघवी जी ने जो दादा भगवान जी के भाव, विचार और उनके उपदेश है उसके आधार पर हिंदी में पद्य लिखे हैं. स्वयं है, बंबई में रहते हैं, स्वास्थ्य ठीक नहीं होने के कारण नहीं आ पाए हैं. और ये CD इस तरह से बहुत सारे उन्होंने 3000, सुरेश भाई ने मुझे अभी बताया 3000 पद्य उन्होंने लिखे हैं, जिसमें अभी आप सुन भी रहे थे पहले जो हॉल में आए थे. उनका कंठ मधुर है, कंपोजिशन बहुत सुंदर है, हृदयग्राही है, और वे उनका पूरा जीवन इस पूर्णतावादी विज्ञान के लिए दादा भगवान जी के चरणों में समर्पित है. श्री नवनीत संघवी जी की CD और साथ ही में सोवेनियर गोष्ठी के उपलब्ध के आलेख और विवरण है होलिस्टिक रिसर्च साइंस सेंटर का. रिसीव करेंगे श्री वसंत भाई. जी 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 हाँ. जी बिल्कुल. CD जो कि कविराज नवनीत संघवी जी के स्वर में और उन्हीं के द्वारा रचित, इसको स्वीकार करेंगे श्री वसंत भाई और डॉक्टर बालाजी गणोरकर जी और श्री LD पटेल साहब. 2 पुस्तकों का भी विमोचन हो रहा है. डायलॉग्स विद दादाजी रिवाइज संस्करण है श्री ज्योतिषा, श्री LD पटेल और श्री डॉक्टर बालाजी. साथ में मराठी में एक पुस्तक अभी जो लोकार्पित हुई है, दादाजी ज्ञान गोष्ठी। इस मराठी दादाजी गोष्ठी, और इसके संपादक है डॉक्टर बालाजी और श्री, अच्छा, डॉक्टर सुनंदा शास्त्री जी। जी, तो ये विधि समाप्त संपन्न हुई और इसके बाद में, अच्छा, षोडशोपचार पूजा कहते हैं। तो उसमें चूंकि मैं पारंपरिक विद्वान हूं, भट्ट साहब पारंपरिक संस्कृत विद्यार्थी हूं, तो षोडशोपचार विधि में पूजा करावे ત્યારે ઘણી બધી સામગ્રી નથી હોતી। તો વિદ્વાનોએ એક વિધિ ગોતી છે, અભાવે ચૂર્ણમ। જો ન હોય ત્યાં ચાવલ ચોખ્ખા આપણે વાપરીએ, એટલે હું થોડોક જલ્દી બોલું છું અને વિધિમાં થોડોક વાર લાગે છે, આપ ક્ષમા કરશો અમને। ज्ञानांची गोष्ठी, दादांची ज्ञान गोष्ठी। जी जी, ठीक है। अब मैं दादांची ज्ञान गोष्ठी, जो आप्तवाणी पहले गुजराती इंग्लिश में प्रकाशित है, उसी का ये मराठी अनुवाद। श्री वसंत भाई, सुरेश भाई के कर कमलों द्वारा इस प्रति को स्वीकार करेंगे। आप सब लोग ताली बजा के स्वागत करेंगे लोकार्पण विधि के बाद, जिसे जी अच्छा, डायलॉग्स विद दादाजी, रिवाइज एडिशन। डायलॉग्स विद दादाजी, रिवाइज्ड एडिशन इन इंग्लिश। ज्योतिबेन शाह, श्री एल डी पटेल और डॉक्टर बालाजी गणोरकर जी। धन्यवाद। पूज्य दादाजी नो संदेश।
Jai Sachidanand. In 1974, I received this book, which was in Gujarati in USA. I opened, I thought there will be some religious talk, Ramayana, Mahabharata. A single words on those matter, but it was for the inside, and nobody has told us what is inside. But after reading this book, I came to know what is Man, how they are working. After that, we came in 74 to see Dadaji. And Dadaji asked, "Bond." Dadaji, I read this book, but there is no story of Ramayana and Mahabharata, but Prakruti. So I told Dadaji made my Prakruti Sahaj, and it was happen. So this Gujarati, my life completely. And those who have met Dada Bhagwan change. So when 82 Dadaji came in USA, and we have our kids, those who were not doing Gujarati, so first we translated that book in 83 in English. That book to Oxford University. And those people said, this is better than the Bible. Now, this institute came in 2009, translated that book and revised in such a way so foreigner can understand this science in their English language. Like Dokla, say Dokla in English, there is no words. So Harish Bhai, Lala Bhai, Balaji has edited in some way and put according to their needs for the human being at large. So last year, first we produced that book, nearly 1,000 books, and almost all book is gone. We have revised this book again, and in worldwide, we are going to distribute 500 in different libraries. So they will read that one. Last week, we met Dr. Professor Rawal Sahib, Vice Chancellor of Southern Gujarat. Book 2 weeks ago, he said, I was amazed to see the packing of that book. How nice. And he said, I read that book, and this is only first book I have seen that talking about the inside. I have not gone through, but he said, I will go through. I said, this science we have to put in front of kids so they can have better life and we can change the whole world. Jai Sachidanand.
थैंक यू वसंत भाई. दादाजी, डायलॉग्स विद दादाजी और आप्तवाणी, इसको पढ़ते हुए मेरा भी अनुभव वसंत भाई इसी प्रकार का है कि जो गूढ़ रहस्यों की बातें हैं सरल भाषा में दादाजी ने अपने प्रवचनों में कही है. होलिस्टिक वे ऑफ लाइफ एंड लिविंग, इस विषय पर इस 3 दिवस की जो राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी है उसके परिचय उपक्रम के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं श्री LD पटेल साहब को.
नमस्कार, सुप्रभातम. प्रोफेसर SR भट्ट साहब, प्रोफेसर चौधरी साहब, प्रोफेसर जनक भाई दवे राजी, प्रोफेसर रामजी सिंह, डॉक्टर JP अमीन, Mani Sahib, and Dr. Chakravarti Sahib, and all scholars from throughout the country, they have come. I heartily welcome on behalf of HSRC. Our theme of the seminar, which was developed, actually this to hold this second seminar after the first we conducted in March at Gujarat University, the second such seminar. Kanu Dadaji guided us to have this in December, and these dates were given by him. Unfortunately, we are now seeing the result of that guidance. Theme was developed under his guidance, as Dr. Ganorkar told all of you, that this is the second national seminar on the same topic, that is holistic way of life and living. We are delighted to have wonderful paper readers. You see, there are so many people, and this is the first seminar I can tell you here that more than 45 national scholars are here in a single seminar. Many of our scholar friends, they wondered how you can assemble this many people. Dates, but this has become possible thanks to all of you. A lot of and taking 3 holidays also at some places, but you have made HSRC team and this also is a common platform for scholars, disciplines, in the mandate of HSRC. So you will have a lot of contacts here, and we'll be able to take our call to this seminar. Different papers are being submitted, and these details I am not giving because these are given in our souvenir, which is being released, just released now, and the copy will be received by you in the lunch or afternoon. We are not such a wonderful thing. When Balaji was talking this, again, we are thinking whether it would be possible. Now it has become possible, so that great deliberations are going to take place. This is the beginning, this is the commencement of a great thing. This unique knowledge can be spread only through the help of each of you, and we are beginning this great exercise. The director of this institute, all of you know, is a very, very enthusiastic person, and we were actually novice volunteers in this field, but he said no, and thanks to his Delhi contacts, that many of you know him very well, Dr. Balaji Ganorkar, and he has importance. And a great sake of spreading this knowledge in India to different languages and throughout the world, also in prominent languages. Thanks a lot, friends. I assure you this will be a great time you have spared for this. It will be a valuable time all these 3 days. Thanks a lot. I invite Dr. Balaji Sagar for and
धन्यवाद श्री LD पटेल। हम जो हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि हैं उनको सुनने की श्रृंखला को आरंभ करते हैं। सबसे पहले मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं आदरणीय प्रोफेसर रामजी सिंह साहब जी को। राम, मैं अभी मिला थोड़ी देर पहले ही, यहाँ आने से पहले। सरल व्यक्तित्व है और वयोवृद्ध ज्ञानवृद्ध है रामजी सिंह।
सबसे पहले तो मैं दिवंगत दादाजी के चरणों में श्रद्धांजलि समारोह और जो आयोजित किया कि क्या हम खंडित शांति की आराधना कर सकते हैं? तक ही सीमित हमारी दौड़ नहीं है। अंतरिक्ष है, हम अंतरिक्ष के प्राणी हैं। पहले हम कहते थे माता भूमि पुत्रो अहम पृथ्वी, हमारा हृदय कितना संकीर्ण है इसकी अगर हम देखेंगे तो हमको इसका उत्तर मिलेगा आने वाले सत्रों में। समय आप लोगों को रहेगा तो मैं संबंध में आप कहते हैं तो ये असल तो हमारे दर्शन का यही मूल है। काश्योपनिषद का शांति मंत्र ही है सर्व से। ये सब ये पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवा, इससे बढ़कर के इस दर्शन का कोई आधार नहीं हो सकता है। इसकी व्याख्या बड़े बड़े विद्वान प्रोफेसर भट्ट और लोग बैठे हुए हैं और श्रोता ज्यादा पूजनीय हैं कि वो मूक होकर सुन रहे हैं। जहां न तत्र चक्षुर गच्छति न वाक् गच्छति न मनो न विद्मो न विजानीतो, वहां जहां हमारी आंखें, हमारा ज्ञान, हमारा विज्ञान भी नहीं जा सकता है, वही तत्व सबसे शाश्वत और चिरंतन है।
धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर रामजी सिंह जी। आपने पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं की बात कही और मुझे मंत्र याद आया, भिद्यते हृदय ग्रंथि छिद्यन्ते सर्व संशयाः क्षीयन्ते चास्य कर्माणि तस्मिन् दृष्टे परावरे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और अब मैं इसी श्रृंखला में आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं, सुदूर मिथिला के निवासी है, जन्मभूमि मिथिला की है और अब कार्य कर रहे हैं सौराष्ट्रे सोमनाथम च श्रीशैले मल्लिकार्जुनम, सोमनाथ विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति श्री प्रोफेसर अर्कनाथ चौधरी जी। आइए सुनते हैं प्रोफेसर अर्कनाथ चौधरी, कुलपति सोमनाथ संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय।
यस्यांके च विभाति भूधापगा मस्तके भाले बाल विधुर गले च गडलम यस्योरसि ब्यालराट सोयम भूति विभूषण सुरवर सर्वाधिप सर्वदा गतः शिव शशिनिभ श्री शंकर पातु नः। अधिमंचम आरूढ़ाः अद्यतन सभायाः अध्यक्षाः श्रीमन्तः एस.आर. भट्ट महोदयाः, प्रतिष्ठां प्राप्ताः विद्वद्वरेण्याः रामजी सिंह महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर गोदावरीश मिश्र महोदयाः, अस्माकं सुहृदः ख्याताः लवाः बहुभिर्दृष्टाः बहुभिः श्रुताः आनंद सागर महोदयाः, अस्य कार्यक्रमस्य आरचयितारः डॉक्टर बालाजी गणोत्कर महोदयाः, विराजमानाः राष्ट्रस्य प्रसि डॉक्टर दीप्ति त्रिपाठी महोदयाः, तत्सदृशाः सर्वेपि अत्र मान्याः विद्वांसः। अधुना किंचित हिंदी भाषायां संस्कृतस्य अस्मियतः वस्तुतः संस्कृत हमारी राष्ट्र की मातृभाषा है, इसे आप स्वीकार करें न करें। अभी गुवाहाटी के आपने देखा होगा मेरा लेख, संस्कृत को मृत भाषा कहने वाले मृत मानसिकता के लोग मेरी फोटो के साथ छापा है और काफी पूर्वोत्तर भारत, पूर्वोत्तर लहरी में ये 19 तारीख को, इसी 19 को
आपका ये संदेश व्हाट्सएप पर
प्रसारित
बहुत सारे ग्रुप में प्रचारित हुआ है।
संस्कृत को छोड़ देने का मतलब है राष्ट्र को छोड़ देना। प्रस्तुत विषय पर हम आते हैं। समय सीमित है, 5 मिनट का है, लेकिन एक प्रश्न सबसे पहले, वैयाकरण हूं मैं और मुझे लगता है सागर जी ने मुझे छेड़ दिया है। सुधी सुधियो सुधिया से ले गए, नैरुक्तिक प्रक्रिया में जब हम जाएंगे तो चौधरी शब्द चतुर्धुरीण का और व्युत्पत्ति भी हम ले लें तो पाणिनि का सूत्र है चौ, अंशु गति पूजनयो, वह अनुकरण शब्द आ गया है सप्तम्यंत, और चावाम धरह चौधरह चौधरह अस्ति अस्य इति चौधरी। तो इस व्युत्पत्ति से हमारे देश में जिन किसी का भी उपनाम चौधरी है कि उनमें चार चीजें हैं, धर्म, अर्थ, काम और मोक्ष, चारों पर समान अधिकार रखते हैं, इसलिए वो चौधरी हैं, चाहे वो किसी भी जाति और वर्ग के हों।
बहुत अच्छा।
अस्तु, इस समाधान हुआ। वे ऑफ लाइफ एंड लिविंग, हमारा समग्र वाङ्मय इसी पर आधारित है। हम जो कुछ भी कहते हैं यही कहते हैं। सृष्टि के आदिकाल से एक और प्रश्न है, शांति की बात रामजी लाल प्रोफेसर ने कही है, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ पूर्व से प्रोफेसर साहब अवधारणा है देव शांति की, कोई नया नहीं है। अंतरिक्ष गुम शांति कोई नया नहीं है। आज के लोग चक्रवत परिवर्तनते है। ये हमें लगता है ये एक ऐसा तत्व है जो सर्वकालीन है, त्रिकाला बाधित अनादि सत्य है, कभी दिखता है कभी नहीं दिखता है। इसीलिए हमारे दार्शनिकों में प्रादुर्भाववाद भी है और उत्पत्तिवाद भी है। जो नहीं मानते हैं, मान लो नए नए पैदा कर रहे हैं, ये वैज्ञानिक नए नए दे रहे हैं, मान लो, क्या झगड़ा है। और हमारे हैं वो तो कहते ही हैं कि प्रादुर्भाव है, कोई नया नहीं है, सब कुछ पहले से है। तो चर्चा अनादिकाल से है। हम ऋक् सूक्त को देखें तो वहां से ही शुरू करें, संसार की बात करें तो दिखता है, हिरण्मयेन पात्रेण सत्यस्यापि हितं मुखम तत्वं पूषन् अपावृणु सत्य धर्माय दृष्टये। प्रश्न उपस्थित हैं और प्रश्नों के उत्तर भी हैं। अंततः मानव पर जब बात आती है, बड़ी सारी बातें कहने को थी, 5 मिनट में क्या कहें। तो कई प्रश्न हैं मन में, कुलबुलाते रहते हैं, उत्तर भी आजकल व्हाट्सएप पर आते हैं। बड़े सारे विकासवादी भी हो गए, हम इससे पैदा हुए, हम इससे पैदा हुए। बड़ा सवाल तो हमने प्रश्न का उत्तर एक ही शब्द में दिया है, सब कुछ सांख्यवादियों के अनुसार सब कुछ पूर्व से ही है, कारण कार्य ये एक दूसरे समाहित हैं। प्रादुर्भाव हो रहा है, कुछ भी नया है ऐसा नहीं कहें, दृष्टि हो सकती है नई। तो देखें तो मानव जीवन के 4 लक्ष्यों को निर्धारित कर दिया गया, जिसे पुरुषार्थ चतुष्टय आप सब जानते हैं। अर्थ, काम और कहते हैं धारणा धर्म इत्याहु धर्मो धारयते प्रजा, कहता प्रजा का धारण तो धर्म करेगा ना। तो आप कुछ ऐसी बात धारण करें, सभी को धारण कर ले, उसकी रक्षा कर ले। विचार की बात आई, अभिव्यक्ति की बात आई, और हमारे यहां अनादिकाल से वेद और ईश्वर की सत्ता मानी गई। भागर्थाविव संपृक्तौ भागर्थ प्रतिपत्तये जगतः पितरौ वंदे पार्वती परमेश्वरौ। छीना झपट होता रहा है, कोई बलात् छीनता है, कोई कैसे छीनता है। कुछ लोग कम्युनिस्ट बन जाते हैं इसको छीनने के लिए, लेकिन सब भूल जाते हैं महाभारत की बात कि स्वत्व है कब तक, स्वम धनम तस्य भाव स्वत्वम ना, तो यावत भ्रियेत जठरम तावत स्वत्वम ही देहिना। उदर की पूर्ति तक ही तो धन का भाव चाहिए ना, फिर अधिकम यो भी मन्येत सस्तेनो दंडमर्हति, इससे ज्यादा जो अर्थ चाहता है वह तो स्तेन है, वो आपका हमारा सबका हिस्सा चुराता है। और ये कोई नई बात महाभारतकार ने नहीं कही, उपनिषद के वाक्य को स्मरण करिए, ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किंच जगत्याम जगत तेन त्यक्तेन भुंजी था हमाग्रधा कस्वसिद्धनम। तो अर्थ पर भी बहुत बड़ा चिंतन है, जितना इस पर आप व्याख्यान दे सकते हैं, हमारे शास्त्र भरे पड़े हैं। काम की बात क्या करूं, और अंत में मोक्ष की बात आती है। हम सभी लोग मुक्त होने की कामना करते हैं। मन जब भर जाता है, क्योंकि मन ही ऐसा है जो संकल्प और विकल्प वाला है। कृष्ण को पूछना पड़ा था, अर्जुन ने कृष्ण को पूछा और उन्होंने कहा कि कृष्ण से पूछा कि ये मन बड़ा ही प्रमाथी है, तो कृष्ण को उत्तर देना पड़ा, असंशयम महाबाहो मनो दुर्निग्रहणम चलम। तो कैसे उसको अपने अनुकूल बनाए, तो कौनते को उपदेश देते हैं, अभ्यासे न च कौन्तेय वैराग्ये न च गृह्यते। तो वैराग्य के द्वारा अनुकूल करना है। ये मार्ग अभ्यास और वैराग्य के द्वारा मन का नियंत्रण अगर हो गया तो आपका विकल्प खत्म हो जाता है। जैसे योग का वस्तु शून्यो विकल्प है, शब्द ज्ञानानुपाति कि अर्थ ज्ञानानुपाति, क्या है साहब, वस्तु शून्यो विकल्प। लेकिन मैं कहता हूं मोक्ष का संकल्प अगर आपका है तो करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि ये मन जो है वही तो इंद्रियों को अपने अर्थ के प्रति आकृष्ट करता है। नैयायिकों का यही सिद्धांत है। जब वो प्रत्यक्ष की बात करते हैं, इंद्रियार्थ सन्निकर्षजन्यम ज्ञानम प्रत्यक्षम, तो फिर ये हम कभी क्यों कह देते हैं, अरे आपके सामने से तो गुजर गया, आपने देखा नहीं, आपके सामने तो बोल रहे थे, आपने सुना नहीं। तो उसका कारण है कि ये मन अपने अर्थ के प्रति इंद्रियों को नियंत्रित करता है। तो अंतिम आत्म साक्षात्कार की बात आती है, मोक्ष की सारी बातों को भूल जाएं, तत्वमसि की बात आती है। परमेश्वर का रूप हम भी हैं, आप भी हैं। और एक सीधा सीधा ऐसा लगता है, आम लोगों को कैसे समझाएं, तो हम कहते हैं एक पावर हाउस तो है, जैसे ये बिजली है, यहां से फ्यूज हो गया तो पावर हाउस में तो सुरक्षित है। तो ये शरीर छूट भी जाए तो ये कहाँ है, उसी में पावर हाउस में जाता है, उसी से मिलता है, उसी के मिलने की कामना है। यही तो हमारा मोक्ष है। तो अपने अपने ढंग से बहुत सारे हमारे समाज सुधारक व्याख्यान करते रहते हैं। इस अवसर पर मैं अधिक समय इसलिए भी नहीं ले सकता कि मैंने 2 गुना या 3 गुना समय ले लिया है। कुछ क्रमिक बात रखता, अगर कोई टॉपिक मेरे साथ होता तो मैं फिर उसी को लेकर के घंटा 45 मिनट 1.5 घंटा जो आप कहते मैं बोलता। लेकिन आपने तो मुझे इस सत्र में बुला लिया 5 मिनट के लिए, तो मैं क्या बोलूं, मेरे मन में हमेशा ये बना रहा। तो मैं अपने इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ अपने हमारे संयोजक और आमंत्रक डॉक्टर बालाजी गणोत्कर साहब को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि इतने बड़े समुदाय में, इस विद्वानों के समुदाय में मुझे बुला लिया है, एक अज्ञ को। क्योंकि ज्ञान की कोई सीमा नहीं है। कोई अगर कहता है मैं बहुत ज्ञानी हूं तो उससे बड़ा अज्ञानी कोई है ही नहीं। क्योंकि सत्यम ज्ञानम अनंतम ब्रह्म है। ये ज्ञान अनंत है, ब्रह्म रूप है, व्यापक है, तो उसमें एक छोटा सा मैं व्यक्ति निश्चित रूप से अपने को अज्ञ ही मानता हूं। हाँ, ईसत अर्थ में भी नए है, तो सर्वथा मूर्ख तो नहीं कह सकता, लेकिन ईसत जानकार हूं, कुछ जानता हूं। तो उस कुछ जानकारी को आपके सामने रख दिया है, और उपहास्य का पात्र भी बन सकता हूं इससे, लेकिन उसकी चिंता नहीं है, क्योंकि विद्वान लोग बहुत जानते हैं, वो समझते हैं कि क्या सीमा है, क्या कहा जा सकता है। मैं प्रणामांजलि अर्पित करता हूं और धन्यवाद देता हूं। पुनः जयतु भारतम, जयतु संस्कृतम।
धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर चौधरी साहब। आपने कहा मैंने दुगुना समय ले लिया, अच्छा है आपने चौगुना समय नहीं लिया, क्योंकि आपके नाम के हिसाब से तो आपको चौगुना लेना चाहिए था। धन्यवाद सर।
और आपकी व्यस्तता देखते हुए ही इस कार्यक्रम के संयोजन में आपको आमंत्रित किया गया था। बाकी अन्यथा मैं तो यह अपेक्षा करता था कि आप तीनों दिन यहाँ पर बैठकर हमें मार्गदर्शन करें, लेकिन आपकी प्रशासनिक व्यस्तताएं मुझे मालूम है, इसलिए मुझे क्षमा करेंगे। और अन्य अवसर पर निस्संदेह मैं आपको 3 दिन के लिए नहीं, 4 दिन के लिए आपको आमंत्रित करूंगा, और 4 दिन आप मेरे साथ रहेंगे।
रहना होगा, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। और मैं आप सब विद्वज्जनों को ये भी बता दूं कि अखिल भारतीय प्राच्य विद्या सम्मेलन आप सब जानते होंगे, अभी अभी हरिद्वार में नवंबर मास में 12 तारीख 12, 13, 14 को संपन्न हुआ। अभी गोदावरी मिश्र जी से बात हो रही थी, तो उसका 2018 में जो 49वां अधिवेशन होना है वो सोमनाथ संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय में होगा। उसकी भी तैयारी करनी होगी, प्रोफेसर चौधरी साहब को इतने व्यस्त है। तो अब मैं इस श्रृंखला में आमंत्रित करता हूं प्रोफेसर गोदावरी मिश्र साहब को। आइए, मद्रास विश्वविद्यालय दर्शन विभाग के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर गोदावरी मिश्र जी। श्लोकार्धेन कथयामि।
Good morning to all of you. I will start my 5 minutes felicitation with a Sanskrit Anushtup verse which I just noted down, in honor of our Sri A.M. Patel. Srimate Guruvaryaya Dada Amrita, that is the name, no?
Amba was the Amba.
Ambetyapara Satchidananda Rupaya Deshikaya Namo Namaha. I do not know Sanskrit, maybe there are mistakes. I hope there is not. Most esteemed Chairperson, Professor Bhatt, the Chairman of Indian Council of Philosophical Research, Professor Ramji Singh, Professor Chaudhary, Professor Dabe, Sagarji, and my most respected informal preceptor-like person who is present here amongst us by taking all pains to come over here in spite of his age and health, Sri Sagarmalji, and all respected galaxy of distinguished scholars. I don't see Professor Chakravarti. Where is he? Maybe I thought I forgot your name, or I have some problem in my sight. Sorry. Like that side I didn't. And I thank Basant Bhai, Lal Bhai, and also Harish Bhai, who is not here, who is here with us in his mind there. He must be thinking. The most vibrant person who has organized this meet, Balaji, for making it possible for me and all of us to be here. Friends, in this postmodern age, we are going through a type of thinking which is or which has brought modern predicaments for human existence. But the existential human problems remains to be the same in spite of postmodern thinking that has invaded our social, religious, philosophical problematics. Now, before we go on to the problems of postmodernism, we must see why it is what it is today. And it is because of modernity. What is modernity? The modernity is marked by science. And I would say, if you permit me to say, that the science, in spite of its great endowments that it has given us, it is like marrying a pishacha who sits on your head, and like the Bhasmasura who wants to kill the progeny, like the father, the origin, the place of its origin. That is what the science is all about. And coming to our country, that is India, that is Bharat, we do not have a science that has taken over our modern life and living. We didn't have. We have a tradition of Shastra. Shastra is a science which knows how to regulate itself. That is Shastra. If you ask me, we had a lot of discussion. Professor Bhatt was a participant. What is science in India? I always believed that science and Shastras, the same meaningful or same synonymous terms. However, science does not have a direction, whereas Shastra has a direction. And what is, if you ask me how to, another 2 minutes, Balaji, I will finish within 5 minutes. So what is science? How to, so the science which has come to us like a pishacha, like a Bhasmasura, how to regulate it? How to come out of the problematics that we are facing in science? And my solution is to give a direction to science. Now again, what is the problem of science? Science gives us drishti, but it does not give us darsana. Science gives us sight, but does not give us vision. Science gives us the capability to listen, but it does not give us sravana. There is no sravana in science. It makes you can put an ad, you can listen. The television can make you listen. All these things can happen, but you cannot have sravana. I don't have much time to talk about what is sravana, what is darsana, but that is a fact. It gives you skin, but it cannot give you release the touch. It does not have that faculty. Science gives us taste, how to taste. You can taste new things, but it cannot give you rasa swada. It gives you a nose, it can make you smell different varieties of smells, but it cannot give you the fragrance. Let me put it, I will say gandha ghrana anubhava, it cannot give you. It does not have that faculty at all. Science is, so to say, blind, because it has the endowments for enjoyment, but it has no direction how to regulate the enjoyment. It has fallen into a pit, it has fallen into a place from which it cannot come out. And therefore, we need to have a direction for science. Science is necessary, but it is not sufficient. Science is definitely necessary, but not sufficient. What is required, I will take another 1 minute, Dr. Balaji, to say that what is the analogy, how to come out of it. You have to make it holistic. How to make it holistic? I would like to say that we have to inject rationality. Rationality not in philosophical sense, sir. It is in like non-philosophical sense, rationality, because we have very great philosophers on the dais and behind, like in the audience. So just rationality. How do you do that? I would give the analogy of the Gajadanta, not a Kakadanta, Gajadanta. Gajadanta means, sir, outside what is available, inside it must be there. Like a tree, a powerful tree. It has roots below going as deep as it is available in the top. What I would like to say, the science, that the external world, the perceivable amount of dimension it has gone, same dimension must be inside to control the science. If that is not done, the science is going to kill us. And that is why, the rationality is gone. It has become berserk. It has no more there. I would like to say the horse of Rana Pratap Singh is much more rational than an IS soldier who is killing, or 26/11, 9/11, those people who perpetrators who have done what they have done. That horse was much more rational than these people. The science is making life miserable. And how to come out of it? It is only by injecting, as I told you, making an inroad inside, which can give a direction to science. Science is not wrong. How we use it with that becomes right or wrong. I'll finish my talk with one small thing. From the Upanishads again, because we have great scholars. Upanishad says, Param chikhani vyatrunat swayambhuhu tasmat param pashyati nantaratman kaschid dhiraha antaratmanam aishyat. Oh, all these things, the meaning is the sense organs have gone on a sojourn through the science, and therefore the science has become preeminent in our life. But that is not enough. What is enough is to be a person who can control science. Who can do that? Kaschid dhiraha. Professor Chaudhary was talking about Chaudhary word. No, I was thinking of something else also. I'll tell little later. So Kaschid dhiraha, some wise man, antaratmanam aikshat. He saw the inside portion of the teeth of the tusk of the tusker. Abrutta chakyu, not by opening its eyes, by closing his eyes. Amrutatva my ichan, by going in search of the immortality. And that is what is the holistic aspect of science, by bringing about a conglomerate, a marriage between the two, science and spirituality, science and trans science. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mishra. The range of your deliberation is very wide, but what I have conceived from your these thoughts, tasmat shastram pramanam te karya karya vyavasthito iti utava jnanam te hamsa vigyanam idam vakshamya sheshatah. Thank you very much, Professor Mishra. और अब मैं जेमना में बाळको चाहिए, आदरणीय भट्ट साहब, आप वडील और दवे साहब, अच्छा, अक्षरधाम केंद्र के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर जनक दवे. जनक शब्दનો અર્થ થાય છે પિતા, એટલે સર્જન કરવા વાળા. અક્ષરધામની જેટલી પણ ગતિવિધિ છે એ ગતિવિધિને ખૂબ જ સૂઝબૂઝ સાથે ઝીણવટ સાથે આપ વર્ષોથી કરી રહ્યા છો અને અક્ષરધામ જે દિલ્હીમાં બનેલું છે એમના આ પ્રત્યક્ષ દ્રષ્ટા આરંભથી ત્યાં નિરીક્ષક સંચાલક રહ્યા છો. આદરણીય પ્રોફેસર જનક દવે સાહેબ.
Friends, the organizers of Holistic Science Research Center, very respected Tapovruddha, Vayavruddha and Jnanavruddha, Professor Ramji Singh, Professor S.R. Bhatt, Professor Vice Chancellor Chaudhary Sahab, and friends in the audience. I want to finish in exactly 5 minutes. And I request them to stop the public address system if I exceed that. Friends, let me ask you one question, because, there should be a lot of dialogue rather than the monologue. How many of you know whether there is a public holiday for the poet of India? Public holiday. Whether it is Rabindranath or Kalidas, is there a public holiday for the national poet of India? I don't think so. Our neighbors have. Muhammad Iqbal's birthday is celebrated as national holiday in Pakistan. And what does he say? He says that the entire world, you take the most advanced countries of that time, Iran और ये जितने भी मुल्क है, ये सब खत्म हो गए हैं. कुछ बात है कि हस्ती मिटती नहीं हमारी. सदियों रहा है दुश्मन सारा जहां, सदियों रहा है दुश्मन दौरे जहां हमारा, सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा. What is that? What is that has kept you? Friend, that is our way of life, culture. And that culture is inclusive, that is holistic. And friends, the first scholar who used the word holism was a South African general of the army, J.N. Smutt. He has written a book 90 years ago. Evolution is noble unless you accept the best and discard what is not the best. And therefore, I was very much surprised when in Heidelberg University, I was invited, as a member from India to speak on Bhakti and Prapatti, for which, Professor Bhatt Sahab had also arranged a seminar in Akshardham. A professor who was, sitting there, most of them, young one, they said Hinduism is not a religion because Hinduism doesn't have a historical founder. If you talk about the historical founder, there must be a founder. You must know his name of father, mother, teacher, everybody. You know about, Jesus, you know about Prophet Muhammad. Do you know about who is the founder of Hinduism? Matsya, Kurma, Varaha. Do you know about their fathers and their teachers? You don't know. And second thing, the parameter they said, they must have one standard book, which is acceptable to all. Bible is acceptable to all. Quran is acceptable to all Muslims, whether Sufi, Shia, anybody. Which is one standard book accepted by all Hindus? Is it Vedas? No, I will say Gita. Other will say no, Bhagavad Puran. The followers of the Shiva will say no, Shiva Puran, Devi Puran. So you don't have, either the book or the founder about which the history. History is itihasa. It happened like this. You must have the proof. A great scholar sitting at the end, he raised his hand and said, "Can I say something, sir?" And he was such a great person. Just think, Dr. Radhakrishnan has come in this meeting. He is sitting and he is requesting Professor S.R. Bhatt Sahab, "Sir, can I say something?" He said, yes, sir, please come. Everybody invited him there. And then what he said, I am saying this again and again in all my seminar, what an extraordinary statement. He said, I want to ask one question to all of you. How many of you have heard the word a bouquet of flowers? So all of us raised the hands. He said, please tell me, in the bouquet of flowers, there is one kind of flower or many kind of flowers? So we said, no, sir, according to us, many kind of flowers. Okay, Does one kind of flower destroy the beauty and the fragrance of the other flowers? No, sir. Okay. And how many of you have heard the word salad ball? We raise the hands. Is there one item or two items or three items or four items in salad ball? We said, no, sir, there are more. 5, 6. What are you talking 5, 6? There are 60 items in Russian salad ball. Now tell me whether one item destroys the beauty of the other item, the taste and the texture. They said, no. Hinduism is a bouquet of flower. Hinduism is a salad ball, where everyone is accepted, irrespective of what you say. And friends, I will stop with one statement. When, there was a lot of discussion about what is dharma, whether it is a religion, whether it is a law, whether it is a way of life. What does our Shastra says? Tarko apratishthitaha, Shrutayo vivinna, naiko yas muti muni yasya matam pramanam, dharmasya tattvam nihitam guhayam, mahajano yena gatasya panchaha. There will always be mahajana, there will always be great person like Dada Bhagwan to follow us, to lead us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Jyotindra Dave. प्रोफेसर ज्योतिंद्र दवे, थैंक यू। और आपको सुनकर मुझे उपनिषद का एक और मंत्र याद आ गया भट्ट साहब, नित्यो नित्यानाम चेतनश्चेतनानाम एको बहूनाम यो विदधाति कामान तमात्मस्थम येनु पश्यन्ति धीराः तेषाम सुखम शाश्वतम नेतरेषाम। जो आपने बात कही, उपनिषद का मंत्र वही हमको प्रेरणा दे रहा है। और अब इस उद्घाटन सत्र के हमारे सर्वे ऑडियो सुनाएंगे। अच्छा,
yeah, Pujya Dadaji's message was given yesterday, and Pradeep bhai, let us listen to him.
ये विश्व में सुख और शांति।
આ સેમિનાર નેશનલ સેમિનાર છે અને આપણા ભારત નેશન માટે આટલી ભવ્ય અને અદ્ભુત સનાતનતાથી આટલા બધા કપરા હજારો વર્ષના કપરા કાળોની કસોટીઓમાંથી નીકળીને પણ આજે સનાતન સ્વરૂપે આ દાદા ભગવાનના અક્રમ વિજ્ઞાન મારફતે આજે રજૂ થઈ શકે છે। એના માટે આ સુંદર સેમિનાર ગોઠવાયું છે અને એમાં ભારતના લગભગ કેટલા 50-60 વિદ્વાનો બધા જ ધર્મના એમાં આવવાના છે અને પોતપોતાના મંતવ્યો રજૂ કરવાના છે। ઘણું મોટું સેમિનારનું આખું સામગ્રી સ્વરૂપે સંગઠન થશે, બધું સારી રીતે થશે, બધું સંગ્રહાયેલું રહેશે અને પછી પબ્લિશ પણ થશે। એટલે જેમને રસ હોય તે તો એમને મળશે જ। તો પરંતુ વસંતભાઈ સાહેબ, આપ આજે અહીંયા આવ્યા છો તો આપને ખાસ તમારી નમ્ર વિનંતી કે આ સેમિનારમાં આપણા ઇન્ડિયન કાઉન્સિલ ઓફ ફિલોસોફિકલ રિસર્ચ દિલ્હીમાં જે છે, JNU યુનિવર્સિટીમાં આપણા મહાત્મા છે SR ભટ્ટ કરીને, તે એમાં પ્રેસિડેન્શિયલ એડ્રેસ આપશે અને એમના સાથે રહીને આ સેમિનાર આખું ગોઠવાયું છે એમના સહયોગથી। તેના માટે ભટ્ટ સાહેબ આપને ખૂબ અભિનંદન આપીએ છીએ અને આપણા વિદ્વાનો આજે બધા ત્યાં આગળ સાથે રહી અને આના માટે જે વિચાર વિમર્શો કરશો કે જેથી માનવ જીવન કેવી રીતે આજના કાળમાં, કપરા કાળમાં પણ હોલિસ્ટિકલી એટલે કે પોતે પોતાના હિત માટે દરેકના જીવનમાં કેવી રીતે જીવી શકે એના માટે બને તેટલી સીધી સરળ ભાષાઓમાં રજૂ થાય અને આપણા પેપર્સ તો બધા બહુ વિચારપૂર્વકના રજૂ થવાના જ છે। તેમાં ભારતવાસીઓને સામાન્યપણે નાનામાં નાના માનવથી માંડીને સર્વ બધાઓ માટે આજે સરળતાથી બધાને પ્રાપ્ત થાય એના માટે ભટ્ટ સાહેબ ખાસ પ્રયત્ન કરજો. અમારા આપને ખૂબ આશીર્વાદ છે. વસંતભાઈ આપને ખૂબ આશીર્વાદ છે. ડૉક્ટર બાલાજી આપને ખૂબ આશીર્વાદ છે. અને આપણા વડીલ મહાત્માઓ છે અને તેમાં આપતું પુત્ર ગણ આખું જે હશે તે બધા ભાગ લેશે એ બધાને અમારા ખૂબ આશીર્વાદ છે. અને આ દાદાનો સંદેશો માનવ જાત માટે, ભારતીયો માટે એક સૂત્રતાએ કરીને બધા કેવી રીતે જીવી શકીએ આવી વિવિધતામાં જબરજસ્તની વિવિધતા છે. આજે જ્યાં જોઈએ ત્યાં એક જ વાંચવા મળે કે વિવિધતા, અને એના માટે અમારા ખૂબ આશીર્વાદ છે. तो बालाजी साहब हिंदी में हमें आपको संदेशा है कि दादा भगवान का है संदेश, उनकी विचारधारा और उनका जो दर्शन है, भारतीय दर्शन, जो वैश्विक दर्शन है, वो दर्शन को सामान्य लोग की भाषा में सही ढंग से पहुंच सके सभी के लिए, वो उद्देश्य से आप इस सेमिनार में शक्य इतने सभी प्रयत्न से आप सफल हो, ऐसी आपको मेरा आशीर्वाद है. हमें जरूर लगता है कि सेमिनार का लाभ सभी को सही ढंग से अपने खुद के हित के लिए, खुद के जीवन के हित के लिए सभी को सही ढंग से मिलेगा ही, ये मेरा आशीर्वाद है. तो जरूर ये सेमिनार आप सफलता से प्राप्त करो और समाप्त करो, और उनका जो लाभ है वो सभी को मिले, वैसा अक्रम विज्ञान में भी उसका रिपोर्ट भेजते रहो तो सभी महात्माओं को मालूम हो जाए. मेरा खूब आशीर्वाद है के कारण के लिए. जय सच्चिदानंद.
जय सच्चिदानंद. पूज्य, आप कहेंगे कुछ वर्षा? पूज्य तत्व दृष्टा दादा कनु दादा का ये हमने संदेश सुना. मैं एक थोड़ा सा टाइम लेता हूं. भट्ट साहब, कनु शब्द जो है, हम लोग वैयाकरण, जैसे चौधरी साहब ने कहा, व्याकरण जो पढ़ते हैं वो फिर ढूंढते रहते हैं शब्दों को और अर्थों को, तो इसलिए मैं थोड़ी लिबर्टी ले रहा हूं, मुझे आप क्षमा करेंगे सब विद्वज्जन. कनु कृष्ण का वाचक है. कनु भाई, कांजी भाई, कन्हैयो, काना, ये सब कृष्ण के अपभ्रंश जो है वो है. तो कृष्ण को सुना. और दादाजी का नाम अभी आप पूछ रहे थे, वो अंबालाल मिश्र जी, प्रोफेसर मिश्र पूछ रहे थे, अंबालाल पटेल. अंब शब्द या अंबा शब्द मातृवाचक है, मां को अंबा बोलते हैं. अंबा मां हम सब गुजरात के लोग जानते हैं, संस्कृत के लोग भी अंबा, अंब. और ये जो ज्ञान हम जिसके लिए इकट्ठे हुए हैं और जिनको पढ़ा सुना और हम सुनेंगे, वो एक ऐसा व्यक्तित्व है जो मातृत्वपूर्ण है. और मां का मतलब होता है सब कुछ. गॉड कैन नॉट बी एवरीवेयर, सो ही क्रिएटेड मदर. तो मातृत्व शक्ति यानी जिनके पास सब कुछ है, जिन्होंने आत्म साक्षात्कार किया, और वे अब हमारे सामने दादा भगवान के रूप में है, और उनका दर्शन, उनके विचार, उनके उपदेश जो प्रचारित कर रहे हैं लिखित रूप में, भाषण से, पूरे विश्व में पूरी टीम है. मैं उनको देखता हूं, चाहे वो योगेश जी हो, चाहे लालजी भाई हो, वसंत भाई हो, हरीश भाई हो, बालाजी, बहुत सारे लोग और युवा लोग जो उसमें जुड़े हुए हैं. बहुत प्रसन्नता होती है, सब विद्वज्जनों को भी आनंद होता होगा. तो ये शुभ काम वो पूरे विश्व में ये चेतना, ये अनुभव का सब आनंद लें और उसका प्रचार हो, ये इस गोष्ठी का भी लक्ष्य है. तो अब मैं इस उद्घाटन सत्र के हमारे जो अध्यक्ष है आदरणीय भट्ट साहब, उनको आमंत्रित करता हूं, वे अपने वक्तव्य से हम लोगों को आप्यायित करें. प्रोफेसर एस.आर. भट्ट.
My salutations to multiple divine manifestations, beginning with the Panchapar mysteries, Vishnu, Shiva, Ganesha, and in fact, all of you. I have been associated with this research institute right from its very foundation, along with Pujya Shri Kanu Dadaji, Shri Vasant Bhai, Shri Uttam Bhai, Shailesh and others. And we had several national and international seminars, the proceedings of which were also published in the form of a journal. I am happy to be associated with today's organization, and I, on behalf of this foundation, welcome all of you. I also welcome you on behalf of Indian Council of Philosophical Research, which is also a collaborator with this organization. I have been in close association with Vasant Bhai, Tarulita Ben, Shailesh Bhai, Shaileshanandji and others, and all of us have worked hard to propagate the divine message of Dada Bhagwan. In fact, his message is both a vision and a mission. He has visualized the nature of reality and the mode of living in accordance with that particular vision. He made a clear distinction between the real and the relative, and pointed out the organic relationship between the relative and the real. We have to value the relative, but then we have to transcend the relative and reach to the real. In fact, in our tradition also, we have made a distinction between Paramartha and Vyavahara. And importance of Vyavahara also has been recognized. Vyavaharam anaditya paramartho na deshyate. But then, how should we lead our worldly life? That's very important. Dada Bhagwan emphasized on that. He has theorized about the nature of reality, but gave more importance to the mode of living, a virtuous mode of living, such a mode of living which can heighten our existence. And therefore, we have to emphasize the practical side of Dada Bhagwan's teaching. All is not well with our empirical scenario, and much is to be desired. We must therefore have a value schema on the basis of which we can lead a holistic life. The word holistic is very rich in its content and also is very much diversified. It's a synthesis of the real and the relative. It's a synthesis of the composite nature of human existence, consisting of Deha, Prana, Mana, Buddhi, Ahankar, and Atma. It's also a synthesis of the individual and the family, individual and the society, individual and the nation, individual and the entire cosmos. This is another dimension of holism. In holism, we also take into account the organic relationship of interdependence. We have a dependent origination, but interdependent existence. This is cosmic. In fact, in modern quantum science also, we talk of this sort of interdependence, which has been highlighted already in Indian culture. Indian culture has always been holistic and integral. We have diversity. We appreciate diversity. And Kanu Dadaji in his message also emphasized the diversity of not only Indian culture, it is diversity of the entire cosmos. But at the same time, there is unifying element which ties us, which binds us. So in our practical living also, we have to emphasize both the unity as well as the multiplicity. This is the vision of Dada Bhagwan. And we have to, therefore, carry forward this vision, because all is not well with the global existential scenario. There are conflicts, there are situations of violence, there are mutual acrimonies, and so forth. Not only, in fact, there is a conflict within the individual, within the family, within the community, within the nation, and within the entire cosmos. At every level you have this sort of conflicts and acrimonies. And therefore, a holistic vision alone can be the surest way, and perhaps the only way to ameliorate the present day ills. And therefore, the message of Dada Bhagwan is very much relevant, is very much practical, very much beneficial, and therefore it must be disseminated all over the world. Of course, we do have centers in different parts of the world. American center is much more active, Vasant Bhai and Shailesh Bhai, and also Radheji, who is not present here, but he is also quite active. Silashananji also has been moving around and giving, I think, very enlightening lectures on the vision of Dada Bhagwan. I hope that we may also undertake that sort of thing. That's why I thought that Indian Council of Philosophical Research should also be associated with this particular organization. I hope that in future we shall have more such activities, not only within our country, but also outside. I think we had one seminar organized in Oak Ridge, in Vasant Bhai's residence and hotel. And we have brought out the proceedings also. I think we should have more such conferences, not only in USA, but also in UK and Canada and New Zealand and other parts of the world, so that people should know about, because the vision of Dada Bhagwan presents the crux of Indian culture, the very essence of Indian culture. And it is this which the whole world is now looking for. The world, which is beset with wars and violence, is looking for a solution. And this is a very easy solution, provided we put it in a simple language, not in a very scholarly wordings, citing verses from the scriptures, etc., but in ordinary people's language. If we can do that, I think we shall be doing great service to the vision of Dada Bhagwan. That will be our best homage to Dada Bhagwan and also to the efforts of Pujya Shri Kanu Dadaji. Thank you very much. It's not time for me to deliver a lecture. Time is short and we are already late. But say in the next session, I shall have some occasion to speak more on this particular problem. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद भट्ट साहब। पहले की इस उद्घाटन विधि की जो अंतिम विधि है धन्यवाद ज्ञापन वो हो, उससे पहले मैं आपको सूचना दे दूं कि टी ब्रेक होगा जो संक्षिप्त है, 7 मिनट के अंदर हमारे निदेशक महोदय ने कहा है जल्दी चाय पी के वापस आना है। और उस प्लेनरी सेशन के अध्यक्ष है भट्ट साहब और उसमें भाग लेंगे। स्पीकर्स है प्रोफेसर गोदावरीश मिश्र जी, जिनको आपने अभी सुना, प्रोफेसर सागरमल साहब, जैन साहब, प्रोफेसर धर्म सिंह जी, डॉक्टर अनिंदिता बालसे मैडम और डॉक्टर शैलेश मेहता जी, ये प्लेनरी सेशन में है, फर्स्ट सेशन में। तो अब मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए श्री योगेश शुक्ल जी, जो कि होलिस्टिक साइंस रिसर्च सेंटर के पंजीयक है, रजिस्ट्रार है, योगेश जी आइए धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए।
Jai Satchidanand. I am taking this opportunity to thank the members who are itself or himself is one institute. First, I thank Vice Chancellor of Somnath University to join us and kept there as a part of the universe. ICPR is a big name and it has given the recognition to the Dada's knowledge and wisdom. Also, Janak Bhai Dave. So I cannot say anything except that he is our person. Kudabji Mishra is a center of holistic science. Ramji Singh is our Dada, just like a Dada to us. And Baldevanand Sagar is my most honorable friend. And I would like to have a very long and heartily relation with all this. And I also congratulate all to make this occasion very as per the wish of the Dada Bhagwan. So again, I thank you all of us and joined us. And we become the part of the universe to visualize the vision of Dada Bhagwan. Thank you.
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद योगेश भाई। और जैसे कि कार्यक्रम संपन्न होता है तो हम लोग शांति पाठ करते हैं। हम शांति पाठ के लिए राष्ट्रगान का उच्चारण करेंगे, सब खड़े होके। हाँ, मैं भी आप मेरे पास तो है, आप माइक पे आइए। हाँ, आइए शुरू करेंगे। जन मन गण अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे। सात मिनट के टी ब्रेक के बाद हम सब लोग फिर यहाँ मिल रहे हैं। धन्यवाद। हम तो
Listener, there's a break for 7 minutes.
हम बाय रोड ये
शरीर का काटे तो जैसा दुख होता है, ऐसे भौतिक चीज हानि में परिग्रह क्या है दिखता है। कोई अंग शरीर का काटे तो जैसा दुख होता है। सब राग का होता है कभी अंत, द्वेष से बढ़ते जन्म अनंत। ममता को डोरी मिलती है, मन मेरा कहे कि लपटता है। कोई अंग शरीर का काटे तो जैसा दुख होता है। आसक्ति जमकर बढ़ती है, संघर्षण बुद्धि रचती है। उस ध्येय की पूर्ति करने को दिन रात मशीनरी चलती है। कोई अंग शरीर का काटे तो जैसा दुख होता है। तन माया में लपटा हुआ, अपना शक्ति में डूबा है। खुद ज्ञान से झगमग प्रज्ञा से थोड़ा सूक्ष्म परिग्रह छुटता है। कोई अंग शरीर का काटे तो विश्व की ये भव्यता तेरी है, तेरी तरफ प्रशंसा मेरी है।
विश्व की ये भव्यता तेरी है, तेरी तरफ प्रशंसा मेरी है।
सर्व अंगे पवित्रता वेदी है, अद्वितीय महानता ऐसी है।
सर्व अंगे पवित्रता वेदी है, अद्वितीय महानता ऐसी है।
विश्व की ये भव्यता तेरी है, तेरी तरफ प्रशंसा मेरी है।
विश्व की ये भव्यता तेरी है, तेरी तरफ प्रशंसा मेरी है।
इसीलिए मैं आपका शरणार्थी हूँ, आपकी ही करुणा का प्यासी हूँ।
इसीलिए मैं आपका शरणार्थी हूँ, आपकी ही करुणा का प्यासी हूँ।
कृपावंत दयालु है जगपालक, भूल मेरी माफ कर दे मालक।
कृपावंत दयालु है जगपालक, भूल मेरी माफ कर दे मालक।
कयामत के दिन का मैं तो बालक, व्यवस्थित सत्ता का तू ही चालक।
कयामत के दिन का मैं तो बालक, व्यवस्थित सत्ता का तू ही चालक।
जिसके पर कृपा हुई तेरी है, वो ही राह बता दे दादा कैसी है।
जिसके पर कृपा हुई तेरी है, वो ही राह बता दे दादा कैसी है।
सपने में भी आह भरी तेरे नाम की, इबादत में शामिल होगी बंदगी।
सपने में भी आह भरी तेरे नाम की, इबादत में शामिल होगी बंदगी।
जहाँ शिवम प्रियम बजम तेरी है, वो गली दिखा दो दादा दिव्य दृष्टि से।
जहाँ शिवम प्रियम भजन तेरी है, वो गली दिखा दो दादा दिव्य दृष्टि से।
तू ही एक कबीर ही का प्रेमी है, खुद को पहचाना खुदा ये ही है।
तू ही एक कबीर ही का प्रेमी है, खुद को पहचाना खुदा ये ही है।
जिसकी भक्ति आपको भी प्यारी है, वो ही राह चला दे दादा प्रेम शक्ति दे।
जिसकी भक्ति आपको भी प्यारी है, वो ही राह चला दे दादा प्रेम शक्ति दे।
जहाँ चरण चले वहाँ सबका भला हो, चलते फिरते इंसानों का तीर्थ खड़ा हो।
जहाँ चरण चले वहाँ सबका भला हो, चलते फिरते इंसानों का तीर्थ खड़ा हो।
आपकी रहम नजर का प्यासी हूँ, अल्लाह ताला दादा का नमाजी हूँ।
आपकी रहम नजर का प्यासी हूँ, अल्लाह ताला दादा का नमाजी हूँ।
विश्व की ये भव्यता तेरी है, तेरी तरफ प्रशंसा मेरी है।
विश्व की ये भव्यता तेरी है, तेरी तरफ प्रशंसा मेरी है।
आपकी रहम नजर का प्यासी हूँ, अल्लाह ताला दादा का नमाजी हूँ।
आपकी रहम नजर का प्यासी हूँ, अल्लाह ताला दादा का नमाजी हूँ,
अल्लाह ताला दादा का नमाजी हूँ, अल्लाह ताला दादा का नमाजी हूँ, अल्लाह ताला दादा का नमाजी हूँ, अल्लाह ताला दादा का नमाजी हूँ, अल्लाह ताला दादा का नमाजी हूँ, अल्लाह ताला दादा का नमाजी हूँ, अल्लाह ताला दादा का नमाजी हूँ, अल्लाह ताला दादा का नमाजी हूँ।
निज स्वभाव से सदगुरु गुरु लघु सर्वज्ञ है, सूक्ष्मतमा सिद्ध परम गुरु सत्यम निश्चयवाद है। तेत्रिस कोटि दैवगण विश्वहितार्थे स्वागतम्, जग कल्याणक यज्ञ में मंगलमय दो आशीषम्। सिद्ध स्वरूपी मूर्तमो गलती भूल को माफी दो, व्यवहारे सद्बुद्धि हो, निश्चय में अभिवृद्धि हो। नमो सीताणम
सच्चिदानंद। आदरणीय प्रोफेसर सागरमल जी जैन साहब आपको मंच पर ले आएंगे। जीवन और जीवन यापन विधि का पूर्णतावादी विज्ञान, होलिस्टिक साइंस ऑफ लाइफ एंड लिविंग, इसके इस प्रथम सत्र में अध्यक्ष भट्ट साहब विराजमान हैं और प्रोफेसर सागरमल जी जैन साहब आ रहे हैं। साथ ही में मैं आमंत्रित करूंगा प्रोफेसर धर्म सिंह जी को, मैडम डॉक्टर अनिंदिता बालसेव मैडम और डॉक्टर शैलेश मेहता। सभी विद्वान बहुश्रुत बहुपठित हैं और वे चाहे तो लगातार कई घंटों तक बोल सकते हैं, लेकिन हमारी पास है उस समय मर्यादा के लिए केवल, मुझे क्षमा करे विद्वज्जन, मैं ये घोषणा कर रहा हूं कि 25-25 मिनट का समय मुझे निर्दिष्ट किया गया है। लंच ब्रेक 1:15 का है। अच्छा, 20-20 मिनट का। मैं अभी कह रहा था ना, मिश्र जी से कह रहा था, मिश्र जी पूछ रहे थे डॉक्टर बालाजी से कि कितना समय। हाँ, तो मैंने आपको कहा कि श्लोकार्धेन कथयामि यदुक्तम ग्रंथ कोटि भी, तो विद्वान तो समाहार भी कर देंगे और विस्तार समास भी कर देंगे, वो तो उनकी क्षमता है। तो 20 मिनट का समय है मैडम अनिंदिता जी, राइट। सो हम इसका शुभारंभ करते हैं और मैं डॉक्टर बालाजी के बारे में मुझे कुछ कहना था उद्घाटन सत्र में ही, लेकिन मैं अब कह दूं आप विद्वज्जनों के सामने। मैं नहीं आ पा रहा था इस गोष्ठी में कुछ पारिवारिक कारणों की वजह से, और उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं आप आओ, एक दिन के लिए भी आओ। जी 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 भट्ट साहब, मैं आपका बच्चा हूं इसलिए लिबर्टी लेता हूं वैसे। तो कोई पत्र अपना तैयार करके भेजा करीब रात के 11 बजे, तो 2:30 बजे उन्होंने उसका जवाब दिया। दूसरे दिन सुबह LD पटेल साहब के साथ उनसे बात हुई, तो मैंने कहा आप सोते हैं कि नहीं सोते हैं, क्योंकि रात को 2:30 बजे ईमेल का जवाब देगा वो व्यक्ति कब सोता होगा। तो ये सारा श्रम सूत्रधार जो है डॉक्टर बालाजी गणोरकर साहब, आइए और विद्वज्जनों का सम्मान विधि आप कीजिए, उसके बाद आरंभ करते हैं। आदरणीय भट्ट साहब उपक्रम के रूप में कुछ कहेंगे। अच्छा ठीक है, तो मैं आदरणीय भट्ट साहब को आमंत्रित करता हूं। हाँ हाँ ठीक है, भट्ट साहब बोलते हैं उसके बाद कर लेते हैं। भट्ट साहब सर।
Friends, the crux of Dada Bhagwan's vision can be summarized in one sentence: Dve satye samashritya Dada Bhagwanasya dharma darshanam. His entire philosophy comprises of a twofold approaches to reality and mode of living. One is the Paramarthika and the other is the Vyavharika. Ultimately, the reality is one. And we have to experience one with the reality. And the nature of the reality is that we are Shuddhatma. We are pure soul. We are not contaminated soul. Contamination is accidental, adventitious. We are pure soul and we have to realize the purity of our soul. As Shankaracharya says, Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham. And that Ananda is different from Sukha. Dada Bhagwan has clearly drawn a distinction between empirical Sukha and the Charvananda, Paramananda. So that is the nature of the real. The relative is the empirical world. It's not created by any person. There is no creator God. There is an implicit order. Dada Bhagwan calls it as Vyavasthita Shakti. There is implicit order which regulates this cosmos. But we, the human beings, who are endowed with free will, introduce disorder, vitiate the order. We are responsible for that. Our freedom sometimes is misused by us, and therefore we have to be responsible. Of us. And Dada Bhagwan wants us that we should therefore lead a pious, a virtuous life. And for that, we must know our inner self as also the outer world, the outer universe. In Dada Bhagwan, we have therefore, in his, you can say, mode of living, two very catchy words. One is Vitaraga. He names it Vitaraga Vijnana. Science. Science means a systematic understanding of the nature of reality with a view to be profited therefrom. The latter part is very important, with a view to be profited therefrom. It's not merely a theoretical enterprise, but it has a built-in practical orientation. So this term Vitaraga Vijnana is very significant, pregnant with the rich idea that we have therefore to be dispassionate in all our worldly activity. We have to discharge our functions, but without any raga, and also without any dvesha also, if so. So Vitaraga Vijnana is a very essential message of Dada Bhagwan. And for that, he has given us a particular mode of sadhana, which is known as Akrama Vijnana. Another important corollary of his vision. There can be kramik sadhana, but there can also be akramik sadhana. Kramik sadhana is slow, but akrama is something which is to be immediately realized by proper knowledge. Only if we have samyak jnana, we can have samyak charitra, and if you have samyak charitra, definitely it will lead to realization of moksha. Of our life. And Dada Bhagwan has on that particular. In fact, his vision therefore is say both holistic and inclusive. All dimensions of reality, all dimensions of our life. I don't want to go into details. In some of my papers on his philosophy, I have dwelt upon that, and I don't want to repeat that. Now I call upon the learned, we have, say, five learned scholars. Brevity is an art, and a scholar must be efficient in brevity. In a synoptic way, you can present your views in a very simplified, logical, and methodical manner. I therefore request the learned scholars to make their presentations so that we may be benefited, be profited for learning and expertise, and also their rich experiences. So please call upon them in order.
LD पटेल साहब, हमारे बीच आदरणीय वयोवृद्ध ज्ञान वृद्ध प्रोफेसर सागरमल साहब हैं, उनको सम्मानित करेंगे शॉल और मोमेंटो देके। सागरमल साहब। प्रोफेसर सागरमल जी जैन। प्रोफेसर सागरमल जैन साहब, आप वहीं से बैठकर हमें आशीर्वाद देंगे और अपना वक्तव्य ऑन है हेमंत, उनको थोड़ा एडजस्ट थोड़ा सा।
न केवल वयोवृद्ध हैं, तपोवृद्ध भी हैं, बहुत सारी इनकी रचनाएं हैं और इन्होंने दादा भगवान के विचारों को जैन धर्म से की और अभिवृद्धि की बतलाया है। इनके जैन धर्म के इतिहास में इन्होंने बतलाया है कि दिस इज द लेटेस्ट फॉर्म ऑफ जैनिज्म। इनफैक्ट दादा भगवान में हमें सिंथेसिस मिलती है जैनिज्म, वैष्णविज्म और वेदांत। सागरमल जी।
भवबीजाङ्कुरजनना रागद्भ्यासयमुपागताय यस्य ब्रह्मा वा विष्णुर्वा हरो वा जिनो वा नमस्तस्मै नमस्तस्मै। आदरणीय भाई भट्ट साहब, उपस्थित मित्रों, बात कहाँ से प्रारंभ करें। दादा भगवान के इस पवित्र क्षेत्र के अंदर यह सेमिनार हो रहा है, तो वहीं से मैं अपनी बात का प्रारंभ करता हूँ। दादा भगवान ने, जैसा अभी भट्ट साहब ने आपके सामने कहा, दादा भगवान ने जो विशेष बात कही वह कही समन्वय की। और उस समन्वय में जैसा कि आप देखते हैं उनका मंदिर भी जो बनता है उसमें श्रीविंदर स्वामी एक और जो है वह श्री कृष्ण और दूसरी ओर शिव जो है वह होते हैं। तो इस प्रकार से उन्होंने समन्वय का एक सूत्र हमको दिया है। लेकिन यह समन्वय का सूत्र मैं नहीं समझता कि केवल जैनों की अनेकांतवाद के द्वारा या वेदांतियों की उपनिषदों के द्वारा ही अभिव्यक्ति हो। यह एक जीवन का सत्य है और जिसका अनुभव सबने किया है। मैं आपसे बात करूं, उपनिषदों से प्रारंभ करें तो ईशावास्य उपनिषद को अगर आप देखें तो वह हर जगह समन्वय की बात करता है। ईशावास्य इदम सर्वम यत्किंचित जगत्या जगत केन त्यक्तेन भुंजिता माग्रत कश्चित् धनम तेन त्यक्तेन भुंजिता। त्याग पूर्वक भोग, भोग और त्याग में समन्वय की यह बात जो उपनिषद कर रहा है वह कैसा, उसमें भी आपको समझना चाहिए गहराई से। तेन त्यक्तेन भुंजिता, पहले त्याग और फिर भोग। आज हमारी स्थिति बदलती जा रही है। हम पहले भोग और उसके बाद त्याग की बात करते हैं। लेकिन उपनिषदकार ने जो बात कही थी कि तेन त्यक्तेन भुंजिता, त्याग करो फिर भोग का अधिकार है तुम्हें। भोग का अधिकार है, विद्या और अविद्या दोनों का अधिकार है आपके पास में। लेकिन किसको किस समय किस रूप में देखना चाहिए यह समझने की बात। आज सेमिनार जो है होलिस्टिक साइंस पर हो रहा है, आध्यात्मिक विज्ञान। तो आध्यात्मिक विज्ञान है क्या? एक चीज हमको समझ लेना चाहिए कि विज्ञान आवश्यक है। मनुष्य के पास दो चीजें हैं, अनुभूति और अभिव्यक्ति। अभिव्यक्ति का जहां तक काम है वह विज्ञान का काम है, लेकिन विज्ञान के पास कोई अनुभूति नहीं है।
विज्ञान, जैसा विनोबा जी ने कहा था, विज्ञान चाकू बना सकता है, लेकिन चाकू का कहाँ, कब और कैसे उपयोग करना, यह केवल अध्यात्म ही हमको सिखा सकता है। तो हमको अध्यात्म और विज्ञान दोनों को साथ लेकर के चलना होगा। जीवन में तथ्यों की बात विज्ञान कर सकता है, लेकिन उन तथ्यों का उपयोग किस दृष्टि से हो, यह बात तो हमको अध्यात्म ही बताएगा। तो अध्यात्म और विज्ञान दोनों को अलग अलग करके देखने की जो पश्चिम की प्रवृत्ति रही, वह एक उचित प्रवृत्ति नहीं रही है। अब आप समझिए कि उनके यहाँ एक सिद्धांत है, स्ट्रगल फॉर एग्जिस्टेंस एंड सर्वाइवल ऑफ द फिटेस्ट। अब भारतीय परंपरा में जो है वह जो सिद्धांत था, वह सबके समन्वय का सिद्धांत था। सहना बहुतु सहनु भुनक्तु सवीर्य करवा वहे तेजस्वी नाम अवधि तमस्तु। तो वहां एक समन्वय की बात की गई थी, लेकिन उस समन्वय को हमने छोड़ दिया। दादा भगवान ने उसी को जीवित करने का प्रयत्न किया है कि समन्वय को लेकर के चलना पड़ेगा। सारे उपनिषद अगर आप देखें तो अध्यात्म और विज्ञान का समन्वय है। ईशावास्य उपनिषद के तो 18 ही श्लोक, गांधी जी उसके बारे में कहते थे कि अगर संपूर्ण भारतीय संस्कृति नष्ट हो जाए, भारतीय साहित्य नष्ट हो जाए और ईशावास्य का उपनिषद का एक श्लोक अगर मेरे पास बचा रहे, तो मैं पूरी भारतीय संस्कृति को खड़ा। तो ईशावास्य का यह श्लोक जो है वह हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति का परिचायक है। जैनिज्म के अंदर भी अगर आप देखें तो सम्यक ज्ञान दर्शन चारित्राणि मोक्ष मार्ग ये कहा गया है, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि ज्ञान दर्शन और चारित्र अलग अलग मोक्ष के मार्ग है। आप संस्कृत भाषा की दृष्टि से उसको देखेंगे तो मोक्ष मार्गा नहीं कहा, मोक्ष मार्ग कहा है। इसका मतलब यह है कि सम्यक दर्शन, सम्यक ज्ञान, सम्यक चारित्र से मोक्ष होता है। इसी दृष्टि को अगर आप और आगे आज के युग की दृष्टि से देखें तो हमारे पास में दो तत्व है, अनुभूति और अभिव्यक्ति। अभिव्यक्ति अलग अलग होगी, लेकिन अनुभूति एक ही होगी। हमारी पुरानी परंपरा में कहते थे कि भगवान गूंगे का गुड़ है, वह गुड़ का स्वाद 10 गूंगों को दे दे तो वह गुड़ का स्वाद एक सरी का ही अनुभव करेंगे, लेकिन 10 विद्वानों को अगर दे दें तो वे 10 विद्वान उस गुड़ के स्वाद के बारे में 10 तरह के कमेंट करेंगे। तो विज्ञान की बात अगर मैं आपके सामने कहूं तो विज्ञान का काम है कि वह तोड़ता है, विश्लेषण करता है। उसकी पद्धति ही विश्लेषण की है, मैंने टुकड़े टुकड़े करके देखो। और अध्यात्म जो है वह एक अनुभूति को पकड़ता है, अनुभूति की एकात्मता को पकड़ता है। और इसलिए हमको इस बात को समझना होगा कि विज्ञान के सहारे चलना है कि अध्यात्म के सहारे चलना है। विज्ञान आवश्यक है, विज्ञान के बिना जिया नहीं जा सकेगा। आज के जमाने में अगर मोबाइल आया है तो उसका उपयोग करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन मोबाइल का उपयोग किस दृष्टि से और किस काम के लिए करें, यह आपको विचार करना पड़ेगा। वह लव अफेयर्स का साधन बन के ही न रह जाए, इस बात का विचार आपको करना पड़ेगा। तो विज्ञान की हर चीज पर अध्यात्म का एक मोहर लगनी आवश्यक है। जब तक अध्यात्म की मोहर नहीं लगती तब तक वह विज्ञान अधूरा रहता है। तो हमने जो होलिस्टिक साइंस की बात की है, आध्यात्मिक विज्ञान, आत्मा का विज्ञान, उसको समझना होगा। और जैसा कि ये अभी आपके सामने कहा जा रहा था कि वस्तु आत्मा का विज्ञान क्या, आत्मा जैन दर्शन के अंदर कहा गया कि आत्मा स्वरूप में रहे, स्वभाव में रहे तो वह ठीक है, और अगर वह विभाव में जाए तो वही गड़बड़ करती है। मने मनुष्यानाम कारण बंध मोक्ष, भारतीय संस्कृति का उद्घोष। मनुष्य का मन ही जो है वह उसके बंधन और मुक्ति का कारण होता है। अब जो बंधन का कारण है वही मुक्ति का कारण कैसे हो जाए। अब आप अगर देखें भारतीय जो ध्यान पद्धतियां हैं या भारतीय जो है वह योग पद्धतियां हैं, तो उनके अंदर आप देखें तो वो अंत में परिभाषा अलग अलग करते हैं, डिटेल से चर्चा भी करते हैं, लेकिन अंत में कहते हैं कि योगस चित्त वृत्ति निरोध, चित्त की वृत्तियों का निरोध हो जाए। जैन दर्शन में कहा गया कि योग जब अयोग हो जाए तभी साधना परिपूर्ण होती है, क्योंकि मनुष्य बुद्धिज्म में कहा गया कि जो विकल्पों में जीता है वह विकल्प तो खड़े करता जाएगा, और विकल्प खड़े करेगा तो आज की भाषा में कहूँ हर विकल्प एक टेंशन को लेके आएगा। विकल्पों से मुक्ति जो भारतीय संस्कृति का मूल मंत्र रहा है, सभी परंपराओं में रहा है, उसको गहराई से समझना होगा। जब तक हम उसको गहराई से समझेंगे नहीं तब तक उसका कोई अर्थ नहीं। एक बात और कहना चाहता हूं कि धर्म के नाम पर ज्ञान और दर्शन की बात बहुत कही जाती है, लेकिन चारित्र का पक्ष भुला दिया। मुक्ति कब होगी? बिना चारित्र के हो जाएगी? बहुत बड़ा ज्ञानी हो जाए। जैन परंपरा के अंदर कहा गया कि 10 पूर्व से कुछ कम का ज्ञान हो और गौतम स्वामी जैसी सा रहेगा। क्यों? क्योंकि विजन उसका ठीक नहीं है। इसलिए आवश्यक यह है कि हम सबसे पहले, आप सब यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, मैं पूछूं ईमानदारी से कि आप सब अपनी वर्तमान अवस्था से संतुष्ट हैं क्या? पाना चाहते हैं, कुछ पाना चाहते हैं, तो उसके लिए आपको क्या करना होगा? अगर दशा को बदलना चाहते हैं तो दिशा और दृष्टि को बदलना होगा। बिना दृष्टि को बदले दशा नहीं बदली जा सकती, और दशा के बदले बिना जो है वह जीवन का सार्थकता नाम की कोई चीज नहीं रह जाती। तो दशा और दिशा बदलना चाहते हैं, लेकिन दृष्टि बदलना कोई नहीं चाहता। दादा भगवान ने जो काम किया था, उन्होंने कहा था, जो क्रम और अविक्रम विज्ञान की बात कही थी, वह यही थी कि वस्तुतः अगर दृष्टि बदल जाए तो सारा संसार बदल जाएगा। दृष्टि को बदलने की, विजन को बदलने की आज आवश्यकता है। आज विजन में से अध्यात्म गायब हो गया है और केवल मात्र, जिसको कहे कि एक आचरण का खोखा बच गया है। तो जब तक विज्ञान या अध्यात्म जो है वह केंद्रीभूत नहीं होगा, तब तक हम एक सार्थक जीवन की कल्पना नहीं कर सकते। और यही बात दादा भगवान ने कही थी कि अगर सार्थक जीवन जीना है तो कहीं न कहीं आपको अध्यात्म और विज्ञान का समन्वय करके चलना पड़ेगा। इस युग में हम चाहें कि विज्ञान को नकार दें तो यह भी संभव नहीं है, लेकिन अध्यात्म को नकार करके और विज्ञान जो है वह खड़ा नहीं हो सकता। जैसा मैं आपसे पहले कह चुका हूं कि वस्तुतः पश्चिम ने एक विजन दिया कि स्ट्रगल फॉर अस्तित्व के लिए संघर्ष, ये डार्विन की थ्योरी। परस्पर उपग्रहो जीवानाम, ये जैनिज्म का सिद्धांत था कि जीवन एक दूसरे के सहारे चलेगा। बुद्धिज्म ने वही पंच स्कंदवाद के माध्यम से उसी बात को कहा था कि बिना सहारे के आप एक दूसरे के जीवन को नहीं चला सके। तो जीवन में सहयोग आवश्यक है, लेकिन सहयोग की दृष्टि तो हो न, सहयोग लेना तो सीखे न। जब तक सहयोग को लेने की दृष्टि का विकास नहीं होगा, और सहयोग लेने और सहयोग देने, क्योंकि सहयोग जो है वह लिया भी जा सकता है और दिया भी जा सकता है। आप चाहें कि एक ओर से काम चलेगा तो ऐसा नहीं है, सहयोग को लेना और देना दोनों ही करना पड़ेगा। तो इस प्रकार से जब तक दृष्टि का समन्वय नहीं होगा, सम्यक दृष्टि और कुछ नहीं है। लोग कहते हैं सम्यक दृष्टि क्या है ना, ये ऐसा करो तो ऐसा हो जाएगा, ऐसा करो तो। वस्तुतः सम्यक दृष्टि एक राइट विजन है। उस राइट विजन को, उस सम्यक अनुभूति को हमको आगे करके चलना पड़ेगा। मैंने आपके सामने कहा कि अनुभूति और अभिव्यक्ति ये दो चीज है। हम अभिव्यक्ति पर अटक गए हैं अनुभूति हमसे दूर नहीं आएगी, तब तक हमारे जीवन की सार्थकता नहीं बनेगी। दादा भगवान ने उसी सार्थकता को देने का प्रयास किया है। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने बहुत ही गंभीरतापूर्ण विवेचन किया है। आपने ये स्पष्ट किया है कि दृष्टि आवश्यक है। अक्रम विज्ञान जो है वह वही दृष्टि देता है जिससे कि हम मोक्ष के मार्ग की ओर प्रवृत्त हो सकते हैं। तो दृष्टि से दिशा हमको प्राप्त होगी और दिशा से ही हमारी दशा परिवर्तित हो सकती है। बंध से हम मोक्ष की ओर जा सकते हैं। एक स्पष्टीकरण, विज्ञान शब्द का प्रयोग यहाँ खाली प्राकृतिक विज्ञान के अर्थ में नहीं हुआ है, विशिष्ट ज्ञान या व्यवस्थित ज्ञान के अर्थ में हुआ है। तो अध्यात्म को भी विज्ञान माना गया है। ऐसा नहीं है कि दोनों में पार्थक्य कर दिया और फिर समन्वय कर दिया। दादा भगवान की कह रहा हूँ, अपनी बात अलग हो गई। दादा भगवान की जो है आप्तवाणी में बहुत ही स्पष्ट किया गया है और आई थिंक शैलेशानंद जी इस बात को और भी अधिक स्पष्ट करेंगे। तो विज्ञान का तात्पर्य होता है ऐसा ज्ञान जो व्यवस्थित हो और जो कि उपयोग में लाया जा सके। उपयोग शब्द भी जैन परंपरा का है। ज्ञान का एक पर्यायवाची शब्द जैन परंपरा में उपयोग भी आया है। तो वह विज्ञान जो है जो उपयोगिता को लिए हुए हो, जो कि जीवन को पराकाष्ठा तक ले जा सके, वह अध्यात्म विज्ञान है जो कि हमें दादा भगवान के विजन में प्राप्त होता है। अगले वक्ता।
अब मैं मद्रास विश्वविद्यालय के दर्शन विभाग के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर गोदावरीश मिश्रा जी को आमंत्रित करता हूं। आप वहीं से या इधर से, यहां से आइए। प्रोफेसर गोदावरीश मिश्रा।
Friends and respected Professor Bhatt and respected friends, I will try to, because Dr. Ganwarkar told me to prepare a long paper, I made a I worked hard to prepare a very long paper. But today I will present everything within 20 minutes. I will try to do it, but whenever 20 minutes comes, I will stop it. So because others are there, I don't want to encroach on others' time. I would like to start today's deliberation presentation with one thing, that I am thankful to ICPR for encouraging this type of seminar involving regional thinkers from the Indian thinkers from different regions. Because when you go through Dadaji's writings, you find how much of thinking has gone into building up of his philosophy, philosophical worldview. And any student of philosophy would definitely get struck with the ideas that he is presenting by assimilating different types of philosophies that we have been having in this country. Professor Bhatt has given within 5 minutes, 3-4 minutes that he took, the essential tenets of his philosophy. Whatever I'm going to talk is only a footnote to what he has spoken. He has been working, he has been participated, he has been a member of this movement from its inception. Therefore, I don't want to take much time, but since I have worked on a paper, I will present before you within another 15 minutes. What I would like to speak before you is my title is journeying through a scientific search. Scientific means the same thing what Professor Bhatt, a philosophical search for freedom and happiness in life. In India, philosophy is not a view of life only as it is in the West. It is a way of life. And what type of, so the freedom, in search of freedom and happiness in life, what type of life? Good life, moral life, and coming to Dadaji, a holistic life. The holistic science must lead to a holistic life. Holistic science must lead to a holistic life. I would like to quote from the Gita beginning to corroborate my thinking, that which I am going to present before you. One verse, Uddharet Atmanatmanam, Natmanam avasadayet. Atmaiva Atmano Bandhu, Atmaiva Ripuratmanaha. The word Atma is used in the sense of mind in this verse, Shankara writes. And this verse essentially brings out what Dadaji wants to talk in the whole book that I have read and written a small introduction to it. And I have found that how much he tries to speak for the man to control his mind thinking. And what happens? I just quote one small sentence from his book. One experiences what one imagines. The world is as per your imagination. Unhappiness and happiness is nothing but imagination. The self does not experience happiness or unhappiness. See, the self does not experience happiness or unhappiness. The self has great powers, but it remains unaffected by events or circumstances that I am going to talk about. But it is only in the presence of the self, please see, as the locus, as a substratum, I am giving a commentary, that all things are seen to be in action. That the whole thing that I'm going to speak about is only a commentary, an explanation, and analysis of this paragraph. And he goes to say again, what is moksha? He gives a definition, and the whole book contains a one Sanskrit line. Jnana karmabhyang moksha. Very, in future, if how is good defined, explained? It is good is that which gives you enjoyment. By nature, good life is founded on human emotion and disposition, and at times compromises with moral ideas. Please see, a good life need not be a moral life. There are also such situations, activities which are moral, which might constrain a person to involve in the world of material enjoyment. That which may be good. If you are strictly moralistic, ethical, you have to compromise with the facets of enjoyment. You cannot enjoy everything because certain immorality is involved in the enjoyments of sense objects. Taking a moral action norm into consideration, say for non-violence, a person cannot be non-violence in an absolute sense. Jainists talk about absolute non-violence, but they cannot be absolute. For living you need a small bit of violence. You're not non-vegetarian, but the vegetation, the world of vegetables also have to be. Therefore, there is a lot of thinking in Indian tradition, how, what, and in which manner we have to deal with the nature. And beautifully, Professor Bhatt told, and Dadaji also has told, what is nature, how to deal with the nature, that I am not going to deal with here. So, in the case of truth speaking and such other ideals, the same problem is involved. Can you speak absolute truth all the times? One instance I want to give you from, I think, Mahabharata, where a person had taken a vow that he will speak truth all the times. Kaushika Rishi, you remember, some people might have read. And once a person chased by the goons, criminals, enters into his house and hides himself. And the criminals asked him whether any person has come inside your house and is hiding here. Since he has taken the vow that he must speak the truth, he spoke the truth, and the man was eventually killed. And he goes to the hell. So, what I want to say is, taking a good and moral in absolute sense is a problematic that are encountered in normal life situations. There is possibility of meaningful synthesis between being good and being moral, and that can be achieved by going beyond this both to be holistic, a holistic ideal in which morality has a place and goodness also has a place. In other words, there is a need to understand the deeper implications of life in the context of ever dichotomy, since life is not made for morals, morals are made for human life. As I told you, this is just an analysis of a few things that Dadaji has presented. These morals are like the raft, catamarans, which one may use for a purpose, but in the context of life possibilities, we have to have ways which are not absolute but pragmatic. Hence, we need to look at the life in a holistic way beyond good and moral, which are formed relying on absolute objectivity. This emphasizes a tradition of questioning. We have to question. See, we have to, why I am telling this is to make a platform for new thinking in Indian philosophical traditions. We cannot get stuck with what has been happening. No commentary. Many people say you have no new thing in the Indian philosophy. I would say this is a new thing in Indian philosophy. Because he is questioning the tradition. So this emphasizes a tradition of questioning and questioning the tradition. Both things. Tradition of questioning and questioning the tradition for being scientific. Scientific is this, the question. So, and finding a middle path between rationalism and empiricism, which should be basic hypothesis of making a journey, a religious, philosophical, spiritual, scientific journey. This also implies an innovation of an altruistic consciousness to make one get fitted into the world of action by filling up the existing vacuum created by a need. That is what Dadaji is doing. He is trying to fill up, as he has told Professor Bhatt, synthesizes everything, questions everything. There is a commentary, there is a critic of every school. He does not accept Jainism fully, does not accept Vedanta fully. I have dealt with all that in my paper. In the process of our scientific journey, we must rely on the matter and should have the way to transcend it. A scientist can be spiritual, and a spiritual search can be scientific. This solution lies in understanding and realization. One-time moralistic solution is not eternal solution. And one-time enjoyment is no enjoyment. The enjoyment as well as solution to moral question must be based on realization and should have an enduring effect irrespective of place and time. Finding the roots of the problem and working on the basis of the hypothesis will give us some insight into the life and solution to these problems, what I have tried to do in this paper. The rightness or wrongness of an action or a rule does not consist in its contextual or situational validity, but should be seen from the impact it has on the person, on the society in the particular situation. That is what Dadaji is doing, trying to make people understand. I do not know. I am sure many of you must have understood what he has told, but there are deeper meanings in the speech that he has spoken, in the discourses that he has given. Hence, transcending the absolutistic means this is like this. He is not accepting that. Formulations, considerations, there is a need to search for a holistic path without being caught up in the models already given in the tradition. And I would like to say, what is this holism? How is the holistic science be understood? I want to bring the Buddhist idea. Professor Bhatt is a great scholar in Buddhism and respected, invited everywhere in the Buddhist world. Akalika and Akuto Bhaya. The two things I would want to bring here, I don't want to get into this. And when I talk about freedom, I would like to bring two concepts. One is behavioral freedom and psychological freedom. Behavioral freedom means how you behave in the world. What Dada says is, he says that the man need not be a sannyasi to be a religious, spiritual, a A real renunciation does not mean to get away from the life. You see, that is a very important thing he's spoken. Why I'm giving a simple analogy for that, that he says that like he has not told, I'm giving that the lotus in the water, not lotus is there in the water, but not being affected, besmeared by the problems of water, mud does not touch it and all that. Now, I want to say that a man can have two things. He can get the yoga and kshema in the world without being trapped by the concept of renunciation, that type of renunciation which he himself criticizes, and there is a critic of Jainism also. With fear gone, that is what achalam sukham, I would like to put that. So another thing that he does is, he says he combines most complex truths into very understandable ideas and presents it in a logical manner, which by taking examples from day-to-day life. He talks about Jnana Kriya and Darsana Kriya and Jnana Darsana Kriya. It's very important. That is what that beginning I gave you. That which knows does not do, and which does not know. A doer cannot be knower, and knower cannot be a doer. Analogy of an engine or an electric bulb, that is there. The streams of doing and knowing are both different and distinct, leading to a state of Kevala Jnana. He brings the Kevala Jnana from Jainism and tries to experiment with it in his own way, and he has his own view about it. We need to explain this in order to, one person needs to know this, explain this, and there is a requirement of 5 minutes, okay, a master. I'll finish it off. So there he says that how a person, see, I just bring a little idea, a conceptual analysis from Vedanta. In Vedanta, we have two states for a person who is a liberated person. He can be a samadhista, a total transcendental state of meditation, does not have the world at all for him. Another person can be a liberated person working in the world. What Dada does is, he says a person who is a person in the world can have the state of samadhi also. Any action, he has to enjoy that state of liberation. He is acting, but he is not bereft of his knowledge that he is not the actor. See, that is a very great thing. He tries to combine this samadhi and vyuttita state. That is what another in the Kevala Jnana. So the next question that I have tried to put forth with Dada's answer, Dadaji's answer is, how scientific is science? Is science scientific? That is a question I don't have. See, he does the Suddhatma as well as Pudgala. So the philosophical perspective, he accepts the duality of the world, Suddhatma world and Pudgala world. It taken from Jainism. Now the freedom and renunciation, that is what I am telling, that a person can live in the present. Presence, he can always be aware of himself in that particular state where the past becomes the presence and future becomes the presence. The present state is very important, and that makes you a renunciate working in the world. A renunciate is not a person who is just left home and running away to the Himalayas, he says, and in the Himalayas also you will be creating a world for yourself. Every sadhu does. Therefore, he says, work in the world for the salvation of the world, like Plato talks about in the allegory of the cave. So, it is another thing that a priest must be there to take you to the God. No. You yourself can be your own master. See, he says, many times he says that have a master. Why? Jiddu Krishnamurti says that you don't need a master. We all know that Jiddu Krishnamurti says that to know that you don't need a master needs a master. A master is required to say that you don't need a master. That we always say that philosophy, there is no, the presupposition should not be there. That there is no presupposition itself is another presupposition. So the search for happiness, that is what I think I'm running out of. And dharma, happiness and freedom. That is what I have discussed. And scripture, another thing, very important thing, sir, he says, the scripture as a means of bondage. Knowing scripture and knowing the modes of analysis of the scripture makes the man arrogant and he is in the world. It is another, that there is where, even scriptures create mental burden and intoxication that prevents the individual from liberation. That is why, the Jnana Pasu, Vedanta talks about Jnana Pasu. We have another verse in the Gita, Karmendriyani Samjamya, Yayaste Manasacharan. What is the next verse? Janak bhai, I forgot. Karmavasye vimudhatma mithyacharaha savichyate. Anyway, I conclude my talk. One more thing that I find very interesting in the context of freedom and happiness, in his analysis is Varnasrama Dharma. He tries to legitimize Varnasrama Dharma in his own way. Whole world, in India, no exception. We know, I don't want to talk about it, but I want to talk what he says about Varnasrama Dharma. He says the Varnasrama Dharma is not a man-made system, but is a natural classification that is based on the inherent and innate nature of human beings. There is where I want to bring Dada. The four Varnas, what he said, I don't have time. I want to only bring him and Krishna in this. The Krishna was not born as a Brahmin caste, right? But he was a great Brahmin in practice. What he said is not truth, but it is truth that he spoke. There is where Dada Bhagavan, there is where Dadaji, the book that he wrote is not true because he has spoken it. Because it is truth, that is what he has spoken. So, that is, I have 1 minute more. I just want to bring you this, my first question which I posed, that to be good and to be moral is a dilemma, a dichotomy. We have to somewhere make this meet, and meet by transcending good and moral, isn't it? That is where the concept of Shreyas comes, sir, in Kathopanishad. And this is being exemplified in Ramayana, where, Rama is asked to go to forest. His minister is going to drive him to the forest along with Sita. And the minister says, Rama, what is the mother saying, Kaikeyi saying? That you have to go to the forest. You have a big forest adjacent to your palace. Stay there. Vanam and Upavanam are same. Rama says, what are you telling? It's prayers, but not Shreyas. You see, there is something not getting into the absolute, but not being caught in the good enjoyment in life. And that is the message of Dada Bhagavan. And as I told you, the leave the eternal presence to make a blend between view of life and way of life is where a holistic life can be thought of. It is a dharmic life, a life lived meaningfully. Thank you, sir, for giving me this time.
Darshana, in Indian context, is not just love for wisdom, but love for a life lived in wisdom. So it is the practical part of it which is to be emphasized, and the worldly life is valuable, but it is valuable if and only if we properly make use of it. And the use of it is to realize the self, which is Shuddhatma. So we are thankful to you for your presentation. Next.
थैंक यू। अच्छा, अब मैं प्रोफेसर धर्म सिंह जी को आमंत्रित करता हूं, वे अपना रिसर्च पेपर यहाँ रखेंगे। प्रोफेसर धर्म सिंह जी।
Chairman of the session, Professor R. Expert, scholars on the dais, and my friends before me in the audience. First of all, I must express my thanks to the Holistic Science Research Center and especially Dr. Balaji, who gave me this opportunity to be here, to visit this holy place, and listen to the galaxy of scholars. I'm really grateful. My paper is on religion for peace. As it is purely from the Sikh perspective. Originally, I wanted to correlate with the Sikh thought some of the ideas of Dada Bhagwan also. But later on, I felt that I have not yet read enough of him, so thought it better not to quote rather than misquote. So it's purely from the Sikh perspective. Before I start my paper, let me say a few words about what Sikhism is. Sikhism starts with Guru Nanak and his 9 spiritual successors. In a way, it is one of the youngest religions of the world. Sikhs believe in the 10-person gurus from Guru Nanak to Guru Gobind Singh and no one else as their guru. After them, they believe in the Shabad Guru. They take the word as contained in their scripture, the Guru Granth Sahib, as their guru. They revere the scripture, read it, reflect on it, and try to follow it in their life, but they do not worship it as an idol on the altar. As for the Sikh thought, it believes in the oneness of God, who is the creator of the entire manifest phenomena. The Creator Lord is also immanent in the entire creation. The life force, the soul within each body is a particle of divine. The material world is also called the abode of God. The former is the basis of the Sikh doctrine of the universal brotherhood of humankind and the universal fatherhood of God. And the latter rejects renunciation of the world, rather it inspires man or exhorts on man to live in this world and work for its welfare. Coming to my subject, peace, desire for peace and happiness is a universal instinct. Everybody wants to be at peace within himself, and he wants peace in his surroundings, in the society at large. However, it remains a fact of life that peace and happiness continue to elude most of us. Rather, we continue to be troubled by conflict, both inner as well as social. Human life has never been completely free from inner agony and social conflict and violence. As for the inner peace, in the Indian traditions, Anand is perhaps the nearest equivalent to inner peace and bliss. As we know, Anand is one of the attributes of God also. And as such, it can be the state of individual soul also, because soul is taken as a particle of God. According to Sikhism, to attain inner peace and bliss, Guru is the soul guide. Remembrance of God is the soul discipline, and grace of God is the initial inspiration as well as the final arbiter. Human man, I have used the word man as we all know. This is a word which is very difficult to translate into English. Human man continues to run outwards to annex to itself things and relations in greedy pursuits. Consequently, it shuffles between hopes and desires, doubt and delusion, and is ever restless and anxious. We can also say that unbridled man is at the core of individual unhappiness and tension. And overcoming the man is the prerequisite to be at peace. The basic conflict between the outward inclinations and inward retreat of man needs to be removed. This basic conflict needs to be removed. However, checking man from its outward worldly inclinations does not imply renunciation of the word or ignoring one's filial and social obligations. It implies detachment from all sorts of worldly attractions and attachments while still living a normal life of all social obligations. Sikhism advises man to ever remember God and keep doing noble righteous deeds. There are several verses in the Sikh scripture. In fact, at one place, the scripture says that the best religion is which makes man remember God and do noble deeds. Such a being who at the same time remembers God and keeps performing his filial and social obligations, such a being follows the Guru's teaching and with an illumined inner self experiences peace within, but at the same time feels inspired to perform philanthropic deeds to ameliorate the suffering. Another verse from the scripture says, a Brahmgyani or an enlightened person feels ever inspired to act altruistically. He identifies his own happiness with that of others by putting an end to the antithesis between self and the rest of humanity. As for peace in human relations, let us bear in mind that mere absence of violence does not mean peace, and there have been several factors responsible for it. Still, as a theologian has said, there can be no peace in the world without there being peace among religions. We must understand that religion is not merely concerned with man's relationship with God, it also determines man's right relationship with his own inner self and with the fellow beings. It has a holistic view of life and influences human life in every aspect of its conduct. In today's world, entire humankind has become one global community. People belonging to different religions and cultures, races and ethnicities live as next door neighbors. It depends on us whether we let this diversity lead us to the clash of cultures and religions or use it for fruitful coexistence and interreligious and intercultural harmony. We must abandon the thinking that we are saved and you are damned. We believe that we know God and we are right. You believe that you know God and you are totally wrong. We must give up this feeling. We must give up this thinking. Only then we can accept the otherness of the other. To eradicate conflict and disharmony in human social life, we must first realize that belief in the myth of superiority in one's caste or class, religion or race creates apprehension and distrust in the minds of others. Sikhism strongly believes in the division of humankind into various caste groups as against divine intention. It believes that the entire humankind is born of the same divine light. Just as belief in the superiority of caste or class or family, the myth of religious superiority is also taken as false. We must realize that there is a causal link between claims of religious superiority and calls to religious violence. Sikhism rejects the idea of one way and one savior. The very structure of the Sikh scripture stands testimony to it. I hope many of you might know that contributors to the Guru Granth are not just the Sikh Gurus, there are people from the Bhakti movement and the Sufi tradition as well. And all compositions together are acknowledged and respected by the Sikhs. When a Sikh bows to the Guru Granth, he bows to all the contributors. He may be the Sikh Guru, or he may be a Sufi saint, or he may be a saint from the Bhakti movement. Just as the scriptural hymns proclaim that only he be deemed a high caste Brahmin who reflects on Brahma, similarly, there are several hymns which say that a born Hindu should try and become a true Hindu, and a born Muslim should try and become a good Muslim by imbibing all the values. Sikhism rejects proselytizing, which devalues the faith of the other. No religious text, either Indian or Semitic, is false. Rather, false are the persons who do not reflect on them, says another verse from the Sikh scripture. Guru Gobind Singh has also said the same when he says, the temple and the mosque, the Hindu worship and the Muslim namaz, all are the same. Entire humankind is one, though they may seemingly appear different and diverse. I have then quoted several examples from the lives of the Gurus, but I don't think time will permit me that. I would like to make one more point and then sum up. Sikhism takes all religions as valid paths to the ultimate truth. But it still remains a fact that each religion is a distinct manifestation of the infinite one, infinite reality, in a specific spatio-cultural context. Each religion is somewhat different, but still every religion is a valid path to the ultimate reality, ultimate truth. We need to use these differences to enrich human life, rather than let them tear asunder our social fabric. We can accept and appreciate these genuine differences only through a meaningful and constructive dialogue. There are several scriptural hymns stressing the value of dialogue as against polemics, and how to have a meaningful and transformative dialogue. How to have a meaningful dialogue, how to have a transformative dialogue. Guru Nanak says, first listen to the other, then give your own viewpoint, only then you can reach the truth. And there is one longer composition, Siddha Ghost, wherein is described Guru Nanak's dialogue with the Siddhas. That is a wonderful example of interfaith dialogue and how to have a dialogue, how to have a meaningful, transformative dialogue. According to Sikhism, human beings are spiritually one, and all economic disparities among them and all political oppression are against the values of religion. Sikh scripture proclaims all beings equal partners in the commonwealth of God. Sikh institution of langar is there so that no one goes without food. The institution of Daswand is aimed at helping the poor and the needy. All offerings made in the name of the Guru are meant for the poor and the common weal. There is a popular Punjabi saying, Garib da muh Guru di golak. I hope golak everybody understands. Whatever we offer to a poor man, whatever we give to a poor man to eat, goes direct to the Guru's golak. So, there are hymns that what kind of the ruler should be. The ruler must work for the welfare of common man. He should protect the humankind. The three rules which govern the Sikh way of life: Naam Japna, to remember the name of God; Kirt Karna, to work honest, not to become a parasite, work honestly; and Vand Chakna, share whatever you earn with the needy. So these three things determine the Sikh way of life. And in their daily prayer, it may be an individual prayer at one's home, or it may be a community prayer in a Gurdwara. It always ends with the prayer to God, seeking welfare of all, Sarbat da Pala. In sum, if we need to have peace among religions or world, we must accept the fact that God speaks in many languages, communicating itself in diversity of intuitions. The word of God never comes to an end. No word is God's last word. This realization is sure to lead to lasting peace among religions, and peace among religions can lead to peace in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. आपने सिख मत की व्याख्या की, जो कि भारतीय समन्वयात्मक दृष्टि का एक अच्छा उदाहरण है। एकेश्वरवाद तो उनकी पारमार्थिक दृष्टि है, लेकिन व्यावहारिक दृष्टि से सिख मत में 3 महत्वपूर्ण सिद्धांत हैं। एक है सह अस्तित्व का, दूसरा है कार्य का, और तीसरा है सहभोग का। ये तीनों बड़े महत्वपूर्ण हैं। इसलिए संगत है, पंगत है, ये इनकी बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण था, क्योंकि व्यावहारिक जीवन के लिए बहुत ही लाभप्रद है। यदि हमें होलिस्टिक जीवन व्यतीत करना है व्यावहारिक दृष्टि से, तो इन तीनों पर ध्यान देना पड़ेगा कि हम सह अस्तित्व को रखें, सौहार्द, करुणा इत्यादि से सहकार करें। इनके यहाँ कार सेवा का बड़ा महत्व है, वो एक सहकार का ही रूप है। और तीसरा जो सहबोध है, जो पंगत में रह करके भोजन करने का, कड़ा प्रसाद ग्रहण करने का। तो वस्तुतः यह जो है होलिस्टिक विजन का ही एक रूपांतरण है। इस दृष्टि आपने एक बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण बतलाई, जो दादा भगवान जी ने बतलाई है, कि मन को निग्रह करना बड़ा आवश्यक है। गीता में कहा है ना कि मनो दुर्निग्रहम चलम। तो यदि हम मन को शुद्ध रखेंगे तो अवश्य ही जो है हमारी आत्मा भी शुद्ध हो जाएगी। के ऊपर भी आपने बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण बतलाया। हमारे यहाँ तो मान्यता रही है वादे वादे जायते तत्वबोध, लेकिन वह वाद जो है वो विवाद के रूप में परिवर्तित न होकर के संवाद के रूप में होना चाहिए, तभी वाद जो है वह उपयोगी हो सकता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अगला
अग्रिम वक्ता मैडम अनिंदिता बालस्लीव जी, प्लीज कम।
First of all, I would like to thank very heartily all the organizers who have organized this wonderful seminar on a very complex and large theme, which has this very simple formulation called holistic life and living. So I suppose that we are really focus on different aspects of such a theme. And I chose to say of pursuit of knowledge, bringing instructions from the Upanishadic tradition. But my main focus is to highlight how these ideas are still relevant in our contemporary context. Now, looking at the global scene, it is apparent that pursuit of knowledge at present in many frontiers of inquiry is going on with much vigor. Particularly, there is widespread aspiration today everywhere to innovate and share cutting-edge scientific technology. Now, it is undoubtedly true that it is this technology which has immensely contributed to our common awareness today that we are living in an interdependent and interconnected world. We may still ask, is this scientific knowledge, along with its various applications, has been exclusively a blessing for us. Me to be almost paradoxical that empowered by greater information and technology, that human activity today seems to be, instead of being geared to solving our existing problems, toward being instrumental in serving our destructive propensities. We seem to be living today, if you look around, if you read the newspapers every day, we are living in a system of violence, and technology has immensely in that direction too. It is also important to note that this tendency, has not affected only human life, it has affected the non-human lives as well as the non-living aspects of nature. And we hear about the extinction of species as well as ecological crisis, along with all kinds of human misery. This reminds me of a comment that was made by Bertrand Russell almost half a century ago, when he said that knowledge is power, but it is power for the evil as much as for good. It follows from that unless men increase in wisdom as much as in knowledge, increase in knowledge will be increase of sorrow. I suppose he was already anticipating the need for a holistic life and living. Now, with this global scenario as a backdrop, let me turn to the Upanishads and review how these age-old texts relevance today. Now, we are in the Upanishadic tradition on the Indian mind. What is very interesting is that the teachings of the Upanishads actually has inspired a continuous intellectual tradition of critical reflection, argumentation, and sophisticated philosophical articulations, which have helped to form a cultural soil, which we have in India, where pursuit of knowledge has always been regarded being of immense value. However, in order to fully appreciate the depth of Upanishadic thought, I think we need to focus on this very interesting categorization called Paravidya and Aparavidya. What I find to be extremely informative is that this is a level of categorization which avoids scrupulously what we see all the time nowadays, namely the distinctions that is made between the sacred and the secular, or the scientific and the religious. Now, I'll return to this shortly. Now, I think that despite all skepticism, it is a fact that the influence of the Upanishadic tradition is very much intact in India anyway, even if it is not always so overtly present as we would like to see it. And this can be seen that although today India is striving to acquire as much of scientific technology, innovate and share, to be on a par with the rest of the world, although effort is being made to improve the material conditions of life so that everybody can have a decent standard of living. But despite the obvious growth of consumerism, I must say that a materialistic philosophy of life still actually has not been celebrated in India. Indian mind has been influenced by the Upanishadic thought and in recognizing that there is a spiritual dimension of human existence. We can't get rid of that. It will be there always. And we don't need to get rid of that either. In support of what I just said, I will soon refer to you an empirical investigation that has been made not by any Indian university, by a foreign university, which shows very clearly that even the most critical and among the modern Indian scientists, it can be seen that there is always a recognition of the spiritual dimension of our existence as contrast to some of the scientists in Europe, for example. I'll refer to this in a moment. Now, I just wanted to tell that what are the basic attitudes that are there in the preponderant among the Indians that we have received from our tradition. And in this condition, I must also say that it is not quite true that in the essence of the Indian wisdom has remained restricted only within a small number of people, class, caste, and an elite. Even if the textual access has not been so much available to everyone, I must say that the Puranas did a fantastic thing by weaving colorful stories where all this wisdom has been transmitted and which has been accessible to all people. And there I find that there are a few things which are almost known to everyone, even the illiterate mass of the Indians. One thing is that the way we look at this world, which is our habitat, is always viewed as an abode of experience, a bhogasthana, where nature or prakriti provides a physiological and a biological environment and a setting, not only for human beings, but also for non-human, and in fact, for all sentient beings. In recognition that this setting is indispensable for the sustenance of life, be that in any form, and so resources must not be ruthlessly exploited, which means this is a view which is a rebuttal to any form of life that brings about ecological crisis. Now, another thing that I find is coming very much in the Puranic stories, which of course is very much in our wisdom tradition, that is the idea that not only to tell us what the human situation is like, but also what are the conditions, human conditions. And there you find that we are all inhabitants of a world which is described as Martaloka. We are inhabitants of a world of mortals. Now, to say that, it actually means that we require to deepen our self-understanding, by not suppressing the whither and whence questions, along with pursuing our mundane goals. Of course, we will do that, but that does not mean that we will forget to take a bold resolve in order to take a spiritual journey, as it is said, which is so eloquently described in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, which we all know, the journey from non-being to being, flight to. Now, I would also like to mention, I think I heard Godavari Mishra was touching upon this early in the morning today, that when we pursue even our mundane goals, I think it is extremely important that our tradition actually has always reminded us that there is a hierarchy of values. So even when we pursue karma and artha, we must never fail to comply with the principle of dharma, which itself is a very complex idea. You all know, I'm sure, of the remarkable utterance in the Mahabharata, which says, dharma eva hato hanti, dharma rakshati rakshita. And one who destroys dharma is destroyed by dharma. One who follows dharma is protected by dharma. And I think that today we really need a complex and a very open public discourse where we can discuss these ideas openly at a time when the contemporary context, it's obvious there is an erosion of values. So these ideas have to be again focused on. To come back to the idea, the distinction between Paravidya and Aparavidya. For not know, I will be following the standard translations of higher knowledge and lower knowledge, although I am not sure this is the best way of translating it. But of course, there is it makes sense that it is translated that way, although not exhausting the fullest meaning and significance of these notions. What is most interesting is that when you look into the list of Aparavidya, the lower knowledge, you find that it consists of not only phonetics, grammar, etymology, astronomy, astrology, and all of the sciences, but even the Vedas and the Vedangas, many of which are accepted as sacred and even as revealed. Now, these categories, notice, of the para and the apara is not a distinction between the sacred and the secular. It is not a distinction between scientific and religious. Now, I also want to point out that lower knowledge or aparavidya is not at all meant as a demeaning word, but rather implies all forms of discursive and worldly knowledge. If you like, its paravidya is the ontological reality of the Upanishads is always described as akshara, the imperishable. So while paravidya is focusing on that, aparavidya is dealing with all that is changing and changeable. This is very beautifully brought out in the dialogue between Shaunaka and Angirasa in the Mundaka Upanishad. So what is most important to notice is that no amount of proficiency in aparavidya can give us that imperishable, putting together or taken separately. So this is why they have pointed out that paravidya is actually the place in the paravidya as something to be worth striving for is shown in so many ways in our tradition. Again, this is a tradition where from the time of the Rig Veda Samhita, which you heard many of our scholars repeating this of Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti, is actually, I find, to be very important today because it is not only a way of finding a cognitive support for weaving a theory of religious pluralism, but that it has such practical implications. And you can see that although sometimes in India that we have not failed in obeying that, but by and large, this is a country which is unique in the sense that it is a home for most of all the world religions of the world. And not only that, religions which have been persecuted in their own lands of origin have found their home in India. In earlier times, it was Judaism and Zoroastrianism, and now recently you find the Tibetan Buddhism, as well as the Baha'is, are also finding refuge in this country. What is most striking is that this possibility has been worked out in this cultural soil, it is not born of political prudence and expediency, that it will be the clever thing to do, not at all. This is the result, and it is an integral part of the philosophical understanding of the Upanishadic tradition. That's why I always say that one can never understand India if one does not understand the philosophical ethos of this country. Now, another thing that happens is that we do find a cognitive support for certain practices that are already there in this country. Now, for example, one thing is that it is said that, really those who are exalted personalities, we often find that many of them can be without having gone through any formal education. Sometimes they are not even literate. But how to understand that phenomena, you understand by this distinction. Paravidya could not have produced such, alone by itself cannot produce such personalities. So I find that it gives you a philosophy for understanding this. And that is also why you will find that the most venerable personalities of India, and in the Indian culture itself, are not those who are just the experts or the specialists of any one of the aparavidyas, any one of the specialized knowledges in that such. Not that it is played down, but they are not considered to be the carriers of wisdom who seek to elevate humanity morally and spiritually. I have 5 more minutes. And so we find that even in India's recent history, figures like Sri Ramakrishna, Aurobindo, Ma Anandamayi, and Sri Bhagwan Dadaji, these are the people who are found to be the most venerable and inspirational. Why? Because they are seen as beacons of spiritual wisdom, as persons who can inspire us to lead a holistic life. So this is the character of this cultural soil. Another Vidya and Aparavidya is that now we know how to make a distinction between, let's say, conventional religion and authentic spirituality, if you like. What is very interesting is that here, even the Vedas is considered to be Aparavidya, which means any revealed knowledge from any religious tradition will have the same status, that it's considered as received and mediated, which means the higher knowledge that can grant absolute freedom, like moksha, is requiring direct and non-discursive knowledge. So it is not only the object of that process is different, it is seeking the imperishable, but also the way of knowing it is also different from any of the Aparavidyas. Now, I won't get into I wanted to say a little bit about this Shravana, Manana, Nidhi, Dhyasana, but I won't have time. Now I want to tell you what I started by saying, that there has been a study done actually at the Rice University, which shows that the Indians scientists actually seem to be she says, and this is the principal investigator who's saying, only 6% of Indian scientists identify themselves as non-religious, compared to 65% of scientists in the United Kingdom. This led her to make the interesting observation, I'm quoting her, she's saying, there is a vastly different character of religion among scientists in the UK than in India, potentially overturning the view that scientists are the universal carriers of secularization. Now, this is very, very interesting, because how is this possible? And I personally feel that the reason is, from very early times, you find in the Indian discourse, so much focus has been put on the notion of pramana, of evidence. So the way the distinction between scientific and religious has been made in other parts of the world is not the same as like they have always made a distinction between faith and reason. This kind of distinction is not as if one requires evidence and the other is a matter of only belief, like Feynman, Richard Feynman, the famous scientist, said, religion is a culture of faith, science is a culture of doubt. That is not true. This whole idea of Sangsaya and Sangsaya Nibritti, the role of evidence and all that, you will find not only in a textbook of logic, you will find even when a Brahmasutra Bhashya, in a commentary, they will begin with this, why should Shruti be Praman? And this idea, I think, has played an immense role. And we really need to do a sort of a resurgence of the Indian philosophical tradition. This is not only the oldest philosophical tradition, I believe, it is also the only continuous tradition which can stand up to all kind of contemporary criticism against religious traditions, in the sense that this is a tradition where we have a prolonged history of philosophical controversies. Nowhere you will find that there are so many models of soteriology. How this absolute freedom with a capital F can be obtained with Atman, with God, without Atman, without God. Try any alternative. You will find that there are cases within the Indian literature which will represent that and show you that. And these prolonged centuries of debates and discussions, it has not only supported freedom of thought and freedom of expression in India. I believe India can never get a dictator for a very long time. Because this tradition of freedom of thought and expression is so deeply rooted in us that we cannot really have only one view, where there will be many views. If there are no many views, then there cannot be any philosophical tradition. Philosophical tradition makes room for all this diversity of opinions. I just would end now by saying that the distinction between higher and lower knowledge, para and apara vidya, the way it has been translated, it not only renders such oppositions between sacred and secular, scientific and religious to be redundant, it also is a very bold recognition that there is it is finished, this is the last sentence, it is actually supporting that there is a higher dimension of human awareness which makes the pursuit of Paravidya relevant. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Anindra ji. You have referred to the terminology of para and apara vidya. It is drawn from Mundakopanishad, Vidya, etc., etc. We have parallel terminology in Isha and Katha in terms of vidya and avidya. It has been falsely translated as higher and lower by Western Indologists, and our Indian scholars have just blindly imitated it. In fact, the proximate is the apara, and the ultimate is a para. Para and apara, in Nyaya terminology also, means the proximate and the ultimate. We make a distinction between parajati and aparajati. It is in that context we have to understand the meaning of these terms, para and apara. And Ishopanishad is very explicit. He said, vidyam cha, vidya ubhyosaha. You have to understand both and adhere to both vidya as well as avidya. Because if you follow only vidya, then you are in darkness. If you follow only vidya, then you are in further darkness. And therefore, the point therefore is that there is no incompatibility between para and apara. They are complementary. We have first to pursue the empirical. Empirical is which is dependent upon sense cognition, sense impressions, and intellection. Indian mind has been both intuitive as well as ratiocinative. The intuitive is the para and ratiocinative is the apara. And there is a very happy symbiosis in Indian culture of para and apara. And that's why we don't negate the empirical or the transcendental, we accept both.
But may I ask you one question?
Yeah.
Since you say, but you cannot say for that reason, it is very good explanation, that any great person, any spiritual person, he or she has to go through apara-vidya. It is not that first this, then that. It is not mandatory. It is not obligatory.
Yeah. In our culture, we have of course, we shall have discussion afterwards. We have fourfold stages of worldly life: brahmacharya, grahastha, vanaprastha, and sannyasa. So grahastha is also emphasized, and of course we have the parampara of sannyasa, but sannyas parampara was not very well appreciated. Because there is always a possibility of a fall if there is no passage through grahastha. And we have the example of Bhartruhari in our tradition.
But not sannyasa. Asrama as a mandate. Sannyasa asrama is accepted, but sannyasa as it is available.
And then in the Bhagavad Gita, we have very beautiful explanation of the word sannyasa, of the word karma sannyasa. A karma sannyasa, please. Karma sannyas is both a symbiosis of pravritti and nivritti. I think you refer to Isawa Sagarmalji. तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीतः. Well, this is sannyas. Anyway, I think we have to revise our opinion with regard to the relationship between para and apara. And Kathopanishad is also very explicit on this. Kathopanishad says the two have different subjects, the two have different methodologies, the two have different fruits, and yet the two are to be synthesized. So anyway, and now we can have
जी
next.
जी जी अब हमारे बीच में से आप अध्यक्ष महोदय की अनुमति के साथ कुलपति जी प्रोफेसर अर्कनाथ चौधरी जी को जाना है और उनके कर कमलों से जो होलिस्टिक साइंस रिसर्च सेंटर के स्टूडेंट हैं जिन्होंने योग में डिप्लोमा लिया है उनको प्रमाण पत्र देने के लिए बुलाना है। एक थोड़ा सा औपचारिक विधि तो अनाउंस आप करेंगे।
एक मिनट के लिए आप जी कुमारी अल्पा बरुचवाला।
ये पेपर तो शैलेशानंद जी का है लेकिन उसके पहले ये इसलिए
मिसेज हिनाबेन पटेल, सोहिनी शाह, मिस्टर प्रदीप भाई पटेल।
प्रमाण पत्र कहाँ है?
प्रमाण पत्र हम
दे चुके हैं। अच्छा
मोमेंट।
यह सब हमारे संस्थान के कर्मठ कार्यकर्ता भी हैं और योग के उदीयमान कलाकार भी कहे जा सकते हैं। क्यों कि पिछले वर्ष हम लोगों ने योगा डे पर मोर देन 700 स्टूडेंट्स को एक साथ योग करवाया था जिसमें इन लोगों का अभूतपूर्व योगदान था। डॉक्टर छाया परमार यहाँ पर नहीं है लेकिन उनको भी हम यहाँ से आशीष दे रहे हैं। थैंक यू ऑल एंड थैंक यू आवर ऑनरेबल प्रोफेसर चौधरी साहब। ओके बाय, थैंक यू।
लेकिन अर्कनाथ जी जाए उसके पहले मैं कहना चाहूंगा योग को योगा मत बना दीजिए
जी।
योग को योग रहने दीजिए और वह अष्टांग योग ही रहे, वही उत्तम होगा। आसन और प्राणायाम तक ही योग को सीमित नहीं किया जाए।
योगा की जगह योगाभ्यास हो सकता है अगर आकार ही बोलना है। योगाभ्यास कैसे?
योगा का मतलब है खाली आसन और प्राणायाम ही कर
जी
लिया।
जी 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 अष्टांग योग को नहीं लेते।
मान लिया गया।
अब इसी क्रम में मैं श्री तरुबेन पटेल, सुरेश भाई पटेल और उत्तम भाई मेहता को आमंत्रित करता हूं वे मंच पर आए और हमारे जो स्पीकर है प्रोफेसर धर्म सिंह जी, मैडम
आपका शैलेशानंद जी का रह गया है ना,
अंदिता बालस्लेव, हाँ उनको मैं बुला रहा हूं और डॉक्टर शैलेश मेहता, उनका केवल स्मृति चिन्ह और शॉल से स्वागत करें, उसके बाद फिर मैं उनको बुला रहा हूं। अब बीच में ये क्रम आ गया, आपका व्यतिक्रम हो गया, पहले सम्मान करना था लेकिन प्रक्रिया आरंभ हो गई। प्रोफेसर धर्म सिंह जी, डॉक्टर अनिंदिता बालस्लेव मैडम और डॉक्टर शैलेश मेहता, उनका स्वागत करेंगे स्मृति चिन्ह और शॉल से। गीता बेन आप ले आओ स्मृति चिन्ह અને शॉल। आप मैडम आनंदिता बालस्लेव जी का स्वागत करेंगे। उनके पेपर रीडिंग से पहले होना चाहिए था और आप आएंगे आगे। डॉक्टर धर्म सिंह जी का स्वागत करेंगे। उत्तम भाई और हमारे जो अब वक्ता है डॉक्टर शैलेश मेहता जी, उनके पेपर का टॉपिक है यूनिक एस्पेक्ट्स एंड कंट्रीब्यूशंस ऑफ वीतराग विज्ञान होलिस्टिक इनर साइंस। डॉक्टर शैलेश मेहता, उनका भी आप स्वागत करेंगे, फिर वो पेपर रीडिंग करेंगे। इधर आइए, लंच का समय हो गया है तो हम प्रार्थना करेंगे जितना संक्षेप हो सके। लंच भी थोड़ा ही करना है आज हम लोगों को, केवल 45 मिनट का ही लंच है, उसके बाद सेकंड सेशन शुरू होगा।
It is for the organizers. Balaji, where is Balaji?
If the people wish, I can shift to the next session.
हाँ, बालाजी से कहिए वो।
डॉक्टर बालाजी है?
नहीं है यहाँ पे।
नहीं, आप प्रस्तुत कर दीजिए क्योंकि फिर वो और देर हो जाएगी, प्लीज।
ठीक है, दादा भगवान के विज्ञान की अनुभूति की जो बात कर रहे हैं, हर क्षण अनुभव होता है, जो भी संजोग में हम आते हैं, ये विज्ञान हमें अंदर से इतना हेल्प करता है। और वो प्रमाण है कि अभी मेरे पास समय नहीं है, कोई बात नहीं है। दादाजी अंदर से बोलते हैं, शब्द से पार भी बहुत कुछ है, अनुभूति गोज बियॉन्ड वर्ड्स, लेट्स ट्राई एंड एक्सपेरिमेंट विद दैट। लोगों को भोग, ठीक है, चलो कोई, ठीक है, वट एवर, ठीक है। सो by relative point of view, as Bhatt Sahib said, I bow my heads to all the scholarly and elderly sitting over here, and by real point of view, I bow Ram, Mahavir, Krishna or Dada Bhagwan sitting very much in you. So with that initial use of my vision, I don't feel there is any difference. I feel one with everybody. Dada Bhagwan has given us this vision to us for use, and with this vision I never felt, me and my colleagues who are sitting here, we move across the world and we have never found any distance of Indian philosophy or Western philosophy, white or blacks or anything. So this is my experience, which I am going to share a little bit, along with what the unique contributions of this science has done, and will over some practical aspects. Before I go ahead, I would like to know how many of us do not understand Hindi well. Please raise your hands. Or how many of us do not want me to speak in Hindi? Okay, so that's a good way of saying that you speak in English. It's a Syadwad way of saying. So because I know that some people may not be well versed with the Hindi, I'll speak in English with little bit of Hindi in between. So fine. So the very onset of this thing is whose results is the science or is the dharma. If it does, it is not the science or knowledge or a dharma. This is the first fundamental sentence. If a patient comes to me and if he is not cured, whatever degrees I am holding, whatever knowledge I am holding, all is useless. So that's what the Bhatt Sahib has started with. So what results we are aiming at? What should we aim at? As Kanu Dadaji said, for a common man, to a happy, harmonious, positive and meaningful inner living, especially in the present challenging and testing situations. Second point, since here so many scholarly people are sitting, whatever I'm following, I may be following yoga, I may be following meditation, I may be following scriptures, I may be following particular religion, or I may not be following, I'm atheist or unatheist, I may be following modern scientific perspective, achieving desirable results, or am I able to attain my ultimate aim or goal? As Bhatt Sahib rightly pointed out, yoga is not only asana, there are three main aims of yoga, samatvam yogam. Can I keep balanced and harmonious in all different situations? Whether I'm allowed to speak or whether I'm not allowed to speak, can I remain harmonious from within or unperturbed from within? In extreme situations of joy or extreme situations of sorrow, can I remain balanced? That's what Krishna also said in Gita. First aim of yoga. Second is chittavritti nirodh. Can I restrain my wandering reflective consciousness, which is all the time going out? Bring back with this to join with my pure self is yoga. So if these three aims are being attained, my path is correct. Not. So what the holistic inner science has to offer is, holistic inner science offers an easy, effective, holistic, scientific approach for all of us at any stage of human living to attain our purpose or goal. So that's why it is very easy, very practical. It does not ask for any external renunciation, traditions, hard penance. What it requires is only correct understanding. Sagarmalji was pointing drashti. So Dadaji said with right understanding. Drashti is also a little hard word for a common person. What is drashti? So a right understanding, correct understanding will lead to happiness, freedom, and all what you want. Incorrect understanding will lead to all the puzzles, bindings, botherations, miseries, all over whatever you put. So the holistic science just tries to make your understanding correct, right, and your vision right. And in all, irrespective of caste, nationality, faith, social, then they can take it to their people in their language. If this science reaches to every nook and corner of the world, which Bhatt Sahib rightly pointed out in his speech, the people will have peace, happiness, and harmony. And this is being shared by so many of us right now. So let me go directly to some unique aspects which this science has offered. Number one, holistic golden visions for daily living. My daily living be happy, harmonious. So many of us are knowing Gita in and out, but probably, or Upanishads or whatever, but probably it may not teach us how to deal with my staff. It may not tell me how to resolve my disputes with my own family members or with my own colleagues at home. So Dada Bhagwan gave very simple visions. And again, coming back to the scientific correlation, sir, this is outer or physical science, this is holistic inner science, it is continuous with one, and it is not different. So how? I'll give one or two examples. No sooner I'm trying to make someone happy, I decide that, okay, I'll help you, or I'll guide you, or I'll help my patient. Even before I go out and do that, I become happy first. And if I join myself to functional MRI or aura photography pictures, all my parameters will become positive. People say dishonesty is the best foolishness. My young friends ask why, how, what, when. So no sooner I try to become dishonest to somebody, change, there is a conflict within me. The lie detector machine, which is not lie, will pick up that his breaths have become faster, his blood pressure has shoot up. So there are metaphysical, scientific proofs to everything. So with that, this is a time when we need to join the knowledge with a scientific understanding. So Dada Bhagwan gave very simple visions that if you want to become happy in the relative world, just decide in the morning that let my mind, speech, and body make one and all happy. Let my mind, speech, and body not hurt any living being, and you will be the first beneficiary. The people say there are others in the world. The science says there is no other in the world. How can I prove this statement? Because each action of my mind, speech, and body before affecting others do affect me first. I say you are a nice person. Even before I speak that, my face is smiling. I say you are not a good person. Before I speak, I am affected first. So with this inner observation and inner understanding, everything is scientific, that each action of my mind, speech, and body before affecting others do affect me. So Dada Bhagwan said that the world is my own echo, my own projection. So along with some simple visions for daily living, he went into the details of the human life as an experiment, how human life and natures are working. Here he gave a very good concept that if my life is experiment, what is experiment and who is the experimenter? So my mind, speech, and body, inner happenings and outer happenings, along with the natural regulatory system, is an experiment going on, and I, living as I am, is an experimenter. Then the next question is, what is in my realm and what is not? What all can I do independently and what all can I not do independently? Very simply to say, all the happenings where the circumstantial evidences are required, is there anybody in the world who can control all the circumstantial evidences, including Krishna or Mahavir? If they would have been able to, there would not have been any Yadvasthali. So they said that this happening part, I am the doer, but I am instrumental doer, I am not the independent doer. Then the next question is, where is my independence? This has relation to fate and free will. This has relation to the slok karmanyeva adhikaraste ma phalesu kadachana. Krishna Bhagavan gave everything in Gita, but then he cautioned us also that lakhs of people reading this Gita, one will understand the gross meaning. Out of lakhs of such people, one will understand the subtle meaning. Out of lakhs and lakhs of such people, one will reach to the core of it, and that will be me only. And then he guided us also how to reach there. So a sidetrack in between, all of us, what we are talking of the results that this should be achieved. How to achieve it is the most important part. And if I share my experience and my journey, just at the age of 18, when I was a medical student, not knowing anything as you are knowing all this, but Mother Nature was fortunate, and it took me to somebody who made me experience even if I was not knowing. So the experience came, and the rest of the things were, how the experience should come. And Vedas say after 4 Vedas, neti, it is not here. I don't say scriptures are wrong, scriptures are very good to guide us. But where is the experience? With the person who is experiencing it is with a live person. And if you are fortunate to give a live person, believe me, what has happened with us, all the things will become very simple. I read the scriptures later on. So coming back to the main concept, what is in my realm? Because then and then only I can have my relative free will. So Dada Bhagwan opened out that the free will cannot be seen outside. All the things which are seen outside, they are the fruits or effects or the results. Free will is inside in the form of my bhava satta, bhav and abhav, decisions and projections. And that is independent of circumstances. Having known that, how best to use my free will? So 2 basic concepts. One, I said that in the morning, let my mind, speech and body not hurt any living being, but make one and all happy. Second, I want to know the permanent. What is permanent in all this changing or temporary? That is my pure self. I want to experience my pure self. To know is not to know by words. It is to know by doubtless conviction. It is to know by its taste or experience, which should stand the taste of all the circumstances or all the time. So he made us taste that. So second, my projection is I want to know who am I. That means I want to experience my pure self, as Bhatt Sahib said, relative and real. With these 2 visions opened out, we can go ahead. So that is another contribution. The third contribution made by him is scientific circumstantial evidences. Who is the doer? How the things are being done? Sometimes according to my expectation, sometimes not according to my expectation. And there are a lot of after effects afterwards. So he said that do your best according to best your ability, care and caution. But there is a whole system going on of the scientific circumstantial evidences according to which the things are happening. But regulatory system independent by itself? Force, no, it is also not independent. What has been projected by me in a human form as my decisions or projections or bhav has gone to the natural system, and at the appropriate time, the natural system will give out the effects or the results. So this is how he makes us understand the human life experiment, how really it is going on. I'm not going into the details of charge and discharge of karmic bonds, cause and effects. But some people express that we want to know more about Dada Bhagwan. I said, we have all the time for 2.5 days. During lunch, during night, we're all available and will be more than happy. And informally or during all other hours, will be more than happy to interact with us. And if you call us at your place with our tickets and with our own efforts, we'll be more than happy to come to you. And let me reveal the secret. Will not come to you for you, will come to you for our own sake. Because as I said, this science, before you get benefited, I get benefited first. So this is the science and this is the driving force with which the holistic scientists go ahead. So that was the third point, scientific circumstantial evidences. Fourth point he brought out was how the world is being governed. There are so many words Atma, but he said that Pratisthit Atman, belief Atman or migratory soul is the foundation of the ongoing world. There is none of the property of Pratisthit Atman or Prakriti in the pure soul or pure self. There is none of the property of the pure or Prakriti Atma. That is how he separated both and he made everything clear. So we talk about Shunya and Purna. Somebody says Purnam hai, somebody says Shunya hai. Yes, my pure self is Shunya in respect to the properties of Prakriti, but in respect to my own attributes, it is always full. So this is how this gives the complete experiment. Sometimes we do try sincerely, but the experiment doesn't get completed. So this science gives us the complete experiment where both relative and real can go parallel. All my roles in my personal life, professional life, social life, national life, or global or ecological life, all my roles can go well. Simultaneously, my real also can. So it is not necessary to think the birds fly with two wings. Similarly, with these two visions, one can have it correctly and together. A word about Tyaga and other things. No matter how hard we try to live, our Chittavritti is such that it is always in search of happiness. So it will not leave that. But if I give you the sweet, your tea will, even though it was sweet, it will not now feel you sweet. So Dada Bhagwan never told us to leave anything. He made us to taste the superior happiness of the real self, and rest of the things were automatically shed off. So this is how this experiment or this unique science has been going on, and he gave very easy, effective, scientific path for the world. All the preachers, teachers, and everybody says, do this, don't do this, change your behavior, control your anger. Can we do this? Duryodhan said to Krishna, I know everything, but I cannot live or I cannot do. So what is the science? So science is, Dada Bhagwan said, can you change the effect or you need to change the cause? Can you change the fruit or you need to change the seed? So my present Prakriti, my mind, body and speech is the effect or result or the discharging part of what? My previous beliefs which I had harbored is now giving reaction. That may not be easily changeable, but my present understanding can be easily changed. And once my present understanding is changed, tomorrow the behavior will automatically change. So Dada Bhagwan categorically said that we do not ask anybody to change the behavior forcibly, but this science changes the understanding very easily. And once the understanding is changed, rest will follow. A word about self-realization. Everybody of us do aspire for knowing the pure self or experiencing. How to do that? And why can't we do it? Why can't we do that? Why the Vedas had to say neti neti? Why the Krishna was standing and Arjuna and Krishna were standing in front of each other? Probably in the history there would not have been any genuine hearted seeker as good as Arjuna. There may not be any greater teacher than Krishna. Despite lot of dialogues, ultimately Arjuna says, still I can't get free of doubt, so I surrendered. And that is a point where by grace, he removes the covering veils of Arjuna, and then he gets initiated or he gets really the experience. So this is what the Gnani Purush says, that unless your covering veils can be removed by somebody who has that state of being, he is not a doer, but he is an instrumental help. Probably the realization may stay up to words, it may not go beyond words or it may not go into experience. So we need to aspire that, can I get somebody's help where my covering veils can be removed and I can also get. So this is the some few aspects. And now I wish to take 5 minutes to ponder over practical points about this, what is going on. So how can the like-minded people with positive attitudes, which is one example which is happening here, Mother Nature is great. Can we think why the Mother Nature brought us together? Is it by chance? Is it by random? Is it only Dr. Balaji? Is it only Dr. Bhatt Sahib? No. We all had some common bhava projections which were lying with the Mother Nature, and now the Mother Nature is making the people come together. So how can we together join hands to work for universal welfare? And when I say universal welfare, we at Holistic Science Research Center India, as well as USA, we invite all interested scholars and visionary people to join hands to contribute in different ways. And we also look forward to join hands with you. We are looking forward to your invitation when you call us to your universities, when you call us to your institutes. And as I said, with our own expenses, we will come to you and it will be our benefit. Now, how we want to work together, as Bhatt Sahib rightly said, and Kanu Dadaji also made a remark, we have to evolve an easy, effective, practical, result-giving and holistic approach or a path for a mankind as a whole. In the present turbulent time, people don't have time, patience, or inner space for any difficult things. They need a very simple, very easy, instantly rewarding understandings, which probably this holistic science has to offer. It should be beyond all barriers of religion, faiths, beliefs, or others, thus giving a common thread for one and all. How the holistic inner science can complement and supplement whatever one is following, as I already said, religion, yoga, meditation, or anything to attain the ultimate purpose or aim. I have to say that here there is everything for psychologists, psychiatrists, behavioral therapists, social scientists, human resource development people, and even philosophers. This science has some more light to take the journey ahead. So universities with the relevant departments, we can associate and develop some new vision or some vision in context of the present time, which can be really functional. Holistic approach, we want to touch all the areas of human life, including education, health, science and technology, economics, law, media, ecology, or whatsoever can be named. So how can we develop and promote methods, means and institutes for study, research, and spread of holistic inner science? Dissemination methods, as Bhatt Sahib also pointed out. In present technological time, there can be audio visual aids. People are looking at the smartphones. So we can prepare the clips, print materials, seminars, symposiums, or n number of ways, mass movements. But most important are living media, living instruments. Dada Bhagwan said that one living person is worth thousands of books. He never wrote a book. This Aptavani has not been written by him. It has been compiled from his discourses, but he was a living example. So we want to prepare living media, living instrument or living people, so we all can work together to train the trainers, teachers, other people, or whosoever is interested in this sort of concepts. And these living people can go and spread, and they can show to other living people. So we have been going to many schools and colleges. Government of Gujarat has already started value-added education program as a part of education system. Madhya Pradesh government is also trying in that direction. So how can we, informal curriculum or informal value-added inner science, which can help them right at the growing age? And we also wish to work with the polity and government if we can have facilities and research for scientific studies of spiritual aspects. Dr. Badrinath sir, if we can have the institutes and methods for scientific study of this holistic inner science, I think we can have a new vision world, a better evolved world, one articulate vision. Even for that matter, even Aurobindo or even all the great visionaries have said that a good time has to come ahead. And Mother Nature is kind enough. If we can be instrumental into that, I think our welfare will be automatically accomplished into that, and rest will follow. So I most humbly, this is what we have been doing on a smaller part, and we all with oneness and with heart full of love, let's come together in whatever way we are and whatever way we can contribute and make this holistic inner science. And the last word, Dada Bhagwan is not a person. The one which was seen in coat, topi and dhoti, with eyes in the tears, who had to put on a fire flames on a 5th of January 1988. Dada Bhagwan was one within in the form of pure knowing power, pure seeing power, pure bliss. And the same Dada Bhagwan, same Krishna, same Mahavir is sitting in all of us, equally potent, equally pure, but it is in a latent form. But since there is a guidance from the scientist, I think we can have for ourselves as well as for others. Jai Satchidanand. I hope I have not taken a lot of time.
अध्यक्षीय भाषण के लिए आदरणीय भट्ट साहब।
Thank you, Dr. Shilathanji, for a very comprehensive and lucid presentation. You are very right in saying that Dada Bhagwan is not a person, not just a person, but a vision and a mission. And therefore, we have to be conversant. Both is the theoretical part of it and the mission, which is the practical instances. The theme of the seminar is a holistic way of life and living. And holistic is harmonious. At all levels of existence. And these levels are multifarious. You can classify them and may have further sub-classifications and so forth. But what we require is a synthetic vision, so that we make a distinction and yet overcome the distinction. Dada Bhagwan has made a distinction between Atma and Anatma. Very fine distinction he has drawn and pointed out that we must know the distinction between the two, and yet we must know the relation between the two and how to reconcile the two. Such a marvelous distinction. Of course, we do have such a distinction in the Sankhya system between Purusha and Prakriti, but Dada Bhagwan has sharpened the distinction, and that is his unique contribution. In case of Atma also, a distinction can be drawn following the Jain tradition. Akalangdev has a similar distinction we also have in a different way in Dada Bhagwan's vision. We must know the Bhairatma, which is in the form of a body. We must also know the Antaratma, which is, he has used the word Pratisthit Atma for that, but it is same as Antaratma Akankadeva. And then we are all Paramatma. We are all Shuddhatma. And we are all, therefore, as Shankaracharya, I repeat it, that Chidananda Rupo Shivoham Shivoham. So, and for having this sort of harmonious living, yoga is the best method. And yoga has three facets derived from three different etymologies. Yujir Yoge, Samadho, Sanyamane. We begin with Yuja Sanyamane. We have to control the movements of the body, of the mind, and of the intellect. This is Yuja Sanyamane. And Dada Bhagwan has very much emphasized on this part of Sanyama. And Yuja Samadho, Samatva. Samatvam Yoga Uchyate. Well, there has to be equanimity of mind. Then only we can have a synthetic vision of unification, where diversity is appreciated and at the same time unity is also visualized. And Yojir Yoge, the union between the individual and the cosmic. So, in fact, Dada Bhagwan has some very significant seminal ideas. They need to be properly understood and implemented. Important part is implementation. And the parinama, I think so, the word parinama also has been used with. And for understanding of the anatma also, he has given a very, I should say, meaningful understanding of the cosmic process. No divine creator, but Vyostit Shakti. And another concept which you should have mentioned, this Sanyoga. Yes. Contribution of the cosmic process and the way things are moving. Description of these particular traditions. So once again, I thank all of you for your patient hearing. Time for question and answer if they want to ask. It is up to the organizers to decide. Yeah.
I will not take more than a minute. There was a question whether para and apara, whether apara is necessary to know. Let me tell exactly what Mundaka Upanishad says. You know, it is said that the great householder, Ashalyaha, Angirasam, Vidivat Upasannaha Papracha. Kasminnu bhagavo vede sarvam idam vignatam bhavati. And then he says, Dve vidye veditavye. Madam, both you have to know. Not one. Dve vidye veditavye. And what he says further, iti brahmacharya, iti brahmavido vadanti. Those who are following, Brahma, they say that you must know both. So I think in holistic way, if you want to go, you have to know both para and apara. Just as if you want to be a doctor, you must study up to 12th. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, Ishopanishad also says the same thing.
Dhanyavad.
Krishna know any opera?
पिपासितै काव्य रसो न पीयते बुभुक्षितै व्याकरणम न। तो अब लंच ब्रेक, बहुत अच्छी चर्चा, विद्वानों के भाषण और ज्ञान सुना। अब लंच केवल 40 मिनट का है, उसके बाद हम अगले सेशन के लिए यहाँ इकट्ठे होंगे। फिर आगे का सेशन जाना है और भट्ट साहब को भी, और इस तरह से है, तो थोड़ा जल्दी आ जाएंगे। ये तो साधना है, तप है। जय सच्चिदानंद, जय सच्चिदानंद। साहब
It is yours, sir. Are you doing? It is yours. Yeah, fine. May I keep it? Please. मैं कुत्ता मुक्ता हो जाऊँगा। Very good, huh? For us, like the next one. वीडियो प्रेजेंटेशन
તૈયાર જ છે મૂકેલી
સંસ્કૃત સમાચાર રેડિયો મને દેવભાઈ કીધું કે પેલા સામાન 45 વર્ષથી છે આમ જુવાન છું પણ આમ લાગે ગરડો થઈ ગયો છે હજી પણ હવે હું એ વિધિ વ્યાસ ચેનલ છે એના ઉપર સિરીઝ કે હવે ન્યૂઝમાં તો ક્યારેક ક્યારેક બોલાવે છે મેઇનલી એકેડેમિક શૈક્ષણિક શૈક્ષણિક માતૃભાષા મારી ગુજરાતી છે ભાવનગર બલગીપુરમાં કર્યો 8મી સુધી પછી હું બનારસમાં શાસ્ત્રી રહીએ બનારસમાં પછી શાસ્ત્રી તરીકે દિલ્હી આવ્યો દિલ્હીમાં કોમ્પિટિટિવ એક્ઝામ ને એ બધું કરવા માટે આવેલો વેસ્ટર્ન ફિલોસોફી પછી આ સમાચાર શરૂ થયા તો એમાં અવસર મળ્યો જોઈન ઓકે પણ તમે ક્યાં મતલબ ઓરિજિનલી સુરતના કે ભાવનગર એટલે આપણો જિલ્લો એટલે તમારા સંસ્કૃતમાં રુચિ વધારે તમને એવો વોટ્સઅપ પર જોઈએ ને અમે લોકો અહીંથી એક સંસ્કૃતનું છાપું પ્રકાશિત થાય છે વિશ્વસ્ય વૃત્તાંત વિપેશ કુમાર ભટ્ટ આમ તો એમના બે બીજા ગુજરાતીના છાપા છે રોજગાર સમાચાર અને બે ગુજરાતીના છાપા છે એ સાથે સાથે એ સંસ્કૃત સુરતમાંથી પ્રકાશિત થાય સુરત સારું કહેવાય ને બહુ સરસ છે ને બહુ એક ગુજરાતમાંથી બે પ્રકાશિત વર્તમાન સંસ્કૃત પત્રમ વડોદરા સરસ કામ કરે છે અત્યારે અમને ઓનલાઈન જ ચાલે છે હાર્ડ કોપી ઓછી છાપે હા નેચરલી તો ઓનલાઈન વધારે આપણા વડાપ્રધાન હવે કેશલેસ ટ્રાન્ઝેક્શન માટે કહે છે તો બધું કેશલેસ હોવું તો જોઈએ ને મેં મારા પ્રેઝન્ટેશનની હાર્ડ કોપી નથી પ્રકાશિત કરી સોફ્ટ કોપી માંથી કેશલેસ વધારે થાય એટલે વધારે સારું એટલે મારે મોડાસા કોલેજ છે ને આપણને બહુ સારી રીતે ઓળખે છે એટલે મેં એમને ફોન કર્યો એટલે એમને મારા વિશે સાથે સંકળાયેલા ડોક્ટર ગૌતમભાઈ પટેલ હા સારી અમદાવાદ એમની સાથે હા સાહેબને યાદ આપ કચ્છમાં તો બે ત્રણ વાર પહેલા કહેલું ને મારે મળવું છે સુરતમાં સૂર્યપુરમ કદા આગચ્છન્તિ ભવन्तः એક ડિસેમ્બર માસે આમ આગમિષ્યામિ સાહેબ ને વોટ્સએપ ચાલુ નહીં સેટિંગ કરવું છે આટલા દિવસથી આવ્યા તો ફરી ક્યારે મળવાનું હવે આપણું પ્રકાશનનું કંઈક પુસ્તકનું પણ પ્રકાશન હવે હજુ સુધી કર્યું નથી પણ કરવાનું છે જનરલી કોઈ સારી પ્રકાશન અને હ્યુમનનું છે એટલે લોકો કે ભાઈ એ લોકો પણ કહે છે કે આપણે કરીએ પુસ્તક એવું છે एक्चुअली શું છે કે એ લોકોએ જો સીઈસી યુજીસી સીઈસી કન્સોર્ટિયમ ઓફ એજ્યુકેશનલ કમ્યુનિકેશન યુનિવર્સિટી ગ્રાન્ટ કમિશનના તરફથી આ બધો પ્રોગ્રામ થાય ઇન્વાઇટ કરી કહી હતું કે સંસ્કૃત લર્નિંગ માટે કંઈ નવું એવું થઈ ગયું ના એ થાય છે ઓકે નો પ્રોબ્લેમ તો મેં ખૂબ વિચાર્યું કે શું કરું કારણ કે ઘણું બધું ચાલે પ્રવૃત્તિઓ ઘણી ચાલી રહી છે સંસ્કૃત ભારતી કોઈ શિબિર લગાવે અને કંઈક એવું વિચારું કે તો એમાંથી શરૂ થયું કે થોડુંક વ્યાકરણ કારણ કે સંસ્કૃતને પૂરી રીતે કરવું હોય તો 2, 4, 6 વર્ષ લાગી જાય મતલબ વન વોન્ટ્સ ટુ બી માસ્ટર ઓફ દેટ લેંગ્વેજ કોઈ નિષ્ણાત થવા માંગે તો વર્ષો લાગે તો એટલીસ્ટ જ્ઞાન થઈ જાય અને એનો આનંદ લઈ શકે થોડું ઘણું એટલે ભાષાના રૂપમાં માસ્ટર તો નહીં થઈ શકે એ જાણી શકે કે ગીતા વાંચી શકે બીજા કોઈ બોલે તો સમજી જાય પ્રવેશ કરી શકે તો એમાંથી મેં એમાં બહુ સંધિ લીધી અર્થ સંધિ હલ સંધિ એટલે થોડીક વ્યાકરણ અને એનું જ્ઞાન થઈ જાય પછી શબ્દરૂપ થોડા લીધા અને મોરલ સ્ટોરી એનાથી થોડુંક મનોરંજક થઈ જાય અને બંધ શ્લોક ઓફ ગીતા અને થોડા વાક્ય હિન્દી અંગ્રેજીની સાથે સંસ્કૃત સો એન્ટર કરી શકે 20 લેક્ચર્સ તો થયા છે એનાથી જરા નથી થયું તો હવે ફરીથી શરૂ કરીશું કારણ કે ઘણા લોકોએ કહ્યું છે કે એને કન્ટિન્યુ કરો હા રાઈટ થોડુંક એટલા માટે કે સંસ્કૃત બોલવું હોય લખવું હોય વાંચવું હોય તો થોડુંક સાંભળીને થઈ શકે તમિલ સાથે હા હા બિલકુલ બિલકુલ
મેડમ એક્સક્યુઝ મી જરાક પ્લીઝ એક અમારો ફોટો પ્લીઝ પાડ્યો
ક્યાં ઉભું રહેવું છે ને
અહીંયા અથવા ગમે ત્યાં ઉતરે તો સારું છે બેનર
હા બેનર આવશે સ્ટેન્ડઅપ કોમેડી જેવું અને રજૂ કરવાનું માધ્યમ ગુજરાતી કે હિન્દી અંગ્રેજી અંગ્રેજી હિન્દી અને ગુજરાતી પરિવાર આવીશ
પેન ડ્રાઈવ નું ખૂબ
હા કાલે અને પરમ દિવસે 2 દિવસ છે ના જુદા જુદા છે ને ઇંગ્લિશમાં જુદા છે ના હિન્દી પણ છે ઇંગ્લિશ આવે છે ને જે રીતે હવે 2:30 વાગ્યાથી છે 3-4 એમાં હું પણ મારું પ્રસ્તુત કરીશ અને બીજા લોકો છે પછી સાંજના છે આ લોકો કોકિલાબેન કેઆર નાયર મન્ના વિદેશ બીજા રાજ્યોથી આવ્યા છે એ લોકો પણ છે એના પછી કાલે આ છે બધા વિદ્વાનો આવ્યા છે બહારથી અને ઘણા બધા અને પરમ દિવસે કાલનું જ આ છે પરમ દિવસે 25 તારીખ છે ને 24 અને 25નું આ છે, this is 25. એટલે ઘણા વિદ્વાનો આવ્યા છે, એ બધા જુદા જુદા હિન્દીમાં, ગુજરાતીમાં, ઇંગ્લિશમાં એ બધા બોલે છે, અને સંસ્કૃતના વિદ્વાનો પણ છે.
આપણે આગે ભટ્ટ સાહેબ છે તે ક્યાં
ये આમ તો ગુજરાતના જ છે ભટ્ટ સાહેબ, પરંતુ આમ તો મારા ખ્યાલથી વર્ષોથી મધ્યપ્રદેશમાં રહે છે. મધ્યપ્રદેશમાં મારા ખ્યાલથી ઇન્દોરના છે, અને ગુજરાતી સાથે જાણે છે, અને ઇન્ડિયન કાઉન્સિલ ફોર ફિલોસોફિકલ રિસર્ચ એમના ઇન્ડિયન કાઉન્સિલ ઓફ ફિલોસોફિકલ રિસર્ચ દિલ્હીમાં એમાં અધ્યક્ષ છે એના. તો ભટ્ટ સાહેબ તો ખૂબ સારા વિદ્વાન છે, જોયું તમે સારા આપણે ભોજન પણ પૂરું કરી દઈએ.
हेलो हेलो बिपिन बालो बिपिन बालो
साहुणम् ऐसो पंचन मुक्कारो सौव पावपणासनो मंगलाणं च सौवेसिं परमं भवै मङ्गलम् ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय जय सच्चिदानंद जय सच्चिदानंद सर्वस्व मेरापन अर्पण है भगवान तुम्हारे शरणों में सुचरणों में
सर्वस्व मेरापन अर्पण है भगवान तुम्हारे शरणों में सुचरणों में
आध्यात्मिक आनंद परमानंद इस परमहंस के सत्संग में स्वसंगत में
सर्वस्व मेरापन अर्पण है
मन वचन काया छाया माया के भावनो द्रव्य बालक की भ्रांति स्वीकारिए अनय शरण दे भवरण में
सर्वस्व मेरापन अर्पण है
ज्ञानामृत के मोती चुभते मन हंसा मान सरोवर सत्यं शिवम् और सुंदरम की श्री दिव्य चक्षु की ज्योति में
सर्वस्व मेरा अपन अर्पण है।
सूरज का कैसा तर्पण है चंदा के शीतल किरणों में, समभाव रखे निकाल करे उठते अंतर द्वंद्व भीतर में।
सर्वस्व मेरा अपन अर्पण है।
रात दिवस संध्या उषा कैसे अद्भुत क्रम नियम बधे, मन सागर के ज्वार भाटा निश्चित और व्यवस्थित है।
सर्वस्व मेरा अपन अर्पण है।
जीवन भले एक दर्शन है, मूल आत्म शाश्वत दर्पण है। व्यवहार हो चाहे रोड़ो संग स्वनिश्चय केवल भगवन में।
सर्वस्व मेरा अपन अर्पण है।
आत्माता है उद्धार मुझ शुद्धात्मा जागृत करो। अपूर्व गोचर और उल्लसित जड़ ज्योति प्रकाशित हो।
सर्वस्व मेरा अपन अर्पण है।
देखी केरी अक्रम से जो मोक्ष द्वार खुला कर दे, परमात्मा स्वरूप है प्रकट पुरुष, आप ही है मेरे शुद्धात्मा, सर्वस्व मेरापन अर्पण है, भगवान तुम्हारे शरणों में सुचरणों में, आध्यात्मिक आनंद परमानंद इस परमहंस के सत्संग में, स्वसंगत में, सर्वस्व मेरापन अर्पण है, भगवान तुम्हारे शरणों में सुचरणों में, सुचरणों में, सुचरणों में। अंधियारा कोटि युग का पल साठ में रोशन करो, ज्ञानाग्नि प्रकट ज्ञान की, पापों को भस्मीभूत करो, तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय, मुहूर्त में ही समय सारा, टंकोत्कीर्ण ज्ञान अभेद से, प्रत्यक्ष हो साक्षात्कार, 33 कोटि देवी देवता, शांति कलश बरसाइए, सामायिक शुद्ध आत्म की, जानीय पूर्व लाइए, वाणी दादा भगवान की, तीर्थंकरा ओम प्रति प्रतिध्वनि निश्चल विधि सुचरण की स्वात्म सिद्धि तारिणी दावानल की आग में ब्रह्मांड ज्वाला अंतरदाह पाताली करुणा मृत झरा बरखा अमी वृष्टि करें अमृत धारा प्रेमांजनी जलते जीवों को शीत कर चरम चौबीसी सामूहिक जय सच्चिदानंद ज्ञानी वे अनुभव कहता है हमको खुद अपनी गलती देखो दूसरों की गलती न देखो भूल है तो सजा खुद भोगो अनुभव कहता है हमको खुद अपनी गलती देखो छोटों पर बड़ों ने क्रोध किया और माना हमने अच्छा किया छोटों पर बड़ों ने क्रोध किया और माना हमने अच्छा किया और माना हमने अच्छा किया वहाँ मिल गई क्रोध को खूरा की तन मन में ज्वाला देखो जैसी करनी वैसी भरनी सब अपनी भूल को देखो अनुभव कहता है हमको खुद अपनी गलती देखो चमचों ने शेठ को चढ़ा दिया फिर अपना काम निकाल लिया चमचों ने शेठ को चढ़ा दिया फिर अपना काम निकाल लिया फिर अपना काम निकाल लिया है मान महाशत्रु खुद का, तन धन का अपव्यय देखो। अनुभव कहता है हमको, खुद अपनी गलती देखो। इस जग में संतों की तरह अपमान भी सहना सीखो। दूसरों की गलती न देखो, भूल है तो सजा खुद भोगो। ये विश्व फंसा है माया में, यह शरीर भी अपना ही नहीं। ये विश्व फंसा है माया में, यह शरीर भी अपना ही नहीं। यह शरीर भी अपना ही नहीं। मैं शरीर हूँ वो है जीव का हम, रचता है जगत जीव देखो। हानि बुद्धि के द्वंद्वों की झंझट से निकलना सीखो। अनुभव कहता है हमको, खुद अपनी गलती देखो। कम बुद्धि वाले लोगों को अपनी बुद्धि से फंसा दिया। कम बुद्धि वाले लोगों को अपनी बुद्धि से फंसा दिया। अपनी बुद्धि से फंसा दिया। ऊपर से माना अच्छा किया, वहाँ लोभ की भीड़ कुछ देखो। जहाँ कर्ता पद का अशुद्ध पूरण, गलन में कर्म रज देखो। अनुभव कहता है हमको, खुद अपनी गलती देखो। दूसरों की गलती न देखो, भूल है तो सजा खुद भोगो। अनुभव कहता है हमको, खुद अपनी गलती देखो। खुद अपनी गलती देखो। खुद अपनी गलती देखो। अपने हृदय के किवाड़ खोलो, धर्मों पक्ष की दीवार तोड़ो। परमात्मा से नाता जोड़ो। दादा दादा बोलो, भगवन बोलो। ओ दादा दादा बोलो, भगवन बोलो। दृष्टि बिंदु के अनुसार सब ही धर्मों को आधार। अपनी जगह पे सब है सच्चे,
अपनी जगह पे सब है सच्चे,
उत्क्रांति के नियम से चलते,
उत्क्रांति के नियम से चलते,
ढोंग बिलिप ब्लंडर्स को भेदो,
ढोंग बिलिप ब्लंडर्स को भेदो,
कौन है खुद वो दिल से सोचो,
कौन है खुद वो दिल से सोचो,
अंतःस्थल के भीतर को खोदो,
अंतःस्थल के भीतर को खोदो,
दादा दादा बोलो भगवन बोलो,
दादा दादा बोलो भगवान बोलो,
दादा दादा बोलो भगवन बोलो,
दादा दादा बोलो भगवान बोलो,
अपने हृदय के किवाड़ खोलो,
अपने हृदय के किवाड़ खोलो,
धर्मों पक्ष की दीवार तोड़ो,
धर्मों पक्ष की दीवार तोड़ो,
परमात्मा से नाता जोड़ो,
परमात्मा से नाता जोड़ो,
दादा दादा बोलो भगवन बोलो,
दादा दादा बोलो भगवान बोलो,
जिससे कुछ भी नहीं अनजाना,
जिससे कुछ भी नहीं अनजाना,
दानी पुरुष प्रगट शुद्धात्मा,
ज्ञानी पुरुष प्रगट शुद्धात्मा,
मोक्ष मिला दे चेतन आत्मा,
मोक्ष मिला दे चेतन आत्मा,
स्वपरिणामी सतज्ञानात्मा,
स्वपरिणामी सतज्ञानात्मा,
जिसका नहीं निकलता फोटो,
जिसका नहीं निकलता फोटो,
उसको दिखा दे दादा दोस्तों,
उसको दिखा दे दादा दोस्तों,
केवल सत है सुख समझो तो,
केवल सत है सुख समझो तो,
दादा दादा बोलो भगवन बोलो,
दादा दादा बोलो भगवान बोलो,
दादा दादा बोलो भगवन बोलो,
दादा दादा बोलो भगवान बोलो,
अपने हृदय के किवाड़ खोलो,
अपने हृदय के किवाड़ खोलो,
धर्मों पक्ष की दीवार तोड़ो,
धर्मों पक्ष की दीवार तोड़ो,
परमात्मा से नाता जोड़ो,
परमात्मा से नाता जोड़ो,
दादा दादा बोलो भगवन बोलो,
दादा दादा बोलो भगवान बोलो,
जगत
Professor Mishra ji, please take your seat. First of all, Dr. Baldevanand Sagar will speak in front of all of us. Dr. Shailishanand ji, please come and introduce Dr. Baldevanand Sagar.
So, Jai Satchidanand to all. Jai Satchidanand word itself is a holistic word. Eternal, it's real self of us. Chit is to know and to see, Gnan and Darshan, and Anand is its very property. So the word itself makes it holistic. Anyway, as we move to this second session, Professor Godavarinath Mishra is the chairperson for this session, and we have three speakers: Baldevanand Sagar, Dr. Purnima Mehta, and Mr. L.D. Patel. Baldevanand Sagar, we have already known him, so I think he doesn't need further introduction. Sometimes I wonder, know the person well, but person himself is really an introduction. So he himself has been with us. So I hand it over to Godavarinath Mishra sir for taking the session ahead. And whatever time we have and whatever things come out, there are many things beyond words. There are many things in between, but we all are experiencing it. So the experience beyond words is also counts. And whatever the things or questions are left out, we are here to discuss it whenever the time permits, and we'll have special sessions for that also. Please, Godavarinath Mishra sir.
Good afternoon, friends. Usually, in the university, we call these afternoon sessions are Turiya sessions, because many people go to sleep after food. But today, I think nobody will sleep because we have very interesting papers which will inject sleeplessness in you. To start with, I would like to invite Kalapan, Professor Baldevanand Sagar. And you all know, as Doctor has told you, and we'll take 20 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes. No, 20 minutes minimum.
Thank you. Om Vishwam Darpan Drishaman Nagari Tulyam Targatam Pashanatmani Mayaya Bahirivod Bhutam Yatha Nidraya साक्षात् कुरुते प्रबोध समये स्वात्मानमेवाद्वयम् श्री गुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्री दक्षिणामूर्तये श्री दक्षिणामूर्तये। जय सच्चिदानंद। द्वितीय सत्र के अध्यक्ष सर गोदावरीश जी, मिश्र साहब, और इस पूरे उपक्रम के मुख्य रूप से दृश्यमान सूत्रधार डॉक्टर बालाजी गणोरकर जी, आदरणीय डॉक्टर एल.डी. पटेल साहब, और आप का नाम नहीं, मैडम डॉक्टर विश्वाल,
डॉक्टर विश्वाल और डॉक्टर शैलेश मेहता जी और आप सब, मैं केवल उपक्रम के रूप में संक्षेप में कह दूं, मैं नहीं आ पा रहा था, कुछ परिस्थितियां ऐसी थी और आपका आग्रह और मैं कहूंगा दादा भगवान की કૃપા એમની કે હું એક દિવસ માટે આવી શક્યો છું અને મેં મારો આલેખ પણ બહુ શીઘ્રતામાં તૈયાર કર્યો છે જેનું શીર્ષક છે पूर्णतावादी विज्ञान यानी कि होलिस्टिक साइंस के विशेष संदर्भ में औपनिषदिक मंत्र ओम पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ओम शांति शांति ही। इस मंत्र का विश्लेषण केवल मैं अपनी अल्पमति से और जो गुरुजनों से सुना, विद्वानों से जो सुना है, उसके आधार पर आपके सामने रखना चाह रहा था। अभी भट्ट साहब से बात हुई, उन्होंने कहा कि पूर्णतावादी की जगह समग्रतावादी, क्योंकि मैंने जो होलिस्टिक को मैं ढूंढता रहा, क्योंकि मैंने हिंदी में अपना पेपर तैयार किया है, तो शब्दों को ऑनलाइन डिक्शनरीज है उससे तैयार किया, तो उसमें साकल्यवादी, पूर्णतावादी ऐसे शब्द अर्थ दिए थे। अब आदरणीय भट्ट साहब ने कहा कि नहीं, समग्रतावादी इज द परफेक्ट मीनिंग, तो मैं आपके सामने समग्रतावादी विज्ञान के संदर्भ में इस मंत्र के बारे में कहना चाहता हूं। थोड़ा पढ़ूंगा और थोड़ा एक्सटेम्पोर आपके सामने अपनी बात कहूंगा। से ही जिज्ञासु मनोवृत्ति का है, जिज्ञासु प्रवृत्ति का है, उसके जीवन की सबसे बड़ी जिज्ञासा है कोहम कुतः आयाता इति। इन जिज्ञासाओं के समाधान के लिए भारतीय शास्त्रों ने कुछ प्रमाण दिए हैं। आप सब जानते हैं विद्वज्जन, प्रत्यक्षमान प्रमाण, शब्द प्रमाण, उपमान प्रमाण, अनुपलब्धि प्रमाण, अर्थापत्ति प्रमाण इत्यादि। इन प्रमाणों को आस्तिक और नास्तिक दर्शनों ने अपने अध्ययन, चिंतन और अभ्यास के आधार पर स्वीकार अस्वीकार किया है, क्योंकि बौद्ध दर्शन, जैन दर्शन, चार्वाक दर्शन, ये जितने भी पाशुपत 12 से 13 दर्शन आदरणीय भट्ट साहब जो सर्वदर्शन संग्रह में दिया गया है सायण आचार्य ने, तो ये सारे दर्शनों में कुछ प्रमाणों को कुछ लोग मानते, कुछ नहीं मानते हैं। भौतिक विज्ञानों की बात करें तो इन विज्ञानविदों ने भी पूर्व अवधारणा, हाइपोथेसिस जिसको हम कहते हैं, जिसके आधार पर सारे भौतिक विज्ञान और आगमन निगमन जो प्रणाली है उससे सत्य को यानी पूर्ण को यानी सत चित आनंद को समझने का प्रयास किया है। भौतिक विज्ञानी माने या ना माने, किंतु भगवान भाष्यकार आदि शंकराचार्य ने व्यावहारिक, आध्यात्मिक और प्रातिभाषिक सत्ता को प्रतिष्ठापित करके समग्रतावादी विज्ञान को पूर्णता प्रदान की है। आदरणीय भट्ट साहब ने अपने उसमें जो इन सत्ताओं का उल्लेख उन्होंने अध्यात्म सत्ता, परमार्थ सत्ता और व्यावहारिक सत्ता, व्यवहार सत्ता की बात कही थी। चूंकि हमें समग्रतावादी विज्ञान के परिप्रेक्ष्य में भारतीय दर्शन को देखना है, दादा भगवान के अमृत वचनों के उद्धरणों के संबल के साथ उपनिषद के इन मंत्र को लेने का प्रयास करना है और जीवन यापन विधि, होलिस्टिक साइंस ऑफ लाइफ एंड लिविंग, लाइफ जीवन, लिविंग इज जीवन यापन विधि, ये अनुवाद मैंने डॉक्टर साहब किया है, भट्ट साहब। इसमें हमें समग्रतावादी विज्ञान को समझना है। तो आइए, बृहदारण्यक उपनिषद, वैसे तो ये शांति मंत्र है सभी उपनिषदों के साथ, जैसे सहनावतु सहनौ भुनक्तु उपनिषद का अध्ययन आप विद्वत लोगों ने किया है, आप जानते हैं, सब ये शांति मंत्र दिए हैं। तो इसी तरह पूर्णमदः प्राय प्रत्येक उपनिषद के साथ, लेकिन बृहदारण्यक उपनिषद में इसका जो भाष्य और वो है उसके आधार पर मैं आपके सामने रख रहा हूं। अदः पूर्णम, अदः वह, संस्कृत में अदः शब्द तृतीय पुरुष के लिए, अदः पूर्णम माने वह पूर्ण है, माने वह सच्चिदानंद आत्मा नहीं, परमात्मा शिव स्वरूप पूर्ण है। इदम पूर्णम, यह पूर्ण है, यह सच्चिदानंद आत्मा माने जीव पूर्ण है। पूर्णम उदच्यते, इस पूर्ण से ही पूर्ण का उद्गमन यानी प्रकटीकरण होता है।
पूर्णस्य पूर्णम आदाय, इस पूर्ण स्वरूप तत्व के पूर्ण माने सच्चिदानंद को ले लिया जाए या स्वीकार कर लिया जाए तो भी पूर्णम एव अवशिष्यते, पूर्ण ही शेष अवशिष्ट रहता है। और इसका जो पारंपरिक भाष्य का अर्थ है वो इस तरह से है, केवल पढ़ दूं मैं आपके सामने। ओम वह पर ब्रह्म पूर्ण है और यह कार्य ब्रह्म भी पूर्ण है, क्योंकि पूर्ण से ही पूर्ण की उत्पत्ति होती है, तथा प्रलय काल में कार्य ब्रह्म का पूर्णत्व लेकर अपने में ही लीन करके पूर्ण माने पर ब्रह्म ही बचा रहता है। ओम शांति शांति शांति, त्रिविधताप की शांति, अधिभौतिक अधिदेविक आध्यात्मिक। प्रसंगवशात केवल संक्षेप में निकता की बात मैं कहना चाहता हूं। अभी कुछ दिनों पहले मैंने कोशिश किया, मुझे वाईफाई नहीं मिला, इसमें एक क्लिपिंग है न्यूज़पेपर की जिसमें बॉम्बे की एक कोई 14 साल की लड़की ने ओम के बारे में कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट किया, अखबार में टाइम्स में भी दिया हुआ था, तो वो मैं दिखलाना चाह रहा था कि ओम पर कितना ध्वनि पर, ओम की ध्वनि क्यों इतनी पूर्ण है। ओम को प्रणव भी कहते हैं, जिसका अर्थ पवित्र घोष, पवित्र घोष है, लेकिन व्याकरण के आधार पर मैं कहूं तो प्र जमा नव, नव माने नूतन, प्र उपसर्ग है, प्रीफिक्स है, नव नाउन संज्ञा है। प्र में र होने की वजह से जो नव का न है वो अणा हो जाता, यानी प्रणव माने प्रत्येक बार की ध्वनि करे, अनुभव करे तो नवीनता का, शक्ति का, चेतना का संचार हो, अनुभव हो, वो प्रणव है, इसलिए प्रणव कहा जाता है। यह शब्द ब्रह्म का बोधक भी है, जिससे यह विश्व उत्पन्न होता है, जिसमें स्थित रहता है और जिसमें लय हो जाता है। यह विश्व नाम रूपात्मक है, उसमें जितने भी पदार्थ है इनकी अभिव्यक्ति वर्णों अथवा अक्षरों से ही होती है। जितने भी वर्ण है वे से, जैसे अ कंठ का था, और म ओष्ठ स्वर, म ओष्ठ और नासिका से होता है, इसके बीच उच्चरित होते हैं। इस प्रकार ओम संपूर्ण विश्व की अभिव्यक्ति, स्थिति और प्रलय का द्योतक है। प्रणव के विषय में कठोपनिषद में मंत्र मिलता है, सर्वे वेदा यत् पदमामनन्ति तपांसि सर्वाणि च यद्वदन्ति यदिच्छन्तो ब्रह्मचर्यं चरन्ति तत्ते पदम संग्रहेण ब्रवीमि ओम इत्येतत्। ये कठोपनिषद का है। और उपनिषद के बारे में तो आप जानते हैं, मैं क्या विस्तार से कहूं। उपनिषद आध्यात्मिकता और विज्ञान का मिश्रण है तथा उनकी गणना मौलिक विज्ञान, फंडामेंटल साइंसेस के ग्रंथों के साथ होनी जाती है। वेद ईश्वरीय विज्ञान है, उपनिषद का मुख्य अर्थ ब्रह्म विद्या है। इनमें अधिकतर वेदों में बताए गए आध्यात्मिक विचारों को समझाया गया है। वेदों के संकलन के पश्चात कई ऋषियों ने अपनी अनुभूतियों से वैदिक ज्ञान कोश में वृद्धि की। उन्होंने संकलित ज्ञान की व्याख्या, आलोचना तथा उनमें संशोधन भी किया। इस प्रकार का ज्ञान आज उपनिषदों द्वारा तथा दर्शन शास्त्रों के रूप में संकलित है। इस प्रकार का ज्ञान भारत से बाहर अन्य किसी धर्म की पुस्तक में नहीं है, ऐसे विद्वानों का मत है। प्रत्येक उपनिषद किसी न किसी वेद से जुड़ा हुआ है। उपनिषदों के लेखन की शैली प्रश्नोत्तर है। शिष्य प्रश्न पूछता है, गुरु उत्तर देते हैं। शिष्य अपने गुरुओं से प्रश्न पूछते हैं और ऋषि शिष्यों के प्रश्नों के उत्तर देकर उनकी जिज्ञासा का समाधान करते हैं। प्रश्नोत्तर की शैली का बड़ा लाभ यह है कि विषयों के सभी पक्षों पर पूर्ण विचार हो जाता है। उदाहरण के तौर पर प्रश्नोत्तर इस प्रकार के विषयों से संबंधित है, जैसे आत्मा क्या है, परमात्मा क्या है, दोनों का क्या संबंध है, जीवन का आधार क्या है, हम क्यों जीवित है, हमें प्राण कौन देता है, हमें कौन और क्यों जीवित रखता है, हमारी इंद्रियों को कर्म करने की प्रेरणा तथा शक्ति कौन देता है। इस प्रकार के प्रश्न। गुरु प्रश्नों का उत्तर देते समय यथोचित उदाहरण या प्रसंग भी बताते हैं। ऋषियों तथा शिष्यों की संख्या असीमित है। उपनिषदों का ज्ञान ही वैदिक सनातन धर्म का वास्तविक वैज्ञानिक तथा दार्शनिक ज्ञान है। अनेक चित्रों और कथाओं तथा अन्य ग्रंथों के माध्यम से सरल रूप में प्रस्तुत करके समझाया गया है, क्योंकि पुराण की कथाओं को लेकर कई प्रकार के तर्क कुतर्क करती हैं। इसलिए व्यावहारिक दृष्टि से किसी वस्तु के मूल भाग से कुछ हिस्सा ले लिया जाए तो मूल वस्तु में न्यूनता आती है। किंतु इस अति अद्भुतपूर्ण समग्रतावादी विज्ञान के सिद्धांत के अनुसार सत, चित, आनंद परम तत्व से जितना भी कुछ ले लेने पर भी उतना ही बचता है। दादा भगवान के वक्तव्यों और वचनों को पढ़ सुनकर उपनिषदों की सनातन परंपरा का स्मरण हो आता है। जैसा कि आप्तवाणी हिंदी जो मेरे पास आपने भेजी थी और मैंने पढ़ी उसको, उसके पृष्ठ 148 में लिखा है, यह शरीर मिश्र चेतन है। अभी भट्ट साहब जिस बारे में विस्तार से बता रहे थे, निश्चेतन चेतन है, निश्चेतन डैश चेतन। ब्रह्म और जीव ब्रह्म या शिव ब्रह्म और जीव ब्रह्म की बात जो उपनिषद कह रही है वही दादा भगवान अपनी शैली में कहते हैं। हम लोग शुद्ध चेतन है, इन्वर्टेड कॉमा में हम लोग है, शुद्ध चैतन्य है। पहले प्रतिष्ठा की थी सो वह तो है प्रतिष्ठित आत्मा, वही है प्रतिष्ठित चेतन, मिश्र चेतन, इन्वर्टेड कॉमा क्लोज। इस पूर्ण को पाने के लिए अब मेरे ये तो मैंने जो उपादान सामग्री से बात की, अब जो मेरी प्रतिक्रिया के रूप में मैंने अपनी बात कही है, आप विद्वानों के सामने रख रहा हूं। इस पूर्ण को पाने के लिए अपरोक्षानुभूति जैसे अनेक ग्रंथों की रचना हुई। वह आत्म साक्षात्कार चाहे भगवान महावीर तीर्थंकर का हो या भगवान महाबोधि गौतम बुद्ध का, भगवान भाष्यकर आदि शंकर हो या स्वामी विवेकानंद का, महर्षि अरविंद का या महर्षि रमन या दादा भगवान का, सभी विभूतियों ने इस पूर्ण अनुभूति के बाद कहा, नाल्पे सुखमस्ति भूमाई सुखम। अपनी बात को संक्षेप में और स्पष्ट करने के लिए दादा भगवान के वक्तव्यों के साथ ही दो और तत्वदर्शी महापुरुषों का संदर्भ देना चाहूंगा। महात्मा कबीर अपनी अनुभूतियों की खरी खरी और सहज सरल अभिव्यक्ति के लिए जाने जाते हैं। वे कहते हैं, मरने से सब जग डरा, मरने से सब जग डरा, मेरो मन आनंद, कब मरी हूं कब भेटी हूं पूर्ण परमानंद, कब मरी हूं कब भेटी हूं पूर्ण परमानंद। पूर्णता की बात, समग्रता की बात। जिस समग्रतावादी विज्ञान की बात का उल्लेख कर रहे हैं उसी सिद्धांत के समर्थन में नरसिंह मेहता कहते हैं, जहां लगी आत्मा तत्व चिन्हो नहीं, त्यां लगी साधना सर्व झूठी। पूर्णानुभूति के बाद इन महापुरुषों के द्वारा की गई अभिव्यक्तियों का अध्ययन करें तो अनुभव होता है कि कमोबेश सब में एक अद्भुत साम्य है और पूर्ण दर्शन, समग्र दर्शन का दर्शन होता है। कबीर साहब को पूछा गया कि क्या आपने राम को देखा है, राम को जानते हैं? तो उन्होंने एक स्थान पर तो एक बार कहा, मैं क्या जानूं राम को, नैनो कभी न दीठ, मैं क्या, मुझे क्या पता, मैंने तो कभी आंखों से देखा नहीं राम को। और उसी बात को प्रकारांतर से वो कहते हैं, लाली मेरे लाल की जित देखो तित लाल, लाली देखन मैं गई मैं भी हो गई लाल। जो समग्र अनुभूति है उसकी बात मैं आपके सामने रख रहा हूं। अगर मैं बात करूं भक्त नरसिंह की और उनके तत्कालीन आलोचकों की, तो सामाजिक आक्षेपों का उत्तर देते हुए वे कहते हैं, क्योंकि उनको बहुत आक्षेप, आप सब जानते हैं नरसिंह मेहता के जीवन चरित्र के बारे में, और उनको बहुत सारी प्रताड़ना समाज से मिली। तब वो कहते थे, अमली एवारे तमी कहशो रे वली तेवारे, भक्ति करता जो भ्रष्ट थैशु तो करिशु दामोदरनी सेवारे। ये नरसिंह मेहता की बात। सामाजिक आक्षेपों की परवाह न करके इन महापुरुषों ने अपने आध्यात्मिक अनुभवों के आधार पर तत्कालीन समाज को जो संदेश दिया, सर्वजनोपयोगी ही है, सनातन भी है, समग्र भी है और पूर्ण भी है। वे कहते हैं, और आप सब परिचित है, जागिने जोव तो जगत दिशे नहीं, ऊंघमा अटपटा भोग बासे। और साधना पथ पर अग्रसर होने के लिए जिन सावधानियों की जरूरत है उनके लिए वे कहते हैं, हूं करूं एज अज्ञानता, शकटनो भार जैम श्वानताणे। की अनुभूतियां आध्यात्मिक साधना पथ पर चलने वाले महापुरुषों और समग्रतावादी विज्ञानियों को में देखने को मिलती है। एक स्थान पर कबीर साहब कहते हैं, मैं पूरो पाया, मैंने वो समग्र को, पूर्ण को पा लिया है। भौतिक विज्ञानियों की दृष्टि इसी आध्यात्मिक प्रवृत्ति वाली है तो वे भी इन रहस्यमयी अनुभूतियों को अपने बोल या वाणी में अभिव्यक्त करते हैं। अपनी छात्रावस्था में एक दैनिक समाचार पत्र में आचार्य विनोबा भावे का एक साक्षात्कार छपा था और उसका शीर्षक था कड़े चहुकड़े आनंद ही आनंद, ये शीर्षक था। जो बात और अनुभूति हजारों सहस्रों वर्ष पहले हमारे वैदिक ऋषियों ने वैदिक ऋचाओं में अभिव्यक्त की है, वे अनुभूतियां और सार्वकालिक प्रतीत होती है। इसी संदर्भ में ओम पूर्णमदः यह मंत्र आज 21वीं शताब्दी में भी उतना ही प्रासंगिक और वैज्ञानिक है। ज्ञान की बात कहते हुए योगेश्वर श्री कृष्ण कहते हैं, और प्रातःकाल भी कई बार संदर्भ आया, ज्ञानम तेहम सविज्ञानम इदम वक्ष्याम्य शेषतः। इस समग्रतावादी विज्ञान होलिस्टिक साइंस के लिए इस ज्ञान विज्ञान के माध्यम से पूर्णता प्राप्त करना सहज होगा। इस विश्वास के साथ मैं अपनी बात पूरी करूं उससे पहले एक और बात कहना चाहता हूं। विद्वानों की बात, विद्वानों का इतना अध्ययन चिंतन, लेकिन उसको थोड़ा विनोदात्मक टिप्पणी के रूप में कहें तो केले के पात पात में पात और विद्वानों की बात बात में बात, ये कहावत कही जाती है। यानी विद्वानों का जो बौद्धिक सारा चिंतन और संघर्ष है वो स्वीकार्य है, ठीक है, लेकिन जिन्होंने इसको चरितार्थ किया जीवन में, जो बात आ रही थी आचरण में लाके इस बात की अनुभूतियां की, उनको कबीर साहब ने एमए पीएचडी नहीं की थी, नरसिंह मेहता ने, गुरु नानक देव जी ने, तुकाराम जी ने, ज्ञानेश्वर ने, इन लोगों ने समग्रता की अनुभूति साक्षात्कार किया। साक्षात्कार को करने के लिए जो साधना अपनाई और साधना के लिए कभी उनके अंदर से जो वेदना प्रकट हुई, और वो वेदना के लिए वो कहते हैं, एक पंक्ति आपके सामने अपनी बात पूरी करने से पहले कहूंगा, वो सभी महापुरुषों ने, क्योंकि ये बात दादा भगवान जी ने अपने बार बार कहा, एक पूर्ण पुरुष होना चाहिए तुम्हारे लिए, एक पूर्ण ऐसा व्यक्ति होना चाहिए जो तुम्हें बताएं कि क्या है वो अनुभूति, कैसे समग्रता का बोध होगा, समग्रता की अनुभूति होगी। और हमारे यहां जो लोक भाषा के कवि लोग हैं वो कहते हैं, मारी माता मरे नहीं मारे एनु शू करबू, मारी माता मरे नहीं मारे एनु शू करबू, मारा पकड़ो ने मारी माय जी, एवारे गुरु जो मले तो ताला मारा उघड़े। ये वेदना जो शिष्य की, जिज्ञासु की, साधक की है, वो आ जाए जीवन में तो इस अपरोक्ष अनुभूति, साक्षात अनुभूति सहज हो सकती है। ऐसा दादा भगवान के साहित्य को, वचनों को, उपदेशों को सुनकर मुझे लगता है। धन्यवाद। जय सच्चिदानंद। नरसिंह मेहता का ये बहुत प्रसिद्ध प्रभातिया है, आप लोगों ने सुना होगा, जो यहाँ तो प्रसारित भी होता है, गाते भी है लोग। हूं करू एज अज्ञानता शकटनो, जा लगी आत्मा तत्व चिन्हो नहीं, जा लगी साधना सर्व झूठी। सारे साधन, सारी विद्याएं, सारे प्रयास निष्फल है जब तक कि सच्चिदानंद स्वरूप को जाना नहीं, इसका सीधा अर्थ है। और हूं करूं ये अज्ञानता, बैलगाड़ी जाती है, बैलों के आधार पर चलती है, लेकिन बैलगाड़ी के नीचे जो श्वान है, कुत्ता है, वो जब चलता है तो कहता है बैलगाड़ी में चला रहा हूं। शकटनो भारत श्वानता ने, तो हम सब जीवात्माओं की स्थिति तब तक, जब तक कि वो ज्ञान नहीं होता है गुरु की कृपा से, तब तक सारा अपने पर लेते हैं। अगर ये बोध हो जाए गुरु कृपा से तो जीवन सहज होगा। समग्रतावादी विज्ञान को समझने में, अनुभूति करने में यही अनुभूति और उपदेश सहायक होंगे। धन्यवाद। जय सच्चिदानंद।
Sagar has given philosophy of Gyan from the perspectives of Shankara to Narasimha Mehta, inclusive of Dada Bhagwan's thinking. Now the floor is open for questions and comments.
इतना अच्छा मेरा वक्तव्य है कहीं नहीं है ऐसा
सही में
अच्छा है, it was good.
Anything you would like to ask?
I would not like to say something, but after the Ukaru ya Gnanata Chakano Bharyam Shwanatane Prithvi Mandana se Sarvayani Pere Yogi Yogeshwara
मनुष्याणां सहस्रेषु कश्चित् यतति सिद्धये यताम अपि सिद्धानां कश्चिन् मां वेत्ति तत्त्वतः महेश डॉक्टर शैलेश भाई कहेલું ને મનુષ્યનામ કોઈ મને કોઈ જાણે એમાંથી કોઈ લાખોમાં કોઈ મને એનો અનુભવ કરે that is ગીતા મનુષ્યાણામ સહસ્રેષુ કશ્ચિत् यतति सिद्धये यतताम अपि सिद्धानां तत्त्वतः योगी योगेश्वरा कोई नहीं जाने.
Since the time is given, I can take 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So, ये बहुत अच्छा कहा कि मैं कर रहा हूँ उसे निकालू कैसे? वो तब निकलेगा जब कैसे हो रहा है वो मैं जानूं. तो ज्ञानी पुरुष यही कहते हैं कि मैं कौन हूं और कौन कर रहा है. ये दो आपकी प्रतीति मैंने क्लियरेंस हो जाएगा तो वो आपका पूरा काम समाप्त हो जाएगा. These are the twin pillars of wrong beliefs. I am name bearer and I am doer. Gnani Purush very easily takes away both the things while doing everything. Who am I and who is the doer? Externally, I have to speak that I have done. Internally, I know how the things are done. And that these are the two twin pillars of the right beliefs. That's all. Where the Gnani Purush
Twin
role.
pillars of
Right belief. Right belief. Samyak
Right
darshan, your
belief.
correct understanding.
Samyak Darshan. Okay.
Yeah, correct understanding or Samyak darshan. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead with the next speaker.
डॉक्टर बलदेवानंद सागर जी हम लोगों के साथ हैं अभी इस समय. यह उनकी हमारे ऊपर मैं अनुकंपा इसलिए कहूंगा क्योंकि उनकी ऐसी किसी भी तरह से उनकी मानसिक स्थिति नहीं थी, स्थिति भी नहीं थी. उसको डिस्क्लोज करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? प्रोफेसर जनक भाई कहे. शुड आई स्पीक? ओके. एक्चुअली उनके एकमात्र पुत्र का एक भयंकर दुर्घटना में उनका उसने दाया भाई ना लेफ्ट जो है वह डिटैच हो चुका है और अभी उनका उसका कल ऑपरेशन होने वाला है, परसों उसके ऑपरेशन होने वाले हैं. लेकिन वो आए हैं. यह मैं किन शब्दों में उनके प्रति क्या कहूं, मेरे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि मैं उनका यह ऋण शायद कभी इस जन्म में तो नहीं अदा कर सकूंगा, क्योंकि इतना स्नेह जो है, ऐसा जब कभी भी हम टेलीफोन पर बात करते हैं ऐसा लगता ही नहीं है कि मैं अपने सगे भाई से नहीं बात कर रहा हूं. मैं इतना ही कहूंगा. मैं हमारे संस्था के प्रेसिडेंट श्रीमान वसंत भाई को आमंत्रित करूंगा. वे आपका सम्मान करेंगे. अभी तुरंत निकलना है, 5 बजे की फ्लाइट है. हम उनको फिर से इष्ट काम प्रदानार्थम पुनरागमनाय च हम उनको जो है या बहुत शीघ्र जो है
So, friends, yeah, we are with Dr. Baladevananda Sagar in these trying moments, and I must say, 1 minute, I must say how grateful we are to him for accepting his invitation to be here And since he has come by taking so much trouble and these trying moments, I thought I must present him with a verse. Sagarat Sagaran Praptaha. I have come from the southern sea to the western sea and this Sagar. Atra Sagaratal Lajan Prachya Paschimadic Vyaptan Sarvan Vidvat Apaschiman. Thank you, Professor. Now we go on to the next.
हम सभी आपके चिरंजीव के लिए कामना करते हैं कि शीघ्र उसकी रिकवरी हो सके.
We are all with you and our prayers and our prayers. Now we go on to the next speaker. Carry on. Mr. Lal Bhai Patel, who is not only a practitioner of thinking of Dadaji, but a person who can articulate theoretical background of the thinking of Dada Bhagavan. I now request Lal Bhai Ji to come over and present his.
Before we start speaking, let me introduce him from the other perspective. He is MBA, CAIIB, BSc Agriculture. He is a retired senior banker of SBI, spanning over 3 decades in SBI management, AGM of the State Bank Learning Centers, Ahmedabad and Baroda, at State Bank Institute of Rural Development, Hyderabad, to some officers in State Bank of India. The author has been confirmed honorary professorship in 2007 by SK Nagar Datiwala Agriculture University, Gujarat. At present, he is a freelance trainer in rural banking, organizational behavior management, etc., and volunteering as Vice President, Academics and Research at this Holistic Science Research Center.
Thank you, Dr. Shailesh Anandji. Thank you, my friend, Dr. Mishra ji. And thank you, all of you. Dave Saab just said one thing I overheard, or he talked, Vakta Srota Durlabha. I also say Srota Vakta Durlabha. Aisa August audience milna mushkil hai. I had been trainer for long, 14 years in State Bank. तो ऐसा साहब ने भी बताया, मुझे तो ऐसी सुभाषित पता नहीं था, क्योंकि ऐसे श्रोता मिलना भी मुश्किल है. जैसे वक्ता मिलना मुश्किल है, वैसे श्रोता मिलना और मुश्किल है. So I will build upon what has been discussed so far, right from the beginning by great scholars. My focus will be more on applied aspects and my own experiences with holistic science and my job also as a mentor. So the topic is actually, I'll tell you by one July. We thought we'll write some article about Guru, scientific concepts of Guru in the month of July. July is the Guru Purnima month. Paper for article for journal. Balaji suggested let us reserve it for seminar. So that is how this has become possible. So I will within allotted time I'll give, because this audience is August and within, so Sugneshu Kim Bahuna. I also started speaking some Sanskrit with friendship of Dr. Baldeva and Sagar. So I will on some concept in brief we'll discuss, and as we have decided also, because this gathering of 2.5 days, we can use this time. Dave Sahab has made a wonderful suggestion that let us not restrict our learning opportunities only to these hours, given defined hours. We are here continuously for around 70 hours. Talk informally also. You can talk to any of the speakers on behalf of everybody. I am telling all speakers, you can talk to them and ask any queries, personally sit and like that also. And tomorrow on holistic science, we are having an exclusive session with Dr. Shailesh Anandji and other two close associates of Dada Bhagwan. So you can take benefit and tell your friends. 8 to 10. So that will be an additional plenary session 3 that has been decided. Thanks to Dave Sahib. And with the more focus will be on questions and answers. So many things which have not been, you will not find in books also, you can ask there. So here we will be asking some applied aspects of concepts of, all of you have heard this word guru. And guru word people are afraid of discussing many times, in especially modern people. And even some people say you don't require guru also. But let me tell you friends, last 15 years, India has accepted the word guru. That itself, so entire world, they say because you can't sail through the life. So those aspects let us see quickly. And all of us say we must have read biographies of great people in the world, because otherwise you would not have been in this position. So any biography for the matter you read, there will be a substantial portion given what the person has learned from others. So that is the only thing. You name anything, you call a rose or something else rose, but the concept remains. So that's how you can see. And a growing thing. Now people say Google is guru. Our Suresh Bhai's daughter is in Google company. Google guru, G and G. But if you try, I'll tell you my own example. Google gives you at a click of mouse any information you want. So the people started thinking, especially modern generation, that we don't require anybody. We don't require even a teacher. We require advice from our parents, right? So that is one thing. Many of this group are elders. You find that no, people are not ready to listen to your experiences. I think this has been analyzed by one great philosopher. He says earlier knowledge and age were going hand in hand. A person with more, advanced age will have more information. Here, that after the information age started from 1980 onwards, and in India 1990 onwards, it has become converse, actually reverse. The younger the person, he has more the information, right? So the seniors who are enjoying their senior position merely on account of information losing the ground, right? Only the knowledge part remains. Information knowledge is a difference, and wisdom is a difference. Wisdom continues, but it is yet to be appreciated, and scholars like all of you have to make this people aware, because in college, professors, everybody is facing this, because the kind of respect we are giving to our professors, you are not getting it. The thing is, people think even if I don't attend lecture, I'll get information from the Google. So this one thing next. So it takes a lot of time for a person to understand difference between information and knowledge. And it takes at least about 40 years, then he understands what is the difference between information and knowledge. So then, but the time has passed. But if you look, how to discriminate? Another problem is there, that you have now information bombarding. So say 3 months before I had sickness. So I just clicked Google. Skin problem. So Google said there are canons. How I treat myself? I had to go a living doctor who can have a problem. Google will give this kind of information, 3,000 reasons, and every reason you analyze and study how can it help you. So that is how now knowledge and information, doctors and Google and doctor as a knowledge, like that. So how to discriminate amidst plethora of information, and even behavioral scientists are observing this, and counselors, people are having, if you have read, most of you must have read 1970 book, Future Shock. He has mentioned this, the mind may crack on account of excessive information, right? And it cannot analyze. So we are slowly reaching that stage. So in the absence of appreciation, the need for a guide, if somebody simply that in the information age, I will be able to do everything, eventually he gets confused and disorderly. That's what I had observed in my personal life also. Next slide. And so right from the birth, last year I visited one university, sir, Children University. That is Children University in Gujarat. There are hardly 4 or 5 universities in the world. So I was interested. I went to their vice chancellor. I asked simply, university something strange, it seems to me. So who is your target group? How just university is a big thing. It's a big name. He says our target group is from -9 months. So we start training and from the pregnant mothers, the fetus, like that. He explained me the concept and I was convinced it's really, so parents, the first guru. You just imagine, even any, not even human being, any animal, any bird, how the mother trains the children. All of us are products of our parental training actually. And you can see in America, say, single parent children, I say 20% or something more, I don't remember exactly, and serious problems are there. So parents, and sometimes without parents also. So the parents are our great teachers, and so many things have been told. Even our elder brothers, or elder sisters, we have learned so many things we can't describe. Mother is equal to more than 100 teachers, like that. Mothers and father, both are required. Dada Bhagwan explained to us, like sun and moon, both are required, right? Next. So you need, see, the point we are trying to make is we want, at any juncture, you travel, all of you have traveled, suppose you travel by road, you need, at any juncture, you need to ask somebody. So life is full of options. Now in modern life, there are too many options. So when too many options are there, you need frequent guidance. That is how it has happened. So guides in student life, definitely teachers are there, and all of us are, again, as parents, they could not cope up with our education. So they sent us to good teachers, and what we are also a result of teachers. So there are multiple people. So they prepare us for a graceful vocation. We received one excellent letter, sir, from Swami, from Babs. He says, to be a scholar, it's a rare thing, he has a rare opportunity given by the nature. I was amazed to see that word, because, and all of us, because you can become rich, but you cannot become scholar. It is not possible. Nature has blessed you to be scholars, the ability to become scholars, like that. So teachers impart not only education, they impart value education also. Then suppose you finish education, then you think that now I know everything. But when you join the job, then you realize that there are so many problems. And as I have come across so many MBAs, they join bank, and initially they have air, no? Mane badhu avde, in Gujarat we call the abbreviation, I know everything. Then we face so many problems, and I had a lot of difficulty to convince them of their ignorance. I took 6 months sometimes to create an awareness that they are ignorant, not MBA. It is nobody is there. You require. So in job, Alvin Toffler has explained one thing. That's what I was telling. Whatever knowledge you have, it has a depreciation. All of us know. So he explains very simply, your knowledge will depreciate to 25% within 10 years. That he explained in 85. Now it is actually 5 years. Within 5 years, your knowledge become 25%. If I am MBA in 2016, 2021, I am only 25% MBA. In 2021, I am 6.25%. Like that. If you don't renew your knowledge, because the pool of the knowledge is so fast and expanding that your knowledge as a relative portion of that available knowledge in the world, it becomes too little, and that creates lot of problems, lot of confusions. And sometimes you will find so many people, they are trying to, they are working hard and trying hard to hide their ignorance. Especially boss-subordinate relationships, I have found this. The subordinate knows, he has joined now, he says the boss doesn't know. Okay, like that. Because he has not renewed any industrial relation conflict and many issues. Even parent-children relations. Children, they don't bank upon parents now for knowledge. Like that. If you don't renew your knowledge. And the key they have given is, not necessarily the guru is a senior. Mr. Toplar, again, he has explained that the modern age, if you want to succeed and remain happy, you have to be a reverse schooling. So many things you have to learn from juniors, right? Like that. So then you realize no textbook will come to your rescue when you join a job, and to survive in the concerned environment and organization thing, you require somebody who is a live person, live manager. You can learn from him. And that's why many organizations now world over, they have a system. Any officer, any most brilliant from IIM also, he will be assigned to a particular mentor for initial years so that he can grow faster. Because you cannot take a risk of managing with inexperienced managers. So next, as you grow in there, suppose you have become successful in your career, and suppose you around 45, 50, जो बलदेवन सागर explained you, a natural urge comes to you, okay, who am I? How is this world? What is this world? How it is created? There will be end to my life. So many things. So that's how the quest for some spiritual matters starts. It's a natural thing of life. Next. So people start for looking for some guidance for gurus in spiritual matters. Now we are coming to spiritual matters. In the process, you may get some dummy gurus also, right? So one has to discriminate whenever, because when you are going to market, you have to discriminate between the many options. Again, so there. So for that also there are many things, but say especially two things. Those who are getting attached to amassing wealth and pursuing pleasures, then the guru is also behind that, those things, and you are also behind, so your spiritual progress will not happen. Okay, so next. And again, this is WhatsApp and everything, so much of spiritual information you will get. But ultimately, after you are on WhatsApp for 1 year, you will realize that it does not affect. Good information, without reading also you pass on to 50 friends, right? So like that, too much of information, no doubt information, technology give you information, but again, concept, Dada Bhagwan has told in Gujarati, Vachan Bal, that's the force of speech, madam. So you read Bhagavad Gita, but Arjun had to hear only once, right? So that is the force of speech. Your Lord himself talking to you, then he has to talk only once, like that. So Dada Bhagwan explained that you have to look for a live person. Then your labor comes down to a very, very meager. All of us, Dr. Shailesh, Saranji, and many of us, they have this experience. Please, please, next. So you will not find, when you find some gurus, again, you can't blindly follow because life is short, and in busy life, you have only limited time to pursue these matters. So you have to be very, very discriminating, and simple thing which Vivekananda has explained, and Dada has also explained, that he was asking only simple question, Mahashay, आपने भगवान को देखा है? अगर आपने भी नहीं देखा है, तो I will go again to the next person. because आपने भी नहीं देखा है, मैंने भी नहीं देखा है. So common attributes. So if you find, so which are the common attributes of penultimate gurus? They respect and feel responsibility to satisfy intellect of others. They will never put down you. They will try to convince you. That is one thing you will find. You will find the congruence in their teachings and their behavior, and they are open-ended. They will never say that you don't go to anybody else. Because they are also progressing, and you will also progress. So they know that they are merely guides, and they are also seeking for those who are in upper layers. And ultimately, if you find somebody like Krishna, and then that ultimate guru, he has a first-hand realization of true self. You that Arjuna told, that is the basic thing. But he must be alive, and you have to again search for these people. बहुरत्ना वसुंधरा, हिंदुस्तान में तो वेदा ही धर्म से जो बोला है भगवान ने, तो one will get. So he has a first-hand experience, and you will realize that his soul and your soul and you are same like that, and he has not the smallest trace of being a guru. That is one great thing you will find. He is not separate from us, so he is the ultimate guide. So this is a step-by-step journey, and as Shailesh Anandji also explained to you in early session, that nature helps you. When you are in 6th standard, nature will help you to 7th standard. So all standard gurus are required. So not a concept of single guru. You need guru everywhere. Right? Thank you very much for patient listening.
Floor is open for questions and comments, if any. Yes. What Lal Bhai Patel wants to convey is in line with teachings. This one thing throughout his writings is that you need a person who can convey things for you to learn and understand. You need a person, you can tell him guru, he has got so many words, mentor, guide, whatever. But you need a person who can convey the matter, a proper teacher. And he very nicely, very clearly explained what is the difference between education and what is the difference between education and learning. Educated person and learned person. Information and educated person, he may be illiterate. He might not have gone to university, but still educated. What he should do and what he should not do, he can impart the right understanding to others. He has that ability, whether he has gone to school or not. There are many in our tradition, in the East as well as in the West. That is why, one C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer, very famous person, he told, my grandmother was highly illiterate, but highly educated. So, I thank you for enlightening us. As I told you, he lives of Dadaji, and one person who really, made a lot of impact on me to think in the line of Dada Bhagwan. Went to once or twice because of where is it, Balaji? Really very appreciative of his way of explaining things, that ability he has. And another thing he told, which he did not say, I am telling, the learning with a teacher, which in our tradition is called as Upanishad. This is the word. And distance education. As much as you try, you cannot learn certain things in distance mode, which has to be proximate mode. And the all Indian way of learning anything, you cannot learn medicine by distance mode, doctor. There are many things even today we cannot learn. And that was applicable to everything in our tradition. India never had this distance mode education, distance mode of education. He very clearly told, I don't want to go deeper into it. And, he also told, Guru brings you to a level where if he leaves you and tells you do whatever you want, you will do as he wanted you to do. Yathechasi tatha kuru. Even if you say, the Guru will do the thing as envisaged, taught, instructed by the preceptor. Thank you very much. I don't think there is any question. The presentation was very clear, which is why there is no please.
From mother. Mother is the first teacher. Friends, in Chandogya Upanishad, introductory address. After you get your degree, you go to Vice Chancellor, right? Veda Manuchya Acharya Te Vasina Manushasti.
That is in
right? And then he says, Satyam Vada Dharmam Chara. Then Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava.
Taittiriya Upanishad.
Taittiriya Upanishad. Shikshavalli. And first thing, let your mother be your teacher. Make an effort really to make our mothers to be the teachers of grace. Really, something which inspires everybody to think in that direction, whether we can make those
sir,
kind
living,
of
I
mothers.
think. Professor Bhatt is living? Living, sir? Are you living? So we, on behalf of the organizers and all on your behalf, thank Professor Bhatt and bid him goodbye, not for other always.
Thank you very much.
For this session at this time alone.
I hope.
And we expect your, involvement, patronizing this type of events in future. And sir, I want to tell you that we are planning to take up a full-length book on his philosophy. Maybe there will be a few takers in future, and that is how the philosophy must grow. And thank you, sir, again for all that you have done.
All of you the best.
So now I call upon Dr. Vibhuti Vishwal. I know very little about him. He is the principal of a school belonging to Satya Sai Baba's institutions, and it is monitored and administered from the Central Satya Sai Trust, I think. Dr. Vishwal. And he is, what is your subject? Which subject you have done your PhD on?
Science education. Science education. Science education.
Science education. So he has done his PhD and running a big school and has earned a big name also in and around Surat. And over to you. Please introduce yourself if I have left something that you would like the audience to know about you.
Well, Akhanda Mandalakaram Vyaptajanam Characharam Tatpada Darshidam Tena Tasmai Sri Guruve Namah. Jai Sachidanand. Unity and love, I express my loving salutations to Almighty, my spiritual master, and to all of you who are in Sachidanand is there. It is an fortune for me to share the today's talk. Initially, I was thinking it will be academic talk. Morning session, I was listening to all the scholars. I don't consider myself as scholars. I'm not in that stage to tell me as scholars. Coming in, I was wondering what to speak, whether I have to speak on science, because my research area is science education, value education, and learning by experiencing. That is the area, and I was puzzled what to do. And I was listening to Dr. Shailesh, and certain things was just like what he was saying. That was I was recalling my research work. I'll begin with one small story. So the holistic education and holistic certain things we practice in our institution. So what is it exactly we're practicing? And Professor Misra said, I'm working in a where 700 children are with me day and night. I do work with them, and it is our privilege to serve them. And I like one thing about Dr. Shailesh. He said it is a great privilege. Share something good. And that is the privilege we are having with us. 700 children are there at our disposal. We talk to them, we love them, and care for them. And that's where I want to begin my talk. Well, the story is like this. And one day I was taking in my science class, and I was talking about electric bulb. So
So you talk about electric bulb. Then I asked them, where do you get electricity? Now you take, I'm from Navsari, and Navsari and one electric station is there called grid. And do you get electricity from grid? I said, where do you get the grid get electricity from? कहीं पे दूर से वो स्टेशन वो बड़ा बड़ा वायर है उधर से आता होगा वो कहां से कनेक्टेड है ठीक है Then I said, okay, I gave some clue. We have Ukai Thermal, Kakrapar Atomic Power Station. So let us assume that thermal power station is there. We are connected to that thermal power station. How do the thermal power station runs on? कोयला गुजरात में नहीं है, कहां से आता है? Let us assume it is come from Jharkhand. कोयला को खुदाई कौन करता है? नहीं वो बाय बाय हमको मालूम नहीं है. Then somebody is doing the tedious work which exactly don't like it. Then after putting in hard efforts, you get coal out of the nature, what the Dr. Silas was talking about, Mother Nature. Then you carry it with the help of a bunch of people to some other places, you burn it and send everything, all those smoke to atmosphere and bring the electricity in and running this electric bulb, and you don't know, whenever you leave the class, you forget to switch off the good practice or bad practice. Is it supposed to be done or not to be done? Then we started talking about power conservation, then talking about value education, all those premises, okay? And this is what my topic will be. And here the topic is that reinstilling moral values going to build the cat. And I think as a school person, I take the privilege to build the cat. I don't have any hesitation to say, I have to build the cat, I'm ready to do that. Energy and efforts, I want to give something, talk to them like this, how to live a good life, good human being. Our society needs good human being. That's the cat I am going to build. Can you go for next slide? Well, this is the kind of beginning I'm going to have this presentation, and the presentation is talking about my research work little and certain about building the cat, my school experience as a school, then universities, then some spiritual organizations, then I'll be talking about something administrative reforms, and I'll conclude within 15-16 minutes. So these are the certain famous sayings about the education. You know, education, W.B. Yeats, Irish poet, said that education nothing to do with what you call filling the bucket, rather it is kindling a fire. This is what we take all the time out of our all this what you call busy schedule to kindle the fire, they learn that what burn the fire within them. And I believe that every child is essential genius. That's why I don't have any hesitation to say, I give me zeros, I make them hero, because everything is within. This comes from within. So knowledge is heavy, wisdom is very light. And we are very much privileged to share all those small little things with them. So look, next slide. Happening, I don't want to go in detail, so everybody knows about it, what is happening around us right now. So, yeah. So what are other issues that are happening around us, you know, so I don't need to discuss all those things because this beginning is good. So we should talk about good only positive thoughts. The interesting thing is, here Chinese saying, it says, if you want to plant for 1 year, then plant grains. If I plant for 10 years, you plant for 10 years, at least plant a tree. If I plant 100 years, you have to plant a human being. And all these educational institutions that have great responsibility to shoulder in that we have to really nurture them in a true sense. It is not a formality to be completed. We have to nurture them commitment and best of our abilities. Well, so this is what with in my research that I was is that teaching science to standard 9 CBSE student through experience and learning method. Here the child is center. So child, whenever goes out of the family, comes to school, and Dr. Patel was talking about that mother is first teacher, mother, father, first teacher. You know, I take this privilege to quote him also, because here look at this child comes, come out, step out, then the family, after family, then you come to school, after school you go to society, then after society you go to the world, and finally you belongs to cosmic universe. These are all things that are happening, and we are working in that. I'm in third ladder. So whenever child come to school, so who takes care of the value of bringing? So this is the crux of our all problems in education now. So certain research I was referring to, the research says 80% resource of natural resource is being used by 20% privileged section of underprivileged people. They enjoy only 20% of natural resource. What a great, what do you call, dichotomy in our value system. Our United Nations Conference on Environmental Education and Development, it greatly emphasizes on education. In education, there are 4 kinds of education. If you look at the Delors report talks about something about learning to be, learning to do, learning to know, and learning to live together. In sustainable living, learning to kind of lead oneself and others also. That is for sustainable living. So my focus will be learning to be, because we think that learning to be is most important for us, because everyone first they should be do, then tell. So be aspect is very much important for all of us, and we're working on that learning to be. And my experiment was how to develop little abilities, little what do you call effort, little kind of efficiencies in my children of 9th standard through science. So if you look at this is one of the one book. If at all you can find this one, UNESCO and Bangkok, UNESCO chapter of Bangkok, Asia Pacific Network. So they brought out one interesting book called Learning to Be. So Learning to Be is an interesting book. If at all it happens to be there, you please refer to it, and you will find learning is a beautiful exploration, self-exploration process. And my research work, throughout my research work, that I was beautifully enjoying all those paths. So here my topic. So Earth. So we have all the information, we have all the knowledge, we have all the resources, but what is happening? So the point I have to ponder over, what is happening? Is it possible to kind of develop a good society wherein all mutual coexistence? We are talking about a lot of things happening around us. So what is it exactly we're supposed to do? Then I thought then I have to go through some methodology. So I chose experiential learning methodology, and experiential learning methodology that got one of the Korean that is educator. He is Quinsbing, and his learning cycle is there. You can look at this. So here is knowing and understanding, one is valuing, and one is acting. Okay. Before I could go there, I like to do one small activity with you. Are you ready for it? Because some people are sleeping. I feel you are sleeping. Okay. So I'd like to do small activity. So can you please raise your hand, everybody? Yeah. Are you sure that you are raising hand? Okay, good. What I'll do, I'll count. Please raise your hand. I'll count 1, 2, and 3, and 4 also, and you have to clap only 4. Understand? 1, 2, not for, just like look at this and don't follow right now. This is for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fine? All right, sit down. You don't do that. So I'll just come back to you again. Okay, hand again. So I'll give you a command, then you have to clap. Fine? Sure? Okay. 1, 2, 3. मैं बोला था 4 में clap करना है. आपने तो, sorry. Nice. That is a congratulations. So this is look at understand, that is called acting level. We are working on acting level. So what is happening? Something I am knowing, something I am understanding, something exactly I am reflecting, and something I am acting. There is a lot many differences between all. So knowing is knowledge level. Understanding again you cognitive level. Whenever you valuing and acting, valuing is your affective level, and acting level is your psychomotor level. So please understand, the value education involves all the domains. Otherwise, things, everybody knows that what is right, what is wrong, but still people are doing wrong. Just like I said, you clap on 4 only, but you clap on 3 because you saw either me clapping 3. Okay, but you are knowing that you are supposed to clap on 4. Similarly, in our educational system also, we say so many things, but to do something contradictory, and the children they learn all those things from us only. Definitely parents and guardians also, but all those things creep into their mind through tender mind through us only. So I take the responsibility to blame myself for getting all those something going wrong. So we are responsible for it. Okay, can you go for next slide, please? Skip this slide. Yeah. So here we are. That tool that my method was 6E experiential learning proposition. And what exactly we do, we ask the children to sit, first sleep is silent sitting. Number two step is you are initiating the topic. Number three is something you call radiant thinking. And number four is mind mapping and web chatting. Number five is do group activity, that is bring in harmony. And number six is your presentation. Although this is my methodology, and I was talking about the research. And now research was 4E, 5E, 6E, all, and it is somehow it is called, that is called equivalent to 6E approach, where we can say engage, that is enable, engage, explore, then elaborate, explain, and evaluate. So these were my methodology. And what I found is that in this particular process, so Dr. Salis was talking about that Dada Bhagwan's thing, and I'll bring into that Dada Bhagwan and today's seminar also. There is some cosmic connection. In 2010, I was there in Ahmedabad when Dada Bhagwan temple is there. Somehow, I don't know the place exactly. 2010 international conference on that hands-on science. It was going on in Science City, Gujarat, and I was a delegate. I was accommodated in that place. Now I was correlating that something is happening. Dada Bhagwan's things connection is there, and we are there discussing all international people hands-on science. That seminar was going on. They were also something discussed about science and its welfare. And today we are talking about again Dada Bhagwan's place. That something science should be holistic. And this is what connection divine. This is cosmic connection that Dr. Salis was talking about. I appreciate all those. That wisdom he has developed. Well, so this is what exactly that cognitive level. So in our experiment, we try to develop that synthesis between cognitive level, then and carefully that leaded them to translate, filter down certain behavior that is affective level through heart, and finally you got some sort of result, action level. Okay, so so in our experiment we saw there is a direct involvement of cognition, cognitive level, affective level, and psychometric domain. So that is means I am involving my head, my heart, and my hand. That is we call 3H approach. And 3H approach is definitely when 3H comes in, that is you are integrated. What you think, you speak, and what you do, all things are integrated. And we call it is constant integrated awareness. What I think, what I speak, what I do, they're all lined up in one way. That is 3H approach. And through this approach, we just keep on reminding the children. So look at this. So there should be a kind of some sort of synchronization of 3H. We tried in our experiment. And the wonderful thing is you cannot believe, but certain people, they come and say, sir, it is easy to say, but difficult to practice. What Dr. Salis was telling. Spirituality is very easy to say, but difficult to practice. The student says, we don't want all those things. हमको सिर्फ पढ़ाई चाहिए, डिग्री चाहिए. कहीं पे अमेरिका चले जाएंगे. मेरे बहुत सारे बच्चे अमेरिका, कनाडा में जाते हैं. But they don't understand कि यही जो चीजें हैं, वहाँ पे भी काम आते हैं. Universal. Values are eternal. So they go there, and sometimes they send mails. So these are the small things we are really practicing. Okay, so these are the things exactly our society need now. Good human being, they should have this. That's just like 3H, artificial and artificial. We talk about. This should be all time. I look at the LD Patel morning. I saw that Mahesh Bhai, Basant Bhai. I just touch. That one touch is unforgettable. That's come from heart. Okay, and education should cultivate the feelings of heart, head, and I just shook hand with Basant Bhai, I got those vibrations. That is artificial. At least not artificial. Not artificial. L.D. Patel also look at this, how humble they are. All these people there, how humble they are. That's where wisdom brings them to that level. So that's why in some parlance it is said, knowledge is heavy, wisdom is light. They have digested all those knowledge, whatever Dada Bhagwan has given to them. And I'll go back to my, again, my discussion, that these are the all little things who try to share with my student. And I do take this responsibility. Some of the students, they really, they thought to do something good. They come up with some ideas, sir, ऐसे करना है, बच्चे के ऐसे behave करना है, friends अगर ऐसे करते हम क्या करें? They come up with several problems. So it is our duty to attend to those problems and bring them in correct path. Okay, and we did that. I did the particular that, and I was targeting 20 values. 20 values, not moral. I'm talking human values. I will not categorize scientific values, social values, and aesthetic values. All. I was talking about compassion. I was talking about what is common goal. What should be our common goal? Okay, and I was talking about discipline. The 20 values I identified in my research. Then I was talking about determination, because today's generation, they need to determine something, to do something in their life. Okay, and I was talking about duty. I mean, dignity of labor, because people affluent class, they don't understand what is the hard work put in behind every success. So dignity of labor, they must understand. Then that is called one more thing is called that value was that environmental ethics. What Dr. Shailesh was talking about. Mother Nature has given everything. And Gandhi said also, God has given everything for our human need, not for our greed. Don't take as that kind of God has given everything for me. So it is not granted. So environmental ethics we must develop. Then we are talking about, then I was talking about gratitude. You get all those things, but at the end of the story, you have to express your gratitude to somebody. So that also we also that is brought into our value, that experiment. Then that is another point was honesty. It's a basic part of society now, and it's a matter of discussion, honesty. Then we talked about some quest for knowledge, then spirit of inquiry, then simplicity, then teamwork. All those 20 values I identified. I worked on that, and for your surprise, you will ask them to write something about what you call spirit of inquiry. Hardly any people can write. What is spirit of inquiry is all about? What is simplicity all about? What should I write? Do you expect me to write that dictionary meaning of the simplicity? A simplicity is only confined to our dictionaries, not in our thought, not in our action. So these are all things I found throughout my research. So that we just identified all the 20s. We discussed, elaborate to them with the experiential learning, all 6E approach, and every approach we just like left them. You experience and you choose. It is not my job to give it to you. So I'm not going to give. You have to experience and find it which is good one. You carry it with you. Of what take in. So this is what I did my experiment. And it is wonderful to share with all of you that I got the platform to share. I wish that some of you can have reflections on this research work. Still it is in process, and I am yet to get my degrees, but still it is in process. But I'm not a doctor right now, but doing my research work. And humbly, I try to put up my kind of submission to this August gathering. And I have few suggestions to make. Number one, the school education must take responsibility, not only school, that is higher education also must take lead in inculcating these values. Otherwise, we are going to create a huge chaos for our society. Then one more point was there. Can you please switch over 3 or 4 slides, please? These are all values that I was talking about, and we identified and worked upon. Simplicity, dignity of labor. You skip all those 20. Honesty, determination, already have spoken. Yeah. So loyalty, duty also. Yeah, school. This is a school. I would like to take on this because school, any activity and everything we do, something values are interwoven. We should not forget. And one of the famous, that child psychologist, that is Ginott. He says, to reach a child's mind, a teacher must capture his heart. Only if a child feels right, can he think right? That's what he says. And this is already I've discussed. Yeah. This is Institute of Higher Education, because we are now going to service sector. India's GDP is coming through service sector. If a little bent in a value system, our service sector may collapse. So what Dr. Eli Patel was talking about, that role of spiritual society. So that I like to just like keep it 1 or 2 minutes I'll take here. So we talk about the qualities and we talk about the food also. So as is the food, so is your thought. As is your thought, so you are. And we talk, and Bhagavan says that whenever you tell me your company, I'll tell you who you are. These are small things we discuss day in, day out. Okay, so that food system we give, and it really it's nutritious and hygienic, And that is sattvic quality, not too much spicy, too much oily, tamasic, rajasic, sort of there. So, and it is our, this is my humble submission that ICPR, ICSR, Divine Society, Ramakrishna Mission, all those Ramchandra Mission, including this also Holistic Research Science Center, to sort of work in tandem to something, restore this, all those missing links, what is required for society. That interfaith dialogues. So we have n number of faith system, and I could recall that today morning somebody was talking about bouquet. Okay, I think Dr. Dave was talking about. He's not there. It's bouquet. I like it. So bouquet means our Hinduism is full of bouquets. And then how to arrange all bouquets so that you can look nice and it can be organized. It can give a common message. So this is also a possibility. You should have interfaith dialogues. I happens to be there in 2010, one of the interfaith dialogue that was conducted by Satya Sai Center, International Center, Delhi. And all those Baha'i people was there, Buddhist monk, A.K. Merchant. I was thinking that A.K. Merchant will come here. I think he's coming. That A.K. Merchant is coming. So he was there. Ramakrishna monk, he was there. Lot many interfaith dialogue, it was there in 2010. It was a wonderful discussion. So interfaith dialogue is there all the time to understand each other. So unless and otherwise you don't understand each other, don't express our love for others, I don't think so there is any kind of work we'll ever take or undertakes that is going to lead to a logical conclusion. Okay, we need to continue this process of interfaith dialogue anyway. And virtuous politics, and Mahatma Gandhi said the 7 sins. 7 sins is politics without principles, wealth without work, which is very interesting today. Wealth without work. So then pleasure without conscience, then knowledge without character, commerce without morality, commerce without morality, worship without sacrifice, science without humanity. Is really dangerous. But I can ponder about this quotation only. I think half of problem is solved, and major problem will be solved. Okay, and everything is happening around us, but we are helpless, just helplessly standing and staring, nothing doing. I should thank all those organizers for bringing all people to think. This RC team to think. At least now you're allowing people to think what should be next step. I like to thank. So these are the interfaith dialogues, and this is interesting story also. This is administrative reform. Yes, I think this is the last one. This is administrative reform, and this is the Alacrity Foundation. This story is self-explanatory. The gist of story is to give some flat, and that government mechanism, they didn't allow that company to hand over flat in time because they hold on electricity supply. The company principle was that they said they will not bribe you, and they were late and all things happening. Company wrote a letter to all the customers. Customer mounted pressure on these executives, and finally happened. So that shows that honesty is still there. It is a matter of our perception whether we are supposed to carry that honesty or not. That is our choice. That is what exactly administrative reforms part we must think about it. Okay. At the end, I like to conclude that value education without quality teaching and quality teaching without value education is absolutely I can't think of. And we must go for the synergy. We must bring that kind of common platform wherein value education and quality teaching should go hand in hand so that we can develop a holistic society. And the topic was the living a life. I like to quote with one last line, that educare. We practice their educare. Sometimes we call education is having 2 aspects. One aspect is for living aspect, how to earn money, run family. Other aspect is what you are going to do in your life. That's why two wings are there for a bird to fly, 2 wheels are there a car to move, and similarly 2 type of education required for complete human being. That is called holistic education. That is called educare. I like to thank all those organizers associated to ICPR and HSRC for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my thoughts in front of all of you. If you have any question, you are free to ask me. Thank you very much.
Please. So thank you, Vishwal, and I agree with him with many things, but the present scenario of education, very, pessimistic in the sense
most of the educational institutions in this country after privatization are run as business houses. They have profit making. What he told is very good, Gandhi speaks about it. But hardly it is practiced. I don't know whether he practices in his school and like he cannot practice, he's employed. But most of the places if you go, I know many places. Once I went to speak the school, the chairpersons of the educational institutions, and I told, in order to privatize education as it is in the West, especially USA, it will take another 50 years minimum. Everybody wants profit out of selling education. In such a scenario, whatever we do, it has limited scope for, it very, very rarely you find, the teachers are in dignified manner in colleges. What to talk about schools, I do not know. I know about colleges. I go to colleges sometimes for inspection. I talk to them. The teachers speak horrible stories about how the management. I open the floor for your comments. Please come, madam. Yeah, please. Dipti, madam. Yes.
में देखा जाए तो आजकल पूरा एजुकेशन इंग्लिश सिस्टम के अंदर हो गया है। जो हमारी मातृभाषा के ऊपर हम भार देते थे, तो उससे आप कैसे ये वैल्यूज को और उसको कैसे मेंटेन करेंगे, जब भी हमारा बेस जो है वही गलत है। आई माई सेल्फ वॉज अ टीचर, आई एम स्पेशलाइज्ड इन चाइल्ड साइकोलॉजी। द टीचिंग्स के जो रूरल एरिया भी होते हैं, जिनके पेरेंट्स अनएजुकेटेड भी होते हैं, फिर भी वो चाहते हैं कि हमारा बच्चा इंग्लिश मीडियम में ही पढ़े। बच्चा बड़ा होके कोई भी गवर्नमेंट की ही जॉब चाहता है। अगर हम बीमार होते हैं तो हम गवर्नमेंट की हॉस्पिटल में जाना कभी भी नहीं चाहते हैं, और हमको जॉब चाहिए तो हमको गवर्नमेंट जॉब ही चाहिए। तो इसका जो रूट है वो एजुकेशन से ही आता है, और हमारा एजुकेशन का जो वैल्यू है, जो उसकी नींव है, वो ऐसे होना चाहिए कि मातृभाषा में होनी चाहिए। पिछले अगर हम 25 साल की ही बात करें तो पूरा एजुकेशन सिस्टम जो मातृभाषा में होता था वो तो बदल चुका है और पूरा अंग्रेजी में व्यवहार शुरू हो चुका है। तो आप जो हिंदुस्तानी हमारी कल्चरल वैल्यू, जिसको हम संस्कृति बोलते हैं, जिसको हम परंपरा बोलते हैं, उसका आप कैसे करेंगे?
क्वेश्चन इज क्लियर, प्लीज मैडम को फोन दे दीजिए।
There is a lot to say about on what Dr. Biswal has said, but I will just like to point out that using the word education in this contest is a misnomer. There is no education system in this country.
Correct.
What we are doing is we are just passing on skill development in the name of education. And therefore, in all the private institutions, you won't find departments of humanities, departments of languages, departments of fine arts. You will only find subjects being taught which get you good salaries at the end of your training. Mind you, I'm not saying education. Therefore, to talk of value education in a society which is educationless, I think is meaningless. One has to first define education, see how to inculcate education in this educationless society, and then talk of value education, because there can be no value education without education as such.
Very correct. Very good question. Any other question or intervention?
माननीय, एक आपके प्रश्न से मेरे मन में भी एक प्रश्न उठ के आ गया। मैं भी व्यवसाय से अध्यापिका रही हूँ, तो जान के इतना आश्चर्य होगा कि ये होलिस्टिक वर्ड जो हम ले रहे हैं आजकल यूपी में या मैं दिल्ली में भी बोलूं तो इसका अर्थ ही बदल गया है। आप ये समझिए होलिस्टिक को हमने यहाँ थोड़ा सा झुकाव दिया है कि उसमें अध्यात्म का पुट हो। और हमारे स्कूलों में विशेषकर मैं एनसीईआरटी की बात करती हूँ, और मैं क्योंकि हिंदी और संस्कृत की अध्यापिका रही हूँ, मैंने देखा पिछले 35 वर्षों में वहां मानवता के या मानवीय गुणों के सिखाने के कोई भी अगर पाठ होते थे तो वो हटा दिए गए, और उसमें चांद सितारे और रक्त कैसे बन रहा है या आर्यभट्ट का वो सिद्धांत क्या है, ये हिंदी अध्यापिका को पढ़ाने के लिए दिया जाता है। मैं आश्चर्य करती हूँ कि हिंदी अध्यापिका वो कैसे पढ़ाएगी, उसको आर्यभट्ट के किसी भी सिद्धांत के बारे में नहीं मालूम, रक्त के बारे में नहीं मालूम, चांद सितारों के बारे में, उनकी रचना के बारे में नहीं मालूम। और मैं जब कहती थी कि मुझे वहां पर एक बहुत अच्छा सा लेख अच्छा लगता था, जयशंकर प्रसाद जी का लिखा हुआ छोटा जादूगर। छोटा जादूगर में उन्होंने इतने सुंदर ढंग से एक कहानी बताई थी कि एक छोटा सा जादूगर है, बच्चा है, मेले में एक खेल दिखा रहा है और उससे वो लोग आकर्षित होकर कभी उसके पैसे 2-4 डाल देते हैं। तो जो लेखक है ये जयशंकर प्रसाद जी, वो कह रहे हैं कि मैं वहां खड़ा हुआ हूँ और देख रहा हूँ एक 12-14 साल का बालक इस तरह से धन कमाने की इच्छा कर रहा है। मैंने कहा चलो आज तो तुम मेरे मित्र बन जाओ, जब खेल उसका खत्म हुआ, चलो हम शरबत पिलाते हैं तुम्हें। तो कहने लगा नहीं आप तो पैसे दे दीजिए, मैं शरबत पीना नहीं चाहता। तो उन्होंने कहा अच्छा तो तुम्हारे माता पिता क्या कर रहे हैं, तुम ये पैसा कमाने के लिए क्यों आ गए? पिता क्रांतिकारी हैं और वो इस समय जेल में है, मार है। मैं अकेला बच्चा हूँ, धन कमाने का कोई साधन नहीं है, खेल दिखाकर, ये गुड़िया गुड्डों का खेल दिखाकर मैं धन कमाकर कुछ अपना भरण पोषण करना चाहता हूँ, माँ की सेवा करना चाहता हूँ। ये पाठ मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता था, लेकिन अगले वर्ष ये अपने मतलब पाठ्य पुस्तकों से हट गया। मैंने एनसीईआरटी में कहा भी कि आप कह रहे हैं होलिस्टिक, ये वर्ड उन्होंने कहा कि हमारी एजुकेशन होलिस्टिक होनी चाहिए और उसमें साइंस के भी पाठ होना चाहिए, ये भी होना चाहिए। मैंने कहा और मानवीय गुणों के लिए आपने क्या किया? तो इसको हम कैसे सुधार सकते हैं एजुकेशन में?
Thank you. Very, very, very nice intervention. Friends, let us.
वैसे मैं ज्यादा बोलना पसंद नहीं करती हूँ, लेकिन मैडम ने जो घटना सुनाई उस पर मुझे अपना एक अनुभव याद आ गया और एक वाक्य में कह दूं, सीईआरटी में ही मेरा अनुभव रहा कि कोर्स में कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते वाला श्लोक डाला जा रहा था और किसी विद्वान ने ये टिप्पणी की कि ये बुर्जुआ मानसिकता की व्युत्पत्ति है, इस श्लोक में ये नहीं डाला जाना चाहिए, और मेरे संघर्ष के बावजूद उसको कोर्स में से निकाल दिया गया।
So large number of such misunderstanding has crept into the, many areas. You want to speak something now? Friends, in this day education, I don't want him to speak because you will agree with all that we have spoken, because today the education is not for building human beings. Man is not able to man himself through education. The schools are not able to school the education for the future generation. It is only, as Lala Bhai has told, pushing a large amount of information into your mind so that you can again throw such information and earn money.
These are
And,
factories.
Yeah, exactly, factories, correct.
Toplar said everything is going factory
exactly,
type.
Exactly.
So all
And
uniform
as
products,
long as he
everything.
spoke about cooperation, so it is an ideal utopian word. Competition is the only word that I can see in education today. I have been teaching for a long time, I know. Everywhere competition, you must do better than him. We have no place for skill developing, internal skill developing, there is no scope. Only inject, even if your daughter or son does not want, you have to make him a doctor, pay some 50 lakhs or 20 lakhs or 5 lakhs, or engineer, such, a long time back when before the, there is no way we can get out of privatization. But I wrote, India does not need privatization of education. I wrote, but it went into deaf ears because many things are done like Saridhar, Chakrabarti Saridhar, he knows, all of you know how it is being done, how it is being politicized, in the sense badly politicized, and how it is made into a money-making proposition. So in such a state, anything that we talk about real good, ideal education will not enter into anything other than deaf ears. We are in such a education, I don't know when it will come out. What should happen is, he gave so many things. I would say 4 things are required for education: learning, understanding, practicing, and preaching. As long as we don't, and how it will happen? By 3 things: hearing, again understanding, and meditating. Manana and nididhyasana must result in adhiti, learning. Bodha, understanding. Acharana, practicing. Pracharana, preaching. And it should be free. Education should be essentially free, you know. In India, education was never charged. Never, it is never priced. And now now schools are trying to woo rich people's children. Before they are born, if you get your daughter or son married, you have to go and put a seat in the school. So such things are unheard of, and we are in, mess. It is very difficult to come out. And I'm happy that we had 3 papers very, pertinent to the subject, and had Lalbai, who spoke about the guru, the necessity of somebody who can really be a mentor to you. See, everybody has some mentor. And that in keeping with, in the line of Dadaji, he spoke, and we had the traditional Indian ethos on Atmagyan, and also an ideal form of education from Dr. Biswal. Thank you all. Thank you all for being in this session, and we adjourn for tea. Thank you.
Please come back within 10 minutes.
No, my pleasure. It's so great to listen to you. Very good. Very good. So I just want to get translation.
रामजी सिंह, प्रोफेसर रामजी सिंह, जनक दवे, कोई भी लिखने वाला ही लो। બાપા KRS નાયક, જનકભાઈ અને પ્રોફેસર રામજી સિંહ, પ્રોફેસર રામજી સિંહ, ડॉक्टर के चक्रवर्ती, डॉक्टर के चक्रवर्ती, रामजी सिंह लखिलो चक्रवर्ती, प्रोफेसर रामजी सिंह, जनक विनोवे, KRS नायक, स्वामी जी विवेकानंद जी, स्वामी जी विवेकानंद जी,
तारीख वाइज છે 23 24 25 26
KRS બીજી લાવ્યો ને KRS એવું આવ્યું કેટલા થઈ ગયા 5 થઈ ગયા બે આમાંના 3 તૈયાર કરો ઓકે હવે આમાં જ મૂક દેજો આ એમાં નીકળા તો ટાઈપ કરવાનું આ બધું પતી ગયું છે હા એ જૂનું છે કદાચ હા અહીંયા છે આપણે પાણી પી આવે
अपने दिल को साफ बनाकर मिटा दो हीनाचार, मिटा दो हीनाचार। भौतिक सुख की लुट वृत्ति को, भौतिक सुख की लुट वृत्ति को समझ लो दुष्टाचार, समझ लो दुष्टाचार। अपने दिल को साफ बनाकर मिटा दो हीनाचार। छुप छुप के जो काम किए हो वहीं पे डर है गलत जिए हो, छुप छुप के जो काम किए हो वहीं पे डर है गलत जिए हो। जगत विषय में लोलुप लुप्ति, जगत विषय में लोलुप लुप्ति जीवित नरकागार, जीवित नरकागार। महादुखदायी मोह मूरछना, महादुखदायी मोह मूरछना आग है अत्याचार, आग है अत्याचार। अपने दिल को साफ बनाकर, अपने दिल को साफ बनाकर मिटा दो हीनाचार, मिटा दो हीनाचार। ऊपर ग्रह वितराग खड़े हैं, मन तंत्र वायर वहाँ जुटे हैं। ऊपर ग्रह वितराग खड़े हैं, मन तंत्र वायर वहाँ जुटे हैं। नवग्रह तंतु मन में पड़े हैं, लक्ष्मी विषय ग्रह युद्ध से बड़े हैं। नवग्रह तंतु मन में पड़े हैं, लक्ष्मी विषय ग्रह युद्ध से बड़े हैं। लक्ष्मी विषय में चोरी की नीयत, लक्ष्मी विषय में चोरी की नियत, अधर्म भ्रष्टाचार, अधर्म भ्रष्टाचार। अतिचारों से आगे बढ़ते, अतिचारों से आगे बढ़ते, अक्षम्य क्लेशक भार, अक्षम्य क्लेशक भार। अपने दिल को साफ बनाकर मिटा दो हीनाचार, भौतिक सुख की लुट वृत्ति को समझ लो दुष्टाचार। खाना पीना शक्ति बचाना, भीतर बाहिर शांति बढ़ाना। खाना पीना शक्ति बचाना, भीतर बाहिर शांति बढ़ाना। मनुष्य होकर वीर्य पचाना, मनुष्य होकर वीर्य पचाना, सुखद है पुद्गल सार, सुखद है पुद्गल सार। ज्ञानी पुरुष है मोक्ष सहारा, ज्ञानी पुरुष है मोक्ष सहारा, तत्व अलौकिक सार, तत्व अलौकिक सार। अपने दिल को साफ बनाकर मिटा दो हीनाचार, भौतिक सुख की लुट वृत्ति को समझ लो दुष्टाचार। आग गए अत्याचार, आ गए अत्याचार।
हमारे अगले सेशन की अध्यक्षता करने के लिए मैं डॉक्टर के चक्रवर्ती साहब को निवेदन करता हूं। साथ ही यहाँ पर श्रीमान प्रोफेसर रामजी सिंह साहब भी यहाँ पर अभी सत्र में अपना वक्तव्य प्रस्तुत करेंगे। हाँ जी, डॉक्टर KRS नायर, कौन से डॉक्टर कोकिलाबेन शाह, प्राप्त पुत्र दीपकानंद जी स्वामी, प्रत्यावर्ती तथा है। તમે કોકિલાબેન તમારે કાલે તમે કીધું ને એટલે પછી તો હું ભૂલી ગયો તો કાલે કાલે નહીં તમારી ઈચ્છા અનુસાર હવે હું પ્રોફેસર જનકભાઈ દવેને કહીશ કે બધા આપણા આમંત્રિત મહેમાનોનો પરિચય આપે।
Friends, sometimes, you become suddenly, very lucky person. And I consider myself to be very lucky because today, I'm going to introduce some of the stalwarts, on the dais. And all four of them, they have excelled in their fields to a great level. Our today's, chairperson, Mr. K.K. Chakravarti, he's a, senior most IAS officer from Madhya Pradesh government, a great, student from Harvard, a student who loved, music, art, architecture, and culture to an extent that, he's a university as well. Today, we will have a lot of discussion on this particular topic, how the visual art also can impact your life in a very positive way. We have, of course, we were introduced to Professor Ramji Singh, and you'll be surprised that with Professor Ramji Singh is since 1980. Rarely you will see a person who has imbibed, our basic value in his own life. Parliament for years, a person who has dedicated himself completely to Gandhian thought. Manasa, Vacha, Karmana, all these three things, are shown in his life. And whenever you call, whether it is, here or we had, in Bhopal or Patna, he never even, argues, what kind of facility you will give and how I'm going to come. Nothing, absolutely nothing. And friends, when we see person like him, we remember our, teachers of the Ushadic age, how they must have been. So it is not a figment of imagination that we had such role. We have here Professor Nair from Kerala, KRS Nair, also is a, great scholar. He was, MVC University was first. He is a great banker as well as, a person who has done a lot of work, basic work in agriculture science, simultaneously on Indian values. So friends, we have these three great persons. I will request now our KK Chakravarti Sahab to take over as, the chairperson. Every person is given 20 minutes time. I request that all of them, have 20 minutes, and then, the remarks by the chairperson. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. In fact, I find that there are three more interventions for me, and I was just telling that by the time valedictory is there, I mean, the audience might be melted. So he said that doesn't matter. We're all heroic people. Actually, I don't think that I shall this stage, because I think the discussion was much more fruitful, and one would, out of the clash of errors, truth emerges. I mean, the Baconian statements. So I think that should be appreciated. I have many opportunities. Maybe I shall intervene at the end a little bit, but no. Dr. Dave is also there. I mean, you introduced us, but you are the speaker. So why don't you take the floor?
Friends, the chairperson is, kind enough to ask me to address. I just want to make only one basic point, and I think I'll be completing instead of 20 in 10 minutes perhaps. What is the basis of holism or holistic way of life? What is the basis? When you go, to our ancient books on which the entire culture of the entire country is based, you will find that we have a word, Prasthanatraya or Prasthanatrayi. Prasthanatraya or Prasthanatrayi consists of the Upanishads, the Brahma Sutra and Bhagavad Gita. On these three, 6 systems or Shad Darshan is, based. Let me give you one very simple example. What kind of democratic way of talking, thinking was there in as ancient time as the time of Upanishads? Undoubtedly, they are I am not going to make about their time, but they are at least 500 years old. At least. One is Bruhadaranyaka. In Muktika Upanishad, there is a mention of 108 Upanishad. But the 10 main Upanishad on which Adi Shankaracharya wrote his commentaries, Ishakena Kata Prashna Munda Mandukya Tittiri Aitareya Chandogya Bruhadaranyaka. And the biggest one is Bruhadaranyaka. And there is a wonderful, dialogue. Yajnavalkya was a great teacher. And Vachaknavi, Gargi, asked a lot of questions. At the end of it, she was very happy. And she said, I have not seen any person of his caliber who could give answer to everything. There was another great scholar, Vidagdha Shakalya. And Vidagdha Shakalya asked the question to Yajnavalkya, sir, how many gods are there? How many gods are there? And then Yajnavalkya says 303 and 3003. Please understand the answer. How many gods are there? Kati Devaha, Yajnavalkya iti. 303 and 3003. 306. Vidagdha Shakalya says, no, sir. Please tell me the truth. He says 33. Please. 6. No, please. 3. No, sir, please. 2. No. 1.5. Sir, please. 1. Friend, on this particular topic and discussion, what do we get? That in India at that time, you could have any approach to the highest, not have, one particular way, one particular God, one particular book. Here in India, we were given full democracy and the way to think. Somebody will take you to your destination. Friends, you will find in Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita, all of you know, is the book about the two families closely related and yet fighting. And don't think that Lord Krishna just said, no, you go and fight. When the war, Lord Krishna goes and as ambassador to the court of Dhritarashtra and says, actually in India, the Janmanda or one who is blind cannot become the king. Actually, Pandu was the ruler, but he had to go to the forest with Madri and entire family to your care. And now, you played all the, games, Lakshagru and Dyut and everything. It is all over, including Ajnatavasa or incognito. It is over. Now, please give their share to Pandu. And what share? He said, give half. Dhritarashtra. And Duryodhana says, no. Look what Krishna says in order to prevent the war. He says, give 5 villages to 5 brothers. 5 villages. Of Dhritarashtra. Suchyagrena darishyami vina yuddhena bharata. I will not give the land on which you can put even the... Okay. That means you want to fight a war. Fight a war, we have to prepare ourselves. But he was not, with either Kaurava or Pandavas. But both of them go to him for his help. And to go, he was sitting near his head. Arjun went afterwards, he was sitting near the feet. And when he opened the eyes, Krishna said, oh Arjun, why have you come? He says, sir, there is going to be the war, I want your help. So he said, okay, you want my help? So Duryodhana got up, he said, I have come first. Lord Krishna says, look, I am not going to take astra or shastra in my hand in the war. On one hand is my army, well equipped, well trained. There. Duryodhana, you came first, you ask. And Duryodhana was like me. I don't want puja in the war. No Mahapuja. I don't want you. And then Lord Krishna says to Arjun, there is no alternative for you. And Arjun says, no sir, I want only you. Now please remember, I will try to finish as early as possible. Please remember, Lord Krishna becomes a charioteer, Sarathi, chauffeur, driver. In ancient India, when there was a war, you properly declare the war by blowing the conch or the shankha. And in the night, you can visit the enemy in his camp. And when both the armies were ready on behalf of the Kaurava, Bhishma, Tasya Sanjayanam Harsham Kudu Vriddha Pitamaha Simhanadam Vinadya Uchchaihi Shankam Dadmau Pratapavan. Oh my God, if Bhishma is challenging, who must give reply on behalf of give? Some powerful, either Yudhishthir or Drishtadyumna or Bhim or Arjun or Nakul or Sahadev. No. Krishna, a charioteer. Now just think, you are from management. When there is very important MOU, will you send your driver or a chauffeur to sign on your behalf? You can't do that. But that means, or Veda Vyasa knew who is Sanjay, who is Lord Krishna. And Lord Krishna, Panchajanyam Rishikesho Devadattam Dhananjaya Pandram Dadmo Mahashankam Bhimakarma Vrukodara. He said, okay, we are ready, come. Till that time, Arjun did not know the greatness of Lord Krishna. And therefore, he orders as if you are ordering your driver. Senayoho vayoho madhyeratham sthapayame achyuta yavadetan nirikshayam yoddukama navastitan kaihi mayasa yoddhavyam. Please take me. I want to see who are my enemies with whom I have to fight. When actually he takes the, what does he say? Drona. Who had given him all the, nourishment and training. And then he says, Siddhanti mamagatrani, mukham kya parishusyati, me rom harshashta jayati, nacha shaknom yavasthatum brahmati vachi me mana, pashyami viparitani keshava. I will not fight. I will rather beg and complete my life. I will not fight. What is the solution, friends? Lord Krishna does not give 10 commandments. He doesn't say, my words are laws and you are there to accept it. No 10 commandments. No orders. Lord Krishna knows every human being is a separate person. He has his own way of thinking. That is inclusive way. That is holistic way. 3 kinds of persons. There are persons who are always analytic. Anything you ask them, so why so? If not, why not? And here, Lord Krishna says, look, if you are that kind of person, let me tell you one truth. One who is born is going to die.
जातस्य हि ध्रुवो मृत्युः ध्रुवं जन्म मृतस्य च तस्माद् अपरिहार्ये अर्थे न त्वं शोचितुम् अर्हसि. One thing. Person know this fact. Whether you die in the Kurukshetra or in the palace, death is certain. Kalidas says, Maranam prakriti shariram. Die is natural. Some people, you know, they say, I will do my work. I don't care about God, goddesses, temple, mosque. I don't care. I do my work. As a doctor, as a teacher, he says, Karmanyavadhikarasti. There are people, mostly women, who are emotional. He says, if you are emotional, if you are attached to me, if you love me, man manabo, mad bhakto, madhyaji, mam namaskuru. But after saying these three things, friend, what I want to say at the end is this. He says, I think why you should fight a war. Now, you have to analyze it, you have to think it and take your own individual opinion and do it. Iti te gnanam akyatam guhyat guhyataram maya vimrushya etat asheshena yatha ichchasi tatha kuru. Please remember this very simple Sanskrit word, yatha ichchasi. Jaisi aapki ichcha hai, tatha kuru, aisa karo. After 700 stroke, I will also not say that. Why I am here? You know, if you are not ready to accept what I say, no. Friends, that is our holistic way. I hope if we have imbibed something from like this, and if we can tell our own students, our own children who are having their own view, I think we will achieve the end. Thank you very much.
Questions, if any, we shall have at the end. These speeches are delivered. Well, now we can have this unchanged, no? Will you?
Respected Mr. Chakravarti, esteemed delegates on the dais, of the dais. My presentation is on the topic human suffering and spiritual guidance. Need for introduction to human suffering. There is nobody who is not suffering from suffering. Well, there is somebody, it will be only in the cemetery, who is not suffering. So, my presentation, I will just straight away go into that, and this is based on the revelations given by two great masters. One obviously from the ancient times, and one from the modern times. The obvious choice is Lord Buddha, who is a luxurious, sheltered, householder's life, went as a mendicant with only a begging bowl to unravel the mystery behind the human suffering. So what he had to say, let's see. And then from modern times, my own guru, Navajyoti Sri Karunagara Guru of Shantigiri Ashram, who has given some unparalleled spiritual revelations regarding this topic and a unique remedy for that. He said that human beings are products of conditions and conditioning. So Buddha says that the whole gamut of human suffering is because of certain conditionings, which is starting from ignorance, avidya. Ignorance of what? The impermanent nature of reality and grasping. Ignorance of the nature of the self. Avidya, through that, the consciousness, volitional actions are conditioned, karma are formed. Buddha says that suffering is the result and the cause is karma and disturbing emotions. So because of the ignorance, disturbing emotions are there. Because of the disturbing emotions, you are doing something, and that is getting transformed into your karma, volitional actions. So through ignorance, volitional actions or karma formations are there, and through karma formations, your consciousness is getting conditioned. And what is this consciousness? Consciousness, Buddha says that it outlives the individual. Even after the death of the individual, is back. And it will enter into, when a man and a woman get united and a new life is spun, it will enter into that life, but in a different pattern. It is just like that in the world of matter, we say that the energy can neither be created nor be destroyed. Like that, consciousness cannot be destroyed, it can only be transformed. And the Yogacara school experts of Buddhist scholars of Yogacara school says that every thought, every utterance and every action of yours will leave a trace of karma in the consciousness, which is already loaded. This consciousness is already loaded with thoughts and actions of the present birth as well as the previous birth. So this consciousness is getting conditioned by these karmic traces of answers and actions. And consciousness is conditioned because of this karma, volitional actions. Your mental and physical phenomena. That means you are born, your life, you are taking a body, you are into the life. So that physical and mental phenomena are conditioned. Mental phenomena, the 6 faculties, 5 senses and the mind are getting conditioned because you are there, your life is there. That means you have got the faculties, 5 senses and the mind. These are getting conditioned through your life. And then the 6 faculties, through the 6 faculties, when these faculties are there, naturally contact is getting conditioned. It's getting conditioned through the 6 faculties. And through the contact, naturally, when the contact is there, sensation is getting conditioned. And through sensation, desire is getting conditioned. So desire comes because of the sensation. Desire is getting conditioned. And when the desire is there, it is clinging that is getting conditioned because you are attached. You are attached to certain things. You want certain things. You are longing for certain things. So these things get attached. Clinging. Clinging, it is said, Buddha says that it is the reason for rebirth. Because of your clinging to various things. And through clinging, the process of becoming. Because of clinging, the process of becoming is happening. And through process of becoming, naturally it is birth. You are taking birth. And when you are taking birth, then comes, it is getting conditioned, decay, death, pain, etc. Thus, from ignorance, this 12-point dependent coordination, decay, death, pains, etc., this cycle is continued and human sufferings are continued. Now, he says that for everything there is a cause and there is a result. So, this karma and disturbing emotions are the causes. Suffering is the result. So please understand the law of cause and effect. If you want to become wealthy, practice generosity. If you want to have a handsome personality, then you have to practice tolerance and patience. So like that, he has beautifully rather united the cause and effect everywhere. So understand the law of cause and effect, and then understand, as you know, the very famous, the 4 noble truths of human suffering. These are the 4 noble truths. Dukkha, that is the truth of suffering, the fact that there is suffering. Then samudaya, the true cause of it. Nirodha, cessation of dukkha. And marga, the true path to it. Now dukkha, what is dukkha? What is suffering? You are getting attached to something which you don't like, it is suffering. You are getting separate from that which you want, is suffering. So you don't get what you want, that is suffering. So Buddha says that sufferings are of 3 kinds. Suffering of suffering. You are having some ailments, you are having some wounds or some of the body, all these are suffering. The suffering is of changing conditions, from happiness to sorrow, from richness to poverty. So from that extreme to this extreme, is everything causing suffering. And suffering because of the very fact of getting birth, getting birth in this cycle of samsara. So these 3 types of suffering he is classifying. So everywhere there is dukkha. So what is the cause? That is the second one. The true cause of suffering, Buddha says it is Krishna. craving. And he gives a distinction between desire and craving. Desire, which is based on the free will and generated out of right intention, that is not craving, he says. So desire and craving, that is, in fact, I suddenly remember Paramahamsa Yogananda says that even desire can be a bondage. It cannot be freedom, it can be a bondage, because one of his monastic disciples wanted to marry a beautiful girl. And Guru tried to dissuade him. He said that, but she is a wonderful lady. Because Satan knows how to tempt you. He gave up his monastic calling and went and married that lady, and finally went to suffer for years together. So even desire, according to Paramahamsa Yogananda, is suffering. Although Buddha gives a distinction between the two, craving and desire. Buddha found that our human mind is a receptacle where this random and short-lived impulses are coming and going continuously in a mechanical way. And he says that therefore, this is not based on a decision by the individual. It is human beings themselves are not responsible for their suffering. And that these craving, these impulses have to be controlled. There you have to apply wisdom. Understand the difference between knowledge and wisdom. You know that tomato is a fruit. Fine. But knowing that it is a fruit, will you put it in fruit salad? So there you apply your analysis and discrimination and understand that although a fruit, tomato should not be put in fruit salad. So that is wisdom. So everywhere analysis and examination of whatever impulses you are having and doing the right thing. So thereby you can avoid these temptations, he says. So that's about the cause. Nirodha. Yes, he says it is possible to stop this suffering through proper discrimination, through proper wisdom, applying proper wisdom, analysis and discrimination. You can control these emotions, control these desires, control unwholesome actions. Buddha says that avoiding unwholesome actions, you can definitely get a rebirth. The two spiritual goals given under Buddhist context, one is getting higher rebirth, the other is nirvana. So to get higher rebirth, avoid unwholesome actions, Buddha says. Lama says that 10 things to be avoided: 3 mental, 3 physical, and 3 verbal. Don't take life. Number 2, don't take anything that is not offered to you. Don't indulge in abusive sexual behavior. 3 physical. 3 mental, covetousness, malice, and wrong view. Wrong view. And 4 verbal, slander, lying, harsh words, and then idle gossip. Things you can expect for higher rebirth, Dalai Lama says. And Dalai Lama in one of his books says that it is very unlikely that many a human being of the present life will get a rebirth as human being. It is very difficult. So that's about the cause. So Marga, what is the method? What is the means? What is the roadmap to avoid or stop this suffering? Let us see. Next. Marga given by Buddha for ending human suffering. Moral behavior through meditation to wisdom, and thereby stopping the suffering. First is right view. Take a right view of the things as they are, not as they appear to be, but as they are. So you have to, before your thoughts, before your speech, before your action, or rather, before the thoughts, you have to apply your analysis and examination. And then after the thought, when the thoughts come, you have to apply your analysis and examination and see that these precede your speech and action. So through right view. Then right intention. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that even if a leaf is offered with right intention, then it will be accepted as an evidence of love. Right. And Buddha says that intention and choice together are nothing but karma. The definition of karma as given by Lord Buddha is that intention or choice or both, intention and choice. These together form karma. So the intention should be right. If the intention is right, then you can see that many of the desires that are coming to your mind, you will be setting aside and you will not be acting based on that, these impulses that are coming, the craving. Now, the right speech. Remember, When Duryodhana slipped and fell in the palace of Indraprastha, Draupadi laughed aloud saying that the blind man's son is also blind. That set the mockery, that the words of mockery set the ground for Kurukshetra war. Kabir says that you speak in such a way that will remove the misery of the other person. You should remove the misery of the other person. You should also get a feeling of comfort. That should be the type of speech that you should be uttering. And in mind Brahma, it says that nose, eyes, ears, and speech. These are the instruments to take the mind to the Brahma. Nose, eyes, ears, and speech. So the speech should be right. That's why Swami Sivananda says that at least once in a week one should undertake Mauna, because that energy will be transformed into spiritual energy. So your speech should be right. And then right action. You have to have right action. It is said that you have got the freedom and power to choose anything that you want in your life. You have got the freedom to choose your parents. In Chandogya Upanishad, it says that if you have right conduct in right now in this present life, you will be going to the womb of a superior woman in your next life. So, of the previous life gave the choice of your parents for the present life, which means that present life will determine who your parents will be in your next life. So, the right type of action. And then right livelihood. The right livelihood means that you are, whatever endeavors you are having, whatever living you are taking up, you should not go against your right speech and right action. You should be going in consonance with right action, right speech, etc. So living should be proper. With a compassion, with benevolence, and right efforts. The great management author Stephen Covey says that the greatest gift that has been given to human beings is the freedom and power to choose. Freedom and power to choose. Between stimulus and response. A stimulus coming to me, I am responding to that stimulus. Between the stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space lies your freedom and power to choose. And your growth and your happiness will depend upon how you are going to exercise that freedom and power to choose the appropriate response for the stimulus given. Effort will decide as to what type of quality of life you are going to have. So the effort should be right, because you have to exercise your freedom and power. That way, although we say that the quality of the present life will be determined partially by the karma of the previous life, but you have to understand that partially only it will be determined by the previous life. But then what about the present life? The karma that you undertake during the current life, that will, if you are going to base it on free will, your freedom and power to choose what action I will do, what I will avoid. So if that way it is done, then that means definitely you are going to be the author of your own karma also, the author of your own fate also. So that is taking right effort can be avoided. And right mindfulness. Yad bhavam tad bhavati. What is the mental disposition? Everything happens like that. Everything is created twice. Everything for the human beings, mental creation and created. The world you create is in your head. So the way in which you think, it will be the perceived reality becomes manifested reality. The reality that you perceive will become the manifested reality. So whatever encountering, we are thinking in the mind, that becomes the actual manifested reality. So that is why somebody was saying, the earlier speakers, one of them was talking about the life is an echo. Life is an echo. That is the inside-out approach. What is within inside, it will come out the outside also. Right mindfulness. This is the eighth point given by Lord Buddha to avoid human suffering. That is focus, concentrate. Please understand that what you focus on grows. What you concentrate upon will grow. If you concentrate upon happiness, then that will grow. The first stage of meditation. First stage of right concentration is the first stage of meditation. Through meditation, and then you are awakening of the mind and all. And Buddha is elaborately talking about the need for. In fact, Dalai Lama also has written book on awakening mind and lightening heart. So meditation. I remember suddenly Dr. Deepak Chopra, the famous Indian doctor settled in America, he says that one who is practicing meditation continuously for 5 years, his biological age will be lower than the chronological age by 12 years. There are 3 ages for all of us. One is chronological age, second is biological age, third is psychological age. The biological age is the quality of the life and your the health of the cells, etc. That biological age can be brought down by 12 years if you practice meditation continuously for 5 years. That is incidental, but these are all the marga methods given by Lord Buddha for avoiding human suffering. This first part of my presentation. Now let me go to the second part. Second part I told you is from the modern master Navajyoti Sri Karunagara Guru. Only now, before reading out that, let me just give a brief about, or rather profile of this presentation, second part of this presentation. Now we understand that Buddha says that the sufferings are because of karma, sufferings are because of disturbing emotions and all. But the suffering that you find in certain families, their children are born with bipolar disorders, schizophrenia, mental depressions, some diseases, congenital diseases and things like that. How do you explain that? How do you explain the suffering? And which of the 8 marga, 8-point marga he has given, which will address this sort of suffering? And you say the terrorism and other calamities that you find is a worldwide phenomenon. How do you address all these things? How do you explain this suffering? Can you find any explanation, the 8-fold marga given by Lord Buddha in this thing? And here are certain points, a few points only, because of the paucity of time, are confined to certain points only of the given by Navajyoti Sri Karunagara Guru. He says that children are born only in accordance with the zodiac constellation in which the ancestral Pitrus are located. It's a very important point. In consonance with what Chandogya Upanishad said, you will be born into superior womb if you are conducting your life properly this lifetime, and if you are conducting life badly, you will be going to the womb of a swine or dog or even a outcast woman like that. So this is another part of it which says that born in a family in accordance with the zodiac constellation in which the Pitrus are located. This is something which you cannot do anything about. You as an individual cannot do anything about it. And constellation, because of the karmic powers carried by them, the children will be having certain problems, certain diseases for that matter. How will you address that? Karmic powers of our ancestors are exerting overbearing influence on our life. So how to overcome suffering arising from this sort of karmic powers of the ancestral souls? So there the remedy that is given by Navajyoti Sri Karunagara Guru is something unique, and that is Guru Puja or Rishi Puja or Pitra Sutti as it is called, is done by a Guru for a devotee or disciple or any person for that matter. That this is not done by any spiritual master. In fact, spiritual masters, gurus who have progressed up to 7th stage of spiritual plane, they are not eligible to, they are not competent to, they are not empowered to do this Guru Puja. Even those who are in 8th or 9th stage also will have to get permission from Almighty to do this. So this Guru Puja is done through a sankalpam called Sankalpa Matrana Parameshwara. That is means it's a resolute prayer for intercession. It is a resolute prayer for intercession by a spiritual master, a competent spiritual master who is having knowledge about the past, present and future. Trigal Jnani. One who knows about the past, present and future. Spiritual master to do this Guru Puja in which through this Sankalpa called Sankalpa Matra Parameshwara, all the spiritual, the souls of the spirit, ancestral spirit, that is forefathers, and the deities they worship. See, one of the major reasons for the suffering, as revealed by Navajyoti Sri Karunagara Guru, is the wrong practices of worship followed by your forefathers. Because for each yuga, now you are in Kali Yuga, Yuga or Dwapara Yuga or Satya Yuga, for each yuga there is a particular dharma. If you go away from that dharma, deviate from that yuga dharma and do worship, for example, worshipping of lower spirit, ghosts, ghouls, Buddha, etc., etc. So then you will be influenced. If you are worshipping a ferocious deity, you will be a ferocious individual. If you are worshipping a lower spirit, you will be influenced by that lower spirit. So naturally, because of such karmas carried by them and the deities they worship, you are suffering now. Now, how to remove that? These deities, what they worshipped and the forefathers themselves, they will be summoned in the divine light of the spiritual master, and they will be segregated into three. One, rebirth.
Dr. Dyer, you like to conclude?
They will be segregated, and those who are eligible for rebirth will be kept aside. They'll be kept in the astral atmosphere of the ashram, and those who are to be done away with, that the evil spirits, etc., they will be done away with, and those who are eligible for deliverance, mukti, they will be given that. And Suti is done, Guru Puja is done, the family will have to abide by this eightfold marga told by Lord Buddha, and this holistic way of living, etc., and they have to be pious, virtuous, etc., so that the boys and girls of this family should become eligible to be the parents of these Pitrus who will come and incarnate. The wombs should be ready for them to come and incarnate. It's the crux of Guru Puja. Because of want of time, I am not explaining. And I also want to just add one more thing. That is, there are several karmic diseases for which there is no medicine. Modern medicine have nothing to do with certain karmic diseases. They continue despite any medications, and most of these doctors say that this is not curable, it is incurable. For such things also, Guru has given this Guru Puja as the remedy, and there are hundreds of cases. In fact, the present paper I have submitted to HSRC, I have given 3 cases, one from a German citizen and 2 from Indians, as to how this Pitru Dosha was removed because of the Guru Puja done by Guru. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Can I request Ramji Singh ji?
आप लोग कहें तो हिंदी में या अंग्रेजी में, गुजराती आती तो मैं गुजराती में बोलता, तो बताइए। हिंदी हिंदी ठीक है। रविंद्रनाथ ने कहा है के संबंध में कि मातृभाषाए मातृदुग्धाय च, माता के दूध का कोई विकल्प नहीं हो सकता है, वैसे मातृभाषा का भी कोई विकल्प नहीं हो सकता। मैंने विद्यार्थी हूँ और इतना मुझे प्रसन्नता हुई कि आज जब संकीर्ण राष्ट्रवाद के नाम पर विश्व में 5,500 युद्ध हो चुके हैं और अभी तक प्रलय के लिए काफी सामान हर जगह रखे हुए हैं, आणविक, एटॉमिक, सुपर एटॉमिक सब कार्यक्रम। उस समय पूर्ण मानवता की बात करे वह व्यक्ति नहीं देवता होता है। मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि आज हम अगर अपनी सभ्यता को दर्शन कोई ये मनो ऐसा कोई व्यायाम नहीं है, मानसिक व्यायाम नहीं है, ये मानवता का खेल कुछ नहीं है। हमने दर्शन को बना दिया है, बिल्कुल एक अमूर्त चिंतन की बात बना दी है। जैसे प्लेटो ने आइडिया का कहा, कहाँ वो आइडिया है पता नहीं, कुछ वास्तविकता दिखाई। फिर आगे अगर आप चलें तो देखेंगे स्पिनोजा का सब्सटेंस उतना ही बड़ा है जितना हम संपूर्ण ब्रह्मांड की कल्पना करते। और फिर आप लाइबनिज का मोनाक्स हो, चाहे हीगल का आइडिया का दर्शन हो, रीजन का, एब्सोल्यूट का, ये सब जो लगता है कि ये दर्शन की उड़ान है शब्दों की और विचारों की, सच्चा दर्शन तब होता है जब वह जीवन दर्शन होता है। तो जीवन का दर्शन क्या होगा? हमको लगता है कि दादाजी ने जीवन का दर्शन दिया है, और जीवन का दर्शन हमारे भारतवर्ष की यह उनका दुर्भाग्य है कि हमने भी अपने जीवन दर्शन की बात तो बहुत की है, लेकिन जीवन दर्शन को ऊपर में नहीं रखा है। शंकराचार्य को हम पूछ सकते हैं, लेकिन हमारा अगर आप देखेंगे, हम षड दर्शन की बात करें, हम नव्य न्याय और न्याय की बात करें, शंकराचार्य और विशिष्टाद्वैत में क्या अंतर है उसकी बात करें, लेकिन मानव क्या है शंकराचार्य में, आप जरा हमको बताइएगा, हम कम जानते हैं। इसीलिए मानव का स्थान जिस दर्शन में गौण रहेगा, वह दर्शन कुछ शब्दों का खेल तो हो सकता है, वह जीवन धर्म नहीं हो सकता है। उसी प्रकार आप अगर यह सोचें कि हमारे जीवन दर्शन का क्या स्वरूप है, हमारा जीवन दर्शन कमजोर हुआ है ये मानना होगा। इसीलिए भारत सबसे अधिक दिनों तक 1200 वर्षों तक परतंत्र रहा है। हम कहते तो हैं बहुधा बदंती, हम सब एक की एकत्व की बात करते हैं, लेकिन हिंदू समाज में 5000 जातियां। तो क्या हुआ, एक तरफ जातिवाद का बाहुल्य और दूसरी तरफ हम शंकराचार्य के मोनिज्म की बात करें, ये है विचार और आचार में। इसीलिए हमको ऐसे आज के विश्व में, आज का विश्व मत सोचिएगा कि संकीर्ण राष्ट्रवाद का युग है, यह आगे उससे बढ़ चुका है। ये एक समय था जब थोड़े फ्यूडलिज्म का था, सामंतवाद का युग था, राजाओं का युग आया, ये प्रजातंत्र का युग आया। लेकिन अभी जो संसार की सभ्यता है, टॉयनबी ने इतिहास के 7 वॉल्यूम में जो चर्चा की है, वह कौन सी सभ्यता है अभी? वह सभ्यता की और उसमें संकीर्ण राष्ट्रवाद के नाम पर, जैसा मैंने आपसे निवेदन किया कि 5500 युद्ध हो चुके, और व्यक्तिगत धर्म के नाम पर, संकीर्ण धर्म के नाम पर भी 7500 विश्व में युद्ध हो चुके। इसीलिए अब परिमाण नई के लिए, नई मानवता के लिए नए विचार और नया समाज दर्शन, और इसमें जो हमारे परम आराध्य हैं, जिनको हम लोगों ने सर नवाया, उन्होंने आज सचमुच में उस वैश्विकता की बात की है, होलिज्म की, होलिस्टिसिज्म की फिलॉसफी की बात की है। आज छोटी फिलॉसफी चल नहीं सकती है काम। इसीलिए आज तो देखे बगल में दो राष्ट्र थे, हम एक हो गए। 2 जर्मनी था, एक हो गया। यूरोप के 33-36 हैं, एक यूरो के अंदर हो गया, और हम छोटे छोटे चीजों में लगे हुए। इसीलिए आज का युग जो एटॉमिक और हाइड्रोजन का युग है, उसमें हमको अपने विचार, अंतरिक्ष की बात हम छोड़ देते हैं, अंतरिक्ष शांति की बात तो हम करते हैं, लेकिन घर में भी शांति नहीं होती है। भगवान श्री कृष्ण के इस पवित्र भूमि में भी शांति नहीं है। हम लोगों ने तो सब कुछ देखा ही। इसीलिए आज है, और मैं कहता हूं कि आज केवल भारत के लिए नहीं, संपूर्ण विश्व के लिए आज एक ऐसे दर्शन की जरूरत है जो मानव और मानवता का दर्शन हो। किसी देश विशेष, किसी जाति विशेष और किसी धर्म विशेष का दर्शन नहीं होना चाहिए। यह मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि उनके दर्शन की संभावना है। अगर उसको हम विचारेंगे तो हमारे सामने सवाल आता है कि कौन सा उस मानवीय दर्शन का, उस समाज दर्शन का, उसका क्या मैनिफेस्टो क्या होगा। हम एक निगेटिव में बात आपसे की है, उसका क्या होगा, किस रूप में होगा। कौन सा, ये चाहे रूस, भारत हो या पाकिस्तान, सभी भौतिकवाद की उद्दाम धारा से व्यथित हो चुके। तो भौतिकवाद आज का दर्शन है। भारत के विषय में क्षमा कीजिएगा, स्वामीनारायण संप्रदाय के आप हैं, कितना हमारे ऊपर स्नेह रखते थे आप जानते, लेकिन कुछ भेद, पुरुष और स्त्री का भी भेद हो सकता है। मंदिर उनके लिए बंद थे जो अस्पृश्य थे। ये सब नई दृष्टि करनी होगी। तो अभी हमारे सामने जो विश्व दर्शन की भूमिका प्रस्तावना रखी गई है, उसके संबंध में हमको यही लगता है कि क्या यही भौतिकवाद उसको चढ़ाएगा। भौतिकवाद साधुता को प्रश्रय नहीं दे सकता है। मटेरियलिज्म कैनॉट ऑफर इंसेंटिव टू गुडनेस। हमारा संपूर्ण विश्व का वही है कि हम भौतिकवाद के ज्वर से पीड़ित हैं। ये कैसे होगा? आप किससे सुनिएगा? बड़े बड़े सामर्थ्यवान जो अभी बड़े बड़े लोग हैं वो नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन एक छोटा सा बच्चा, उपनिषद की कथा आप सब जानते हैं, विस्तार से तो नहीं कहूंगा। नचिकेता 5 साल का बच्चा, उसके पिता बाजस्रवा के पुत्र बाजस्रवस विश्वजीत यज्ञ कर रहे थे। विश्वजीत यज्ञ में होता है सर्वस्व समर्पण। तो ऐसा है कि आचार्य विनोबा भावे ने जो जमीन गरीबों के लिए मांग कर दी, उसको भी हम हड़प जाते। ये हमारा प्रगल्भ भौतिकवाद है। और इसीलिए नचिकेता ने पूछा पिताजी से, कस्मै माम दास्यसि, कस्मै माम दास्यसि, मुझे किसको दीजिएगा। बेचारे परेशान थे। नचिकेता की सूखी गायें दान कर रहे हैं, तो सूखी गाय नहीं, दान कीजिए तो अच्छी चीज दान कीजिए। और कहा कस्मै माम दास्यसि द्वितीयम तृतीयम होवाचो मृत्युवे तो ददामि। चले गए यमराज के पास। यमराज आउट ऑफ स्टेशन थे, शायद नोटबंदी का कुछ झंझट होगा, इधर घूमने गए हो। तो वहां जब गए तो 3 दिन और 3 रात तक नचिकेता भूखा रहा। जब आए तो कहा, एक तो ब्राह्मण, दूसरा बालक और तीसरा अतिथि, और हमारे यहाँ भूखा रहेगा, नाश हो जाएगा। इसी को कहते कर्म का फल। ऋतम चो सत्यम चा विदात तपसो अभ्यजायत। ब्रह्मा को भी ऋत का वो खंडन नहीं कर सकते, इसीलिए कर्म का फल होता ही है। इसीलिए वहां पर आप जानते हैं कि यमराज ने कहा, छोड़ो, तुम 3 वरदान मांग लो। बच्चा सोचा कि कुछ लेमन जूस देने से काम चल जाएगा, और कहा, सतायुषा पुत्र पौत्रान विनस्व बहुन पशु हस्ति अन्नम अश्वान भूमेर महदायतनम वृणीष्व स्वयं च जीव शरदो यावदिच्छसि। ये सब चीज मांगता कि नहीं, सब नहीं, बस तुम्हें वर्ण्य। बहुत किस्सा हम छोड़ देते हैं। अंत में यमराज ने देखा, ये बालक तो पहले तो पिता का परितोष मानता है, शांत संकल्प स्वमना यथा माम। जिस पिता ने किया था वो शांत हो जाए। कितना है ये भारत, ये है अध्यात्म की भूमिका। और एक बच्चे से, और दूसरा मांगा, ज्ञान नहीं मांगा। ज्ञान तो आपस में एक दूसरे को खंडित करता है। मांगा कि हमें स्वर्ग का ज्ञान दीजिए, स्वर्ग नहीं चाहिए। अंतिम पूछा, मैं जानता हूं वो दिया। फिर पूछा, कहा तीसरा वरदान अब मांगो, आखिरी वरदान। तो कहा मृत्यु का रहस्य बता दीजिए। अभी तक किसी अध्यात्म की पुस्तक में और किसी विज्ञान की पुस्तक में मृत्यु के रहस्य को पार नहीं पाया गया। कि अरे तो हम तो मृत्यु के देवता हैं, अगर तुमको वही दे देंगे तो हम तो क्या मांगते हो। सब कुछ कहा, देखा कि बहुत ये है, हमको भी समय की कमी है, तो उसने कहा कि अंत में कह दिया कि ये कामा दुर्लभा मर्त्य लोके, कामनाएं देखिए प्रलोभन, ये कामा दुर्लभा मर्त्य लोके सर्वान् कामा स्वच्छंदतः प्रार्थयस्व इमे रामा सरथा सतुर्या नहीं द्वेषा लंभनीया मनुष्य। तो जितनी मां कामनाएं हो एक मुझसे सब मांग लो, और ये स्वर्ग में, देखिए स्वर्ग भी कैसा, तो उर्वशी, मेनका, रंभक, ये भौतिकवाद है। स्वर्ग की चाहना भी भौतिकवाद की पराकाष्ठा। इसीलिए तो वो कहा, लेकिन उसने कहा तब उसको रहस्य बताया और शैव में क्या अंतर है। हमारे जो देने वाले प्रेरणादायक मूर्ति पर जो हमने माला दी, नाम हम उच्चारण नहीं करेंगे, उन्होंने हमें बताया कि प्रे और श्रेय में क्या अंतर है। प्रे प्लेजर, हैप्पीनेस, इस दोनों में क्या अंतर है। और ये दोनों का अंतर अगर मानव सभ्यता जान जाए तो सारे कष्ट दूर हो जाएंगे। हम आपसे कहते हैं कि आज जो हमारे सामने